Hey guys. I literally woke up just a little bit ago. I busted as fuck, okay? Don't judge me. This is extremely don't tell me that. Connection issues. I literally am about to go into my kitchen to do this. I don't care. We're not dealing with connection issues today, bitch. This is more important. Hold on. We're going to the kitchen. All right, so I'm about to drop the link, the StreamYard link, and Ruby in here. Okay. Yeah, and I'm linking this in my Discord, so give me one fucking second. Just give me 1 second, everybody. This is fucking insane. I literally called this yesterday. I said give it. Oh, I accidentally put a slash in that link. Wrong link. There we go. Okay. How long before Ben jumps in and ruins this? We're not letting Ben up. The fuck? We're not letting Ben up. Okay. Sharing this. Share. Copy link. Paste. Okay, sorry. So I literally just woke up a little bit ago. I know, I'm a fucking degenerate, okay? But it is 2 p.m. Simon, I don't know who you are, Simon. Whoever's backstage, I don't know who you are, so I'm not gonna let you up. I'm just waiting for Ruby to join. But if we go, we're gonna go over what I just went over in my Discord, basically, is what we're gonna do. They're watching. Yeah, I don't even know exactly what's happened yet. All I know is that you guys fucking suck! You suck! You ruin every single relationship. Has there been anything successful? Grace, get into fucking reality now. You have not one case where you can validate that you and your dad don't have the most dysfunctional relationship in the world. You ruin every single relationship that you have with people. You had something really fucking good going on. Okay, you have psychopath Lalo. You had something really good going for you. Like, honestly, I don't care what anybody thinks about Ruby. She was a good friend to Grace. Like, I'm gonna give the one less. She was a good friend to Grace. And it's honestly so, and I hope that at the very least she had, and of course they're fucking watching and they're trying to like monetize off of this. So I don't know, that may have driven Ruby away because I just spoke on the phone with her because she doesn't want to get into like a back and forth. So I'm pinning, if Ahmad will pin the link for me. But basically, let's go to Discord here. And let's just go over what's going down in my Discord. Okay. Dalmatian.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Ooh, look at DM from Ruby right there. Ooh, look at that man.
So let's look at Shamu's tweet. Everybody follow Shamu.
Shout out Shamu. He's got the greatest Twitter in the Thorp community with the updates.
Yeah. So
he's always running something. He's always look at this hero. Look at Shamu, man. This is just him doing a little bit of reporting. This is him he's like a newsman. Yeah. Thorp newsman.
So
Okay.
he says Ben Thorp gives Grace a black eye, and Ruby Spacek has been cast out of the Thorp inner circle for speaking out on it. Ruby tried to offer Grace a place to stay to get away from her father, which of course led to Ben isolating his daughter. This is exactly what we went over on stream last night. If you haven't seen the stream that I did last night, I'm literally calling all of this.
You did. Like, honestly, it was prophetic.
I know, dude. And I think it probably maybe like lended to why this happened so quickly. But here's the clip of Ruby calling them out, and I want to like, I don't know how much I want to do because I want to go to the gym, but because I don't want to go over a ton. But I just want Ruby to come up.
Oh, look, she's showing the your text messages on stream right now, Ava.
By the way, have you talked to Ruby? Did she say she was going to do this? Because she said to me that she's like
showing the text messages about me. I didn't even see this.
Wait, I'm so confused. Who's showing text messages?
Grace is.
Yeah.
Who? My text messages or Ruby's?
Yeah, they don't want me on the stream, I don't think, guys. Okay, I'll watch. Just play the clip. I want to see.
Wait, I'm so confused. Okay. Here's the clip, guys. Here's the clip.
I'm saying is maybe there's a point about
everyone sees it. If you want to join me in reality, Grace, anytime. Come on. Keep punching her, by the way. That's a cute black eye.
She said, "Keep punching her." By the way, that's a cute black eye. The other day.
What I'm saying is maybe.
So there's that.
Wow,
dude.
Wow, Shamu. Shamu's actually a hero. He really is. He's like a soldier in so many ways. Do you think that's real? He gave Grace a black eye?
Well, I've seen the video of him kicking her. Like,
yeah, but there's no way that's real.
Well, okay, in abusive relationships, you can expect things to escalate.
It's real. It's absolutely real.
Ben respects women. He wouldn't do that.
He literally said you shouldn't listen.
Dalmatian, if you're gonna be on this shit, then you're gonna have to get dropped down.
I was just on his stream. He literally said, Dalmatian, let me please. I was literally just on his stream. He literally just said, like, if a woman has a complaint, you shouldn't pay attention because it doesn't matter. Because I was trying to tell him to learn to respect Ruby's boundaries.
Hold on.
Do you think that's respecting women seriously?
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm texting.
You muted him, so I kind of asked him a question. We can't respond.
So what are you saying, that Ben did do this and he is a bad man?
The statistically speaking, the odds are astronomical.
Yeah, the odds. Exactly. I fuck with Melanie Cosmic Fox, dude. The odds are
likewise. You're a badass bitch.
Thank you.
Ben is not a violent man. It's just not true.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say Ben is not a violent man? Did you just say let's go over this. Let's go over this. Is Ben a violent man?
Are we doing the list?
I know this is like, just bear with me, guys. 1 second here. I'm just gonna go like this. 1 second, okay? I'm gonna prove Dalmatian Dog's point wrong right now, live on stream. Video compilation preview. Is Ben a violent man? Dun dun dun. Oh, here we go. Welcome,
What's up, bitches?
Ruby.
What's up? We're only just now. We dived in. We watched the Shamu clip that he tweeted, the like 11-second build up. But basically, I don't know any more than that.
It's too dark for me, dude. It's like I tried to do my best to navigate that situation. I genuinely enjoy hanging out with Ben and Grace. We get along really well, but the way he treats her is unacceptable, and they didn't show a lot of it at first, like as you were saying, and I wanted to see the best in them, but obviously it imploded today, as Ava predicted, so I have to give her props for that. So I do apologize for not believing you.
It's okay. It's a learning curve. Oh shit! Wait,
I wanted to see the best, and like,
of course
we were getting along great, and it's just like Ben just couldn't handle Grace having a friend. Like, I really get along with her. I really like her. I really like hanging out with Ben, except for the way he treats Grace.
Yeah.
And the like weird struggle sessions, yeah, I'm not doing that. I opt out.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm not stuck in the RV, dude.
What was
Good
the
luck with
breaking point? What was the breaking point?
Well, last night, I think, Ben was like pissy and just going after me, trying to find any way to like fuck with me. And for 1 whole hour, he was just like, how do you ever think you'd be a mother when you're like a child? Like, how could you, just like digging in on that, even though I joke about like how it's like statistically probably not going to happen for me all the time. Or I like overly joke that I'm ovulating and I want insemination. Like, the fact is, I'm very realistic about it. But he's in my fucking house digging at me for an hour. It was rude. Not because of what he said.
You seriously held your own, though.
Oh, no one's ever told me I'm old at 34. Wow. Like, fuck off, dude. The memo's received. You're old too, and your dick doesn't work. Good luck.
Yeah. So there was that, okay? And then there was, but what happened today? I haven't watched anything. I saw that.
Well, today they wanted to do a struggle session about it, and they just showed up at my house. I woke up and I was like, all right, Grace, I need to go get some coffee. And she was like, I'll get it. And like, so they brought me like the coffee, and I was like, okay. And like, I was just trying to communicate honestly. And I told Ben, and I was like, I'm not going to budge on this. You're objectively being a bitch. And Grace was like brainwashed into saying like, no, he's saying that like out of love. Like, I mean, it's probably like a performance. They're so bizarre. And that makes them interesting to me because it's like, what the fuck is going on here? I tried to find out. I went further than anyone has, okay? And I still don't know. And I'm on 3%.
Okay. You're on 3%. Okay. So.
But I'm walking towards my house. I can plug my phone in, so.
Okay. So they pull up at your house.
Yup.
Uninvited.
To talk about social skills, and it's just like the audacity. I think it's charming because it's so stupid. I usually don't take offense, but they just kept pushing it, and yeah, it's called a limit. And I said, this like isn't fun. It's like lame, and I opt out. You guys can leave, and I'm not gonna call the cops or anything. I knew they would do like some stream because it was like good drama. A lot of people were watching, so I was like, all right, congrats on the content. Like, the bridge isn't even burned necessarily, but like. Good luck with all that. I hope you're safe. Like, and you can always come back and stay with me if you need to. I'll forgive everything. I don't care.
Okay. So, so the bridge is not burned with Grace. But as long as she's like defending Ben, attached at the hip to Ben, enabling him, you would say it probably.
I don't know, because I just think that Ben is obviously a very bipolar man struggling in cyclic manic episodes with delusions of grandeur. It's all very textbook, and I'm familiar with this for my family. It's like, so that's why I think it didn't faze me that much, because it's just how a lot of my family members are, like that bizarre and outrageous, and like you just have to choose your battles, like otherwise you're in a struggle session forever.
Yeah.
So people took that as me being like, yes, I love everything that Ben does and it has ever done. Even though I feel like I was quite open, I just wasn't aggro enough until, they went out of their way to fuck with me.
Yeah.
I got some good views. I really revitalized their channel. Congratulations. I still have more subs. I just got a bunch more. And, good luck sneaking onto whatever.
Sneaking onto whatever. Oh my god. So, okay. You're gonna be big.
I could be a bitch too. It doesn't mean it's the end of the fucking world. It's called, hey, shots fired. I'm firing back. It doesn't mean that I think, these are people. Well, I don't know if they're beyond help. I tried. I don't know. I'm losing it.
Do you want to address the shots that they fired at you?
I tuned out. Well, they could say the obvious, like, I have to do drugs. I'm, pretty open about that. I was psychotic a year ago. Like, I don't know. I'm pretty open about everything. So there's not much. So they literally went immediately to fabricating a scenario where I like told Grace I sleep with men for money. No, I told her exactly what I do for money. And I'm not proud of it either. But not sleep with men. There's other things online, that I've done. And, I did have a tax refund I was living off. Fun summer. Fun hanging out with them. I don't know what the I don't know what the solution is here. I hope they're okay.
You've done all you can do, and this is such a predictable outcome in abusive situations that
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you
I
don't have
know,
to
it's
take
textbook.
any of it personally. And by the way, with you like snapping back, like that's your place, man. Like you set the
Hey,
boundaries,
Ben.
you set the terms and conditions.
It's like literally storming. I'm sorry. I have to put my phone away so I don't like drown it. I'll come back in like 5 minutes.
Okay. We'll keep watching the
Got it.
footage. Okay. So what Hans Guru said here, I think this falling out was planned. I always love Hans Guru's chats, by the way. He says he thinks it was planned as an act of loyalty from Grace to Ben for what she did yesterday. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. If you guys haven't seen the video that I done yesterday, I feel like it was very good. It was a very good live stream. Not to toot my own horn, but basically, like, we go over what happened yesterday, how she asked for a moment alone with Ruby, and then it spiraled into Ben throwing like a huge tantrum and telling them to die and all this stuff. And then I made a stream on it. Obviously, like, that probably contributed a little bit because Ben and Grace watch all of my streams. And you know, I was calling them out, pointing out some stuff that, you know, how Ruby was holding her own against Ben. Like, Ben kind of got emasculated by Ruby in an amazing way. Like, she claps back at him super well. I think, like, it's a combination of all these little things that essentially contributed to whatever happened today. I still don't quite understand what the buildup was. I don't know if XP or Melanie were watching whatever the whole stream today.
No, I didn't watch. I only watched what we covered on your stream last night. It seemed like you caught most of it. I think before that they were just talking about just the general shit they always talk about like we have problems, and they kept looping. I think they just kept looping on that until the point where you came in.
Yeah.
I just like
Can I just quickly I can lay it down real quick. Ben just started rehashing the thing he was doing the night before. And Ruby wasn't having it this time because why would you put up with that a second time? Especially when you're being hospitable to people. When you're like, I've seen so many occasions where people burn the bridge with Ben and not with Grace because they see exactly what's going on.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's
like, I don't even like half the people who have done this.
Oh damn, I'm not.
Yeah,
even
definitely.
So yeah,
I can totally imagine. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I can just totally imagine Ben the night before saying, "You need to fix this. Like, there's no way that we can continue being together. Like, as father and daughter, I'm not going to imply the incest stuff because they want people to stop, and I don't know enough about it personally. But like, it's still the same relationship dynamic. She has daddy issues. She really doesn't want him to leave because it already feels like the family's split up, and he's taking advantage of that. He's saying, unless you fix this, unless Ruby apologizes, I'm not going to go back. And this was like, you can tell, like, Grace before she was on Ruby's side, and now she's totally against Ruby. She's standing in between her and Ben, and she's not letting Ruby defend herself. Now, granted, Ruby's not going on stream, so they're going to say, "Oh, Ruby didn't come on stream." Well, yeah, that's what happens when you emotionally badger somebody. Whether or not she's actually battered, I'm not commenting on it. But when you attempt to do that, that's draining. You're emotional vampires.
Yeah, they are. And that's also kind of what I was pointing out yesterday too. Is like how it's like they're always just so like draining, and like they almost made Ruby into like their personal therapist, dude. And even just showing up being so overbearing, showing up uninvited, I guess. So hold on, let's go. So now they have this fucking live. I can't
wait to see what you guys do together.
No.
Oh, if they're sniping my shit, dude.
Are they watching us right now?
Yeah, they are. But they're not watching live. They like rewinded.
Oh,
Ruby
okay.
and Thorp. So basically, they titled their stream right now. Was Ruby abused by the Thorps?
I think the best thing Ben said about 20 minutes into it, he's like, you know, this word abuse, I think, is being abused. I think in reality, anytime someone says they're being abused, really it means that they're the abusive person.
No,
Because
but the
I'm
wild
being
thing, yeah. No, the wild thing is though, is that Ruby never claimed to be abused by them at all.
Well, Ben only argues with straw men.
They're
So.
just, yeah, exactly. He only argues with straw mans. It's completely like now they're trying to like spin this whole narrative. This is always what he does every single time, every single time. All he does is just take it, exaggerate the claim. This is the machine of any insult towards Ben, right? Take it. Somebody makes a minor like diss against you, or they call you out. He goes, wah. Exaggerate. Giant exaggeration of whatever they said. Spin it into something they completely did not say. Title it the title of your fucking YouTube stream. Don't argue the actual point at all, ever. And if somebody tries to get you to argue the actual point, you just start screaming in their face whatever you came up on your like whiteboard of slander or things to diss them on. That's all that you do.
And if you address anything that was actually said by the person, the only thing that you'll address is like the most tangential, unrelated, minor point that's like low-hanging fruit, so that you can avoid the actual substance of the person's argument.
Let's see what so.
Wait! Before you get into this morning stream, really 99% of this is like a nothing burger. I watched the whole hour and 40 minutes of it, and I got down some timestamps for all of it, so I have if you want to actually go through it. But most of it is really just content. The only thing that is actually of any significance in this stream is the thing that Shamu already clipped and posted. So if you just want to post that 10-second clip, like
I already did that. I just personally want to see the build up, like just a couple minutes before it happens.
Just to give you a warning, there's a lot of non-tent bouncing around.
Try for it.
Okay.
Talk about that all the time. So why?
So you're saying you found it offensive that he harped on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you were already self-critical about it.
Okay,
Like
so
you're self-reflective that you're not saying
only for to be cruel, and everyone saw that.
Well,
You guys live in your own little world, and I know you reality match, but it's not matching with anyone else.
So, damn, she's being real as fuck here.
You're saying he did it to be cruel.
Hold on, can I ask you a question?
And I just disagree with you on
Your
that.
own fans don't agree.
That's okay. That's okay.
You think these are fans?
But
I mean, they're
hold on.
fans.
But you just said you don't. You just said
Peanut Gallery has some questions for
you
you.
didn't think that it was to hurt your feelings, but you're saying now it was to be cruel, which is fine. But so you do think it was to be cruel?
that it's necessarily cruel.
Yeah, so this is absolutely Ben putting Grace up to this to be confrontational with Ruby like this. Like, it was absolutely a thing of like, after what happened yesterday, you need to prove your loyalty to me. Absolutely what Hans Guru said. Because she's never come at Ruby with this energy before.
I say that all the time. He was just hurt about it, and I was like, "Yeah."
Let me use an analogy. Can I just use an
what's the
example?
fuck, so I shouldn't go on a date?
Can I just use an example?
I don't think that's what he was
Is he
saying.
talking about Jesus here? Because that's a funny.
Yeah, maybe.
Huh?
Is he about to use the example of Jesus here? Because he brings up Jesus a few times. And it's
Jesus.
Maybe someone's energies are being put in a certain direction, and maybe they should shift that. That's what I'm saying. When I was younger, when I was like 22,
yeah,
right,
this is good.
and most of the time, one guy said to me, "You know what? Like, maybe you don't have this vocation, and that like this isn't really a problem. You just need to find some pussy, basically, right? And so like, maybe you should not cut out for the celibate life. Seem like a nice guy, but you just have too strong of a sex drive for this. Like, you're just not. You're called to intimacy. So I'm just saying, he didn't put a sledgehammer to my head, but I was like, oh yeah, I never really have thought about it that way.
What are they doing?
It seems like you're being sarcastic.
I think we have a match.
Insulted,
blah,
I
blah.
can control my sex drive.
I said there's a 90% chance I won't. So
I think you.
Okay, so they're still talking about the baby thing. She's saying, why are you so insulted that like I'm possibly thinking about having a baby?
I think it is a sensitive topic for you.
Not particularly,
Definitely.
but it is sensitive when I allow people to show up at my fucking house and come into
But
my
now
home
you're
and be very
weaponizing the fact that
And then
you
you
let us in.
bitch
Like,
me
give me a
out
break.
for hours.
I let you.
You're weaponizing the fact that you let us in your house and we trashed your house. Like you're weaponizing You're weaponizing the fact that I just like took a shit all over your couch.
Wait,
The
Sinner
fuck,
says
man?
it's a good watch. You can see them team up on Ruby. They put her right in the middle. Yeah. Okay, I'm definitely. I'm gonna go over this, guys. Basically, my plan is I literally just woke up to this. Right? I called Ruby and she says be on in like. Okay, she'll be back here in like 10 minutes. So we're gonna talk to Ruby a little bit more and whatever. But I'm gonna have a stream after this, probably like tomorrow, where I go over all of like the timestamps more in detail in the build up, because I do think that the build ups are very interesting to watch, in my opinion. They literally trap her in the gaslight circle.
Yeah, because as soon as she tries to defend Grace, she's standing in the way of the gaslighting between Ben and Grace.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's just going to be emotionally draining to put up with that, even if it doesn't affect you. I'd hate to quote Ben with the whole like them overstaying their welcome thing, but he's like, "Oh, you're a Furby, you don't know how people work." But I've watched some TV. I'm pretty sure that when you stay at someone's place, you show gratitude. You're very polite. You worry about overstepping boundaries. Why? Because that person is being hospitable. You don't want to offend them for trying to help you. And that's the thing, right? Like, Ben does not see what Ruby's doing as help whatsoever. He sees it as an insult, and so he's lashing out in the exact way. Like, if you look up narcissism, the exact way that narcissists lash out. Anyways, I do have to go temporarily, so I'll be back.
Thanks, Melanie. So I want everybody to submit questions that they have in the chat right now. For Ruby, and I'll star them, and we can come back to it. Because I usually do like to have a little more like questions prepared. But Shan says, if you want to like spin this into a question, you totally can. Ruby needs to wake up and see if Grace is willing to physically attack her own mom, try to have her own brother put in jail. She would throw her in a ditch for Ben in a heartbeat. Yeah. I'm gonna even just start that now. But yeah, leave questions, guys, for Ruby. Okay. Let's keep watching this build up.
You into my RV? I would never say like I let you into my RV. Who fucking cares? Like a person has the same. What am I supposed to do? Like walk on eggshells around you because I'm in your apartment?
What was the rude? Like what? I think it's
over. I'm not doing a drill session. I know that's your guys' thing, but I'm just not.
Wait, what did she say?
Rude. Like what? I think it's
over. I'm not doing a drill session. I know that's
She said, I'm not doing a struggle session. I know that's your guys' thing, but it's not
your guys' thing, but I'm just not.
Good for her. Maybe
can I have just a suggestion and a question? If you guys would be down with something that maybe can help you in this kind of a cast scenario, which is
I'm not doing a struggle session. This is fucking gay.
Yeah, you guys don't need to do a struggle session. This is what I'm saying. Is maybe there's a point about
everyone's using it. If you want to join me in Reality Grace, anytime. Show up. Keep watching her, by the way. That's a cute black eye the other day.
What?
What?
Well, now you're lying?
Now you're lying? Ruby said that she has, like, somewhat evidence of this. I mean, I completely fucking believe her.
The picture that Shamu posted definitely looks like it. He also posted a clip from a couple days ago. It was actually from the beginning of, I think, the Jacinda interview response video. You can see it if you zoom in there a little bit. Her right eye, which is screen left. You can see some bruising underneath there.
Yeah, and Ruby told me that she put on like a bunch of green eyeshadow to try and cancel it out. Actually,
if you look at the clip Shamu posted of from the beginning of it's literally the first 30 seconds of the intro to the Jacinda interview response video, and Grace is talking about, hey guys, I look like an abuse victim today because I tried to do goth eye makeup, and apparently when you use a brush this big on an eye this small, it makes it look like you have a black eye.
Yeah, Ruby told me about that too.
Paraphrasing, because that's basically what he said.
Okay, and she told me as well, actually, when this happened, like, I can verify that her story hasn't changed.
What I'm saying is
it hasn't changed. I don't know. Ben's death stare when he realizes she mentions the black eye. Let's see. Mary Golden says, I'm not going to name the person who I shared pics with, but take a look. Yeah, you can see it there.
Wait, I gotta screen my screen. Let me see.
She does it with the black. She does the eyeshadow to try and balance it out.
Yeah.
Let's keep scrolling through. Is there anything else in the Twitter verse for this? Ben is a monster. Okay.
Ben do be a monster though.
Wait, what else does Shamu tweet? Anything else?
Is my mic level all right, by the way? Am I doing all right with the audio today?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about the feedback last night.
Ben will be calling her a lying junkie very soon. Yeah, we went over that last stream as well. Monkey man. Yeah, of course, every situation that where Ben I want to present this really quick for you guys, actually. I have a compilation of every time that he's like done physical violence against somebody. We're going to share the entire stream. I'm going to go to CapCut and just show you what I have so far. So, here we go. And of course, every one of these situations is somehow justified to him.
It doesn't put his time to. I'm done. You just told. Forget it. Messaging him to see. Performance. You look like you're gonna cry, and then you hold back because you're so afraid of Daddy doing something to you, right? No, that's literally not why.
You injured me. I will call the police. You are obstructing something I want to touch. You have to call the police. I want you to call the police. Call them. Call the police. Do that again. Call the police.
Yeah, I had to correct Grace today, like very roughly by like. Oh really? You gave Honey Bunch a real through, yeah. Oh, she can be so crazy. She gets it from your mother, right?
Use like open-handed smack her. Is what you're saying, right?
I knocked her glasses off.
Yeah, open-handed smack. Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's not something which people should lose. The idea, I mean, it's back to this. It's if.
At a certain point, she went outside, and I was angry. And one of the ways in which, like, men show anger towards women is by having them sort of humiliate themselves. So I did have her sort of humiliate herself for me outside on a FaceTime call. So she had to sort of like, this was become in her mind sort of path of a psychosexual sort of like, serial killer situation, right? There's a certain part of them that wants to be dominated. They like it when it gets a little hot.
This is your daughter, right?
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand it's my daughter. Okay.
How does she humiliate herself?
She, kind of played out some of those things. Nothing crazy. Nothing that I would see in the course of. I don't remember exactly what, but she took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
The way he always talks about serial killers was already creepy enough. His obsession with serial killers, but after the stream that he did in response to the Jacinda interview, where he went on his whole fucking deep dive into like how he plans on kidnapping women and keeping them chained up in a basement in North Dakota at King T.I.'s house. Like it's a whole new level of fucking creepy now after that. It was always creepy
go
before,
through and star these questions here.
next level now.
Yeah, I need to see that whole clip. Did you ever send me that clip?
No, it's not a clip. It's like a 2.5 hour stream that I'm cutting down into like a 4 minute. So it takes a lot to like cut out all the tangent bits so that you hear his thoughts uninterrupted without the tangents.
Let's see.
This is so unhinged and deranged that I want to make sure that it's perfectly clear that he doesn't get to like distract people with tangents. Edgar Townsend's focused.
Guys, where are the Ruby questions at? Nobody has any questions for Ruby? For real? This is a downfall I need. My question. Oh, here we go. Does Ruby think the water she poured on the seed that was planted by others will eventually bloom, or is Grace of almost no return? Thank you, H8 Joggin. I just started that. I feel the Thorps will be a future case study for therapists and how narcissists can be created by environmental conditions. Yeah.
True.
I actually know a guy. I met a guy. Okay, Napstar, what is yours? Because I lost it. But I know a guy who did his doctoral thesis on the Thorps, actually. Apparently, allegedly. That's what he said. So let's go back to sharing.
And to anybody that's just joining the stream right now and is trying to figure out what's going on, there's a 4-hour stream that Ava did last night that kind of really breaks down and goes into detail on the fallout that's taking place now that Ruby finally stood up to Ben and was trying to help Grace get some safe space away from him to process her emotions for the first time. And then this now, what we're reacting to here now, this is the next day after that, where apparently Ben gave Grace a fresh new black eye that Ruby called him out for. After the fight that they had last night. So that's what we're reacting to here now. If you want to catch up, you can go back and watch Ruby's or Ava's stream from yesterday.
I'm really curious to see how they act once she walks away.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just let me literally play.
Okay, Ben, I got something that I should say. When I was looking up my Mayan birth date, there was a
He is seething in rage, dude. Like
he is, but basically they're just going to deflect and change the subject, and this is basically non-tent until the end. Once the new stream that they're on right now starts, that's where things actually pick back up again.
I just want to look at his body language for a second.
Yeah,
he seems
that tells more than what he says because he really doesn't actually say much.
He seems almost like smugly accomplished in a way. Like he's almost like.
Well, because his goal was to separate Grace and Ruby, so he feels he accomplished that.
Let's see. Let's play this here.
Well, now you're lying.
Okay, Ben, I got something that I should say. When I was looking up my Mayan birth date, there was a symbol that matched me very well, and it is the flint knife tongue, and it said something I found very interesting. And a lot of people in my life have always told me this.
Blah, blah.
I have the capacity
tangent here.
Yeah.
She's told me that she thinks I'm abusive towards Grace. I say, like, no problem. You can say that. I'd love for you to tell me more about that. She's told me that I have a problem with being short-tempered, that I'm oversensitive to criticism.
Absolutely. She's completely on point about all of that. You should really maybe take some advice that you asked for. He literally asked for the advice. That's
but through the whole stream, he was like, "Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example." And Ruby kept struggling to think of a specific because it's basically 24/7 of Ben's existence, so it's hard to pick out what stands out. But he's like, "See, you can't think of an example. You can't think of an example. I'm Jesus. I'm great. I don't have any sins. You're all the problem." Typical Ben Thorp cope and projection.
I mean,
yeah, we've been back and forth, but she's been very nice.
I think Ruby has been very, why would I have a beef? I don't like this idea. You have to have this idea.
Why would I have a beef after literally coming at her in an unconstructive manner for an hour?
Oh yeah, and Ben, if you don't believe it, if you want the examples, go watch Ava's stream again from last night. We spent 4 hours detailing all the examples of you being a fucking unhinged lunatic who needs to be locked up to keep society safe from you.
Let's keep on.
Fucking retard.
Wanna hurt her?
She said you
It's
guys
not
should
about that.
probably
It's
go.
inadvertent. It's inadvertent
All right.
stuff that is just pure. With my father, I call it engineer brain. He's a pure engineer. You're pure ecclesiastical. You think about things in terms and in detail that nobody does, Ben. And you got to consider that about yourself. That's all I got to say about it. Because you're a great person inside.
No, you're not.
Would you have said the same thing off?
Okay, let's go to the stream that they're at now, because this is so. I'll watch all of this at the gym and timestamp it. I love that.
You can start this one right from the beginning. They kind of started off on pointing Ben Spurgs right away when Grace tried to be rational.
Yeah. Okay, ready, guys?
Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Thorp TV. Today we got kicked out of Ruby's porch. And I am going to send Ruby this stream right now. And just gonna say I'm streaming about what happened. You're welcome to talk.
Yeah, don't get in a circle jerk with these fuckers.
You can play this on 1.5 if you want. We talk slow enough that it's still followable.
Okay.
Or give your opinion in chat. I just want to review it. All right, so Ruby has been made aware. I'm sure she knows that we're streaming, but she said, "LMAO, your Discord loves me now. It's hilarious." Yes, well, they tend to hate anybody who likes us and love anybody who hates us. So.
I wonder why that is. What a weird position to be in. Welcome back, Ruby.
Hey, sorry, it was like torrential downpour. It's very symbolic of the day.
Oh, damn, dude, you are so.
I know. I got totally drenched. That's why I had to put my phone away, and it was also on like 2%. So I just came and charged it and changed. And then I had to go buy Siggy's. So sorry for the hold up. How's it going?
It's so. We're oh my god, I don't even know. We've just been talking a lot about like the build up and just like looking at the like weird way that Ben reacts after like you kind of walked away and stepped out. I have like a few questions. I asked chat if they have any questions for you. So
I guess politeness is out the door because they decided to lie and say that I told Grace I sleep with money. That never happened.
That's
completely fabricated. I'm not going to stoop to the low of fabricating things, but I'm not going to hold back. And usually I don't like diagnosing people or things like that, but they decided to put politeness out the door. So ask away, kiddos.
Okay.
Yeah, Ruby, wait. First question I've got is because like I'm sure a lot of people are waiting to hear about this before we get into anything else. Like, and it's not just you saying it. We saw the pictures of Grace's face, not just today, but for multiple occasions where if you zoom in, like you can see she looks what looks like a black eye. And you made that statement on camera today, and a lot of people have assumed that there's more violence than we've seen because if he does what he does on cam, he certainly has to be worse off cam. Because even if you're retarded as Ben is, you have to be smart enough to know not to be at your worst on
Yeah,
camera. So,
he had never. I will say this, like,
elaborate, please. The
kind of abuse that I witnessed was mostly like verbal, like bossing her around and like criticizing her a lot. And I didn't like that. And I was vocal about that, but it never got like super tense. It was just kind of like, that's just a fact about my, whatever. Like, and we disagree on it. And then she showed up on my porch and was like hiding with the black eye. And I didn't want to escalate.
What do you mean by hiding?
So she was like down on my porch, like crouched like this.
Like just her body positioning, trying to keep you from getting a good look at her eye?
Well, no, to hide from the street view, it looks like. I never wanted this to be public, but they decided to be incredibly messy. And it's all out there, and I think maybe just telling the truth about what I've seen is maybe the best thing I can do at this point.
100%, Ruby. Because like the thing, like you've made some mistakes for sure.
I just want to be clear. I've never seen Ben lay a hand on anyone. I've never seen him do anything sexual. He never like made a move on me. Like he would make raunchy jokes, and so would I. But like he was very demure compared to like Ava's experience, and like people are complex. I don't think he's just this evil person. I really enjoyed hanging out with Ben Grace. We had a lot of great times, and I think we totally vibed on like the content we were doing. It was super fun. And unfortunately I seemed to have gotten too close to Grace, and Ben decided to implode the whole thing.
Yeah, I will say I think that a big goal of his relationship with you was to like show that he can be more chill. Like I do think that he learned from me.
Well, that didn't last.
Yeah, and yeah.
We tried.
So
we all cried.
So basically, you didn't see any firsthand Anything first?
No.
Okay.
What did you see? Because we could see we could see it on camera, but like she wasn't that close to it. What physically, like how obvious was the black eye to you in person?
It was bright daylight, and I just woke up and just started streaming randomly. And like it cuts out once I like move away from my Wi-Fi, but I like see her on my porch, and like I don't fully see her face, so I'm like, and I'm streaming, and we're streaming, so I'm like, oh my god, like look who I just ran into. But it was like processing that it was weird that she was crouching, and then like I cut the stream because something felt weird, and I asked her about her eye, and she just denied that anything was there, and it was just very obvious. I don't know if she thinks she's like outsmarting everyone, but I really tried to handle the situation best I could and to be helpful to her and to support her because I really do like Grace.
Just to be
Ben,
clear,
even though he is like has these bizarro
wait, real
freak
quick.
outs.
Just to clarify, just to be clear about what you just said there. When you say it was obvious, you mean visually obvious? You could see it in person more than you could see it on the black eye. You said it was obvious.
Yes.
Do you mean visually?
No, it was absolutely unambiguous. And then the rest of that day, she was wearing a hat and glasses for the rest of the stream when we were at the park. And then the next stream after that, she's in her studio, and she said she spilled her eyeshadow like that. And she said, I look like an abuse
Nobody's
victim.
ever heard that one before.
She said, I look like an abuse victim because I spilled my eyeshadow. Grace, I think you're really smart, but you're not smarter than everyone else, bitch.
Yeah.
I really don't want to be mean. That's why I'm like, didn't really want to super engage with them because I don't want to be mean. I don't want to flame war. I don't care for that. Yeah. I let bygones be bygones. Like they decided to go weird. Okay, like whatever. Like, I don't know what to do with that. Like it's just I don't know.
It's honestly it's hard to have to stand by watching someone get abused. I was thinking about this, and that's just rough to have to see that.
And it wasn't like that. Everything was like totally chill and like fine, for the majority of times that we hung out, So it was hard to know what to believe, and especially after the RV incident where like a girl approached us, and I saw how that was twisted. It made me question a lot of things because I'm like, I saw what happened, and it's being Shamu was saying something totally opposite, like, and people are saying, I don't know, but.
That's just always going to happen on the internet.
It became unambiguous.
Yeah, I think with the internet, like especially when you don't have like first-hand account or like from people that you don't only accounts from people that you don't trust. Like I think Shamu is already inclined to like not trust what comes from the Thorps. So
of course, I get that. And I'm just not used to that treatment because I don't usually do this style of content. I usually do like long interviews, and I had just decided like, oh, it'd be fun. They were my first collab, like I've never collabed with anyone like that in IRL ever.
Okay,
First time, of course.
Yeah. H8 Joggin says, my question is, does Ruby think the water she poured on the seed that was planted by others will eventually bloom, or is Grace almost to the point of no return?
I don't believe there is a point of no return because I was a whacked out fentanyl addict a year ago and I had a miraculous recovery, and I think a lot of people can change. It's really cynical to say that they can't. She's so fucking young. Your brain doesn't even finish developing until you're 25. Like, give me a break.
Do you feel like you, like, being there in real life and just, like, knowing Grace personally, like, the way that she's acting on stream and, like, the way that they kind of, like, ganged up on you today, like, do you feel like that, like, do you feel like she was struggling with that? Or, like, that, because I feel like she's always been so much on your side,
Yeah, and that's why I looked her dead in the eye, because I knew... how can you say this with a straight face? That's when I really lost it, because I looked at her and I was like, I know you know better. Like, I know you see through this. Like, why you're just lying to get his approval because you have separation anxiety or whatever. And it's just cool. Like, keep repeating the cycle, but don't fucking drag me into your bullshit just because I tried to be a friend, and available to hang out like anytime. And
it's like anybody who tries to be a friend.
I thought we had a good relationship until Ben decided to pop off and be totally bizarre, and and I even let that go. But they wanted a struggle session,
Oh,
and guess what? I said
and
no, goodbye.
I
I don't do
really,
that. Why would I do that? Pay me
I
more,
hope you
bitch.
realize that. Shit, sorry.
I'm not doing that for cheap. Are you kidding me?
I must have a delay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Melanie.
But I hope you know that. Yeah, my wife. I have to go to somewhere with bad Wi-Fi because there's some noise where I was sitting before. But you really need to remember that you got closer to Grace than anyone ever has, and like as Ava pointed out, your intentions are not ambiguous. They are unambiguous. You're not trying to get laid. You're not trying to just clout chase. You wanted to be Grace's friend. It's so obvious. Everybody believes that. Everybody believes
Yeah.
you. And so it's really up to Grace to come around at this point. And I think she will simply because you had a stronger connection than anybody else in this space had.
Well, I think I was able to kind of articulate things that she was feeling because Ben kind of likes to do these like logical puzzles and try to like get someone like pinned on a comment, like, you know, that's his style. And once you see through it, it's kind of easy to just clap back at it and call it out for what it is, you know.
The logical puzzles, that's a great way to describe it.
Yeah, and it's to mentally exhaust you and to the point where you totally submit.
Yep.
I started getting exhausted after, how long was that stream? Like an hour? I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Especially when it's on repeat. Especially when it's like this
And
again.
especially when they just showed up in my house to do that. Like, talk about social skills. It was just the audacity to come criticize my social skills or whatever. I don't know if it was just like for the content, like it's confusing with them, like what's genuine. I try to take people at face value, but it is hard for them because lying is always an option for them. They don't have, I guess it's just on the table.
And it's like they monetize and stream everything, so it is hard to know when it's like authentic and when it's
And they
like
behave very similarly off stream. Like, and I through hanging out with them, I did learn a lot about streaming. It inspired me to stream more and to do more episodes. So it's like I did actually feel like we had like a good symbiotic relationship, and I feel like we're kind of balancing the situation. Like, I don't know. Well, I know why it had to implode. It's what everyone says. Like, Grace wanted to like escape, and then Ben manipulated her back and probably like brainwashed her all night. Like, and I don't want to totally diminish her agency, even though I am, but like, because she does have some. She was clapping back. Like, it's just very confusing. And I don't want any harm
Well,
to
think about
her
it
or
this way.
Ben. I want them to, or Courtney or any of the kids. I want them all to be okay. Like, enough with this bullshit. And Grace saw that. She said to her parents, enough. Grace was being the adult. What was that, yesterday? It's been a long one.
Yeah, that stream yesterday when you guys finally got alone and away from Ben, that was, and we go into detail on this on the stream Ava did last night, but that was like the first time Grace had ever, and Ava's showing the black eye. It's not really coming through on your.
Yep.
You can. It's hard to see holding your phone up.
I'm sorry.
For people at home, but
I
if
didn't
you look at
want.
the actual video,
She's
it's way
calling me
more
a
obvious.
liar when it's all on video. So obvious. She's not fooling anyone.
No.
What I was saying,
I don't
like,
want to just like, shit on her just because she's having this outburst. It's just the trauma thing. Like, and I don't want to exasperate that by being immature. But it's hard not to like want to be immature when she's lying about me. Like, I knew they would like throw. There's so much material to work with. Like, why do you have to make shit up? My life is in shambles. There's so much material. I
well,
could
that's
do
the
it
thing.
for
That the
them.
Ben's
I could
living
do
an
the stream
alternate
for them. Like, are you kidding?
The Ben's
They have
living
to
an
like be
alternate.
like, oh, she's a whore. Wow, no one on the internet has ever called me a whore. Good material.
I want to show. Hold on, I have this pulled up on my computer now. Fuck, I have to fucking pee.
It was so fucking obvious what's going on, and that's why I just had to call it out. Grace, I see it. I know what the fuck is happening. You're not fooling anyone. You need to get the fuck out of this situation where it fucking kills you.
Say that, dude. And then, so would you reunite with Grace if she got
a heartbeat? I don't.
But what would the standards have to be?
I don't know. But I don't know. I forgive and forget pretty. I don't hold grudges that more than like a couple of days, really. So, and I just see the situation for what it is. It's like an outburst, and it's not really landing. Their own audience is shitting on them, so it's like it almost feels like I'm kicking a dog when they're down. You know, like.
Yeah, it does feel like that, and
yes,
then, okay,
I don't want to just like go hard. I literally.
As a
I don't want it
fox,
to be mean.
As a fox, I'm great at kicking dogs while they're down.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you believe? If you don't have to comment on this if you don't want to, but what would your take on this be? The
incest allegation.
Definite emotional incest and enmeshment. There's Ava, you looked it up and it describes exactly what it is. It's like a blurring of parental roles into a romantic one. Does that mean I've never seen any evidence of sexual abuse, so I really can't speak on that at all. And it's hard for me to even comprehend. I was like Googling it and it's hard to even find examples of it. So it's really hard for my brain to believe that.
No,
And
it's
also,
not hard to find. It is hard to find them, but they do. It's hard to search for them, but they do exist, and they have all been logged, and like they're screenshotted and posted in the Discord. They're on people's Twitters. There's compilation videos that have been made. The evidence is out there.
hold on. We're talking about Ruby personally, though. We're talking about Ruby.
Right. But she,
I can only speak on my experience. The internet loves
Wait,
being
Ava, just pull up.
salacious and exaggerating, so it's really hard to know what's true.
Ava, pull up from the Discord.
No. We'll do that later.
Just one screenshot, not a video. Just the one screenshot from Grace from the Discord in the memes channel, where some random stranger on Twitter asks Grace and says, "I don't really know you. I just discovered you, but how do you respond to the incest allegations?" And Grace responds with a eggplant emoji and a wink.
Okay.
Like
Ruby question: because I saw. Hold on, XP. I saw somebody said that you owe them. They're saying that you owe them $700 now or something, and I don't know if that.
What? No,
I don't know if that was.
They've always paid me back. I loaned them money or spotted them a couple times, and they gave me like a cut of streams, and sometimes they paid me on streams that didn't even do that well. You know, like they were always like I went on a limb when I first met them and lent them like my last like $300 at the time, and they paid me right when they got paid. So
okay, and so then they don't owe you any.
No.
Or wait, no, you don't owe them any money, correct?
No.
Okay, just so Sham wants to say, just tell Ruby we're proud of her for standing up to Ben and setting boundaries. Ben is so happy that Ruby has been made other. How do you feel about that?
That I've been made other. I mean, I don't know. I had to stop watching their stream once they said I was a prostitute. I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna subject myself to this.
I like when I talk to Ben. I'm sorry.
I appreciate the compliment. So it's nice. I've always been dragged like constantly because people kind of thought I was condoning Ben, and perhaps I was really towing the line, and I don't know if I did it perfectly. But you know, it got to a point where I just could not say something.
Yeah.
And like when I talked to Ben earlier today, like I was like, do you understand like overstaying your welcome and that Ruby had boundaries that you crossed? And he just straight up demonstrated he didn't. He did not think he crossed any lines. He's like, oh, well, we left as soon as we were told to leave. I didn't overstay my welcome. Like, no, dude, you overstayed your welcome and then you were told to leave. That's how it works. And he doesn't understand that's how it works. I really don't think he sees himself as doing anything wrong in that. And that's
he's never, like, once I tried to get him to admit, like, just that pulling Ava's hair was, like, I was trying to be so soft. I was like, at minimum, can't you say you did a social faux pas? He wouldn't. He cannot say he's wrong, it appears. I've never seen it happen. And he I don't know. Everyone sees it. I don't need to
And you can see
describe
how
reality.
he's
It's out there.
yeah, you can see how he's beating Grace into saying she's wrong for everything. I'm wrong for feeling mad. I'm wrong for having thoughts.
Yep. And if she like works on like the equipment. Oh, by the way, she is paying his entire way, does everything for him because he says if she doesn't like spoon feed him and like put his shoes on and put a piss bottle for his dick to piss in, that he's just gonna shrivel away or go to jail, and that's the only two options. So out of desperation to keep a parent around because she needs someone, and I thought maybe I could be someone that she could trust, but she opted for and understandably, you can't. It's really hard to ask someone to just cut off their dad. It's not just like simple. People act like people would like constantly shoot me and be like, Ruby, why don't you just get Ben away from Grace? And it's like, what do you fucking think I can do here, man? What the fuck can I do?
It's
like,
a slow process. Yeah. It's a slow thing. You have to plant seeds. Thank you, H&K. I appreciate the $10. Ethan, appreciate the $5. Trigger Man is richer than me. So another thing is somebody wanted me to ask you, why do you want the best for Ben if he punched Grace?
Especially since my psychotic episode, I find it really hard to really hate people. I just see them as sick and out of control, hurt people. Like, I just see like this is a person who was abused as a child themselves, repeating a pattern, and I get really like in my mind and can kind of compartmentalize it, but it's not okay.
There's some light. Okay, yeah, that's a
Hey,
fine.
just interject something real quick here. I just checked on YouTube. To see where we're at, and not only do you have the largest number of concurrent viewers that you've ever had before right now, Ava, but we currently have more viewers than Thorp TV does. I know you're seeing.
I mean,
so I know they're watching.
because
So
they got nothing on me. I was purely nice and like chill with them, like probably more than anyone in the fucking world. So you're really gonna come for me, dude? Like, fuck off. Nice try, bitch, but we all know who's doming the situation for real. So I don't know, Ben. Maybe you could suck on my fucking dick. Suck it, bitch.
You are doing. I mean, yeah, we have Ruby to thank for that and just the situation. I
don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. Next.
Will Ben and Grace get? No, I think it's because people can see that like you really were authentic with it. Like you're not mean. You just have a backbone, and you'll defend yourself. And it's true that like they really, like what you've said before about like not. It's like everything you put out there yourself. Like and you are really. I think that you're good at like defending yourself because I mean I've put some shit out there. And like that they've used against me that like I prefer that they don't, right? But like you don't really, I don't think that you have that preference as much. Like you're very it's kind of your brand.
I know, so it doesn't really hit. Like, what you're gonna call me like a junkie?
Yeah,
you're gonna call me junkie whore. Okay.
Let's see.
I don't know. Like it's. I can't say mad at it. It's like saying mad at like just confused, sick people. I don't know. It's just so abnormal that how the fuck can my brain process this right now? Like what the fuck?
Let's see. There's a huge difference between someone being a ex-Fent user and someone who not only is biologically connected to Ben but was groomed to be this way from birth. Okay.
I mean, I don't know their background or I don't know.
And Ruby, the way that you process this is like self-care. Just take care of yourself. Try not to think about it.
Well, luckily I've had like a pretty good vibe, and I just got a new weed pen, so it's like I don't feel that stressed because for once the audience is on my side. So I'm actually fine. If they want to burn their own channel, I keep getting more subs. Congrats.
Yeah.
It's so funny too. Like the Thorps were like, "Oh, our audience just hates us, right?"
Who won, bitch?
Yeah, and the Thorps are like, oh, our audience just hates us, right? Like that's why they're
They
doing it. Like,
literally do.
yeah,
They have no one.
no, but
I
like
tried to be their one person, and they decided to burn it.
they
The
were trying
fuck,
to do the
dude?
thing where it's like, oh, they're just memeing. They always take the opposite side to us, and like, of course, some of their audience always does that for the
Yeah.
lulz. But this is like unanimous. This is almost
I know it's
unanimous.
unanimous.
Like, and that's what's
So
rare.
that
Like,
actually, it's just not hitting. I feel fine.
Let's see. Mommy Buttersnuff says, how do you think Ben, I just like this comment. How do you think Ben hid the physical abuse of his wife for 20 years? He is stupid, but he knows about hiding his sadism. Absolutely agree. Let's see. Going through
And it's true, he's never been, I mean, I don't know if he's been charged, but he's never been convicted of like a crime before. So I don't know. I mean, I believe, obviously, you know, it was always an issue for me. The kick video, I never really felt that was properly explained. And then just seeing Grace that day, it's really hard to compartmentalize all that, you know.
Let's see. Someone says, can you ask her about what happened before the stream where Ben made them sit on the floor?
Oh, that was just to be funny.
Okay. So I feel like they're probably talking. I want to see what they're saying right now, because I feel like I need to know that to know like more.
They're really just sinking their own ship. It's not a good look.
You think they are?
Yeah. Who's this win? Like
in what
who
way?
thinks they're like looking good right now?
Yeah. No.
well, I mean, when haven't the Thorps been sinking their own ship?
I don't know. This just seems like particularly like what the fuck. But I'm obviously the subject of it, so obviously I think it's what the fuck.
Actually, I thought of
I was
something you're
ready to
doing wrong,
drop his
Ruby.
whole bitchy thing because I just realized like, okay, he's severely bipolar, and like I can dismiss that because I'm like, okay, I get it, like you're sick, like whatever. But
you think he's severely bipolar?
Abso-fucking-lutely, 100%. Yep.
Yeah.
Severely
I don't think he has
bipolar,
to be
delusions
bipolar
of
for this.
grandeur.
By the way, like this falls way into like abusive behavior more. Like I don't know if he has manic or depressive episodes and stuff like that, so I can't speak
He
to that
does.
person. Well, we also have to look at like the length of them and talk about the types of bipolar that because if
He's
they don't fit
admitted
into
that
those.
he was like diagnosed and treated for it, and then he says that his
Okay.
symptoms disappeared. But he looks, I don't know,
Well, then fine.
he's
If
a
he's
little
going to use
bit
your
crazy.
fentanyl shit, then call him bipolar. I don't care.
Crazy,
I will
he's
say,
crazy.
you've been doing one thing wrong. One thing and only one thing, and that is you haven't been linking your channel. You're not stealing their audience.
Yeah.
You got to do that. You got to link your channel left, right, and center. Be like, come hang out in my Discord. Come hang out in my channel.
Oh yeah, everyone subscribe to us.
Yeah, subscribe to us. Subscribe to Ruby.
I still have more subs, bitch.
This
and
comment.
the views are coming back. They're coming back.
They are. I will admit your channel has. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, I want to read this. Ben admits,
baby, back.
Ben admits he had to convince to hang out with Ruby. Even she always thought Ruby was awful and annoying, is what they're saying. Do you think she's saying that?
I don't believe that. I think they're just trying to say whatever they think is mean. I mean, it's possible that she's completely like fake persona on, and I just didn't detect it because I was like smoking a lot of weed with them. So I don't know. Not with them because they don't partake, but yeah, I don't know.
Honestly, I think that dude, that's the real question is because I think Grace is a master at being rewind Thorp stream 56 minutes for clip. Okay.
It's possible that she hated me. I really liked her, so that's unfortunate. But I mean, it happens. That's okay. You could have said something. You can use your words with me. I won't hit you.
Yeah, because I mean, because my perspective after having had like a similar falling out.
I don't know why they showed up at my house like every fucking day. Like,
yeah, it doesn't, dude. It's
doesn't
weird.
really track, but
it's like a content.
For content, I always knew that there was like probably you know, I never fully, duh, you know, I never, I don't know. I
You're right.
always
It
felt
doesn't make sense. But then on the other hand, like I just always am like, it's
yeah, I
just
could have just been
crazy
all like
how,
a really long, like they were acting 24/7. Every conversation was like fake, and they just like hate me all the time, and like, oh, okay, like cool, that's on track with you being liars, I guess, and me not. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Because I do think
Good
that Grace
luck.
is a
Looking
master.
good, baby.
Grace is
What's
a
up?
master at being fake. With Ben, that's what she does all the time, right?
I would hope that that's not true, but it's possible. Absolutely. I think she's probably just, you know, butthurt over the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because I pulled out that she was
I just-
washing his balls, and that really like hurt her because she literally does, like, you know, basically she holds a can for him to piss in. Like, dude, talk about degrading.
Oh, this is a good question. Wait, did Ruby ever answer what Ben was doing while having Grace say that Ava had possibly pulled up at the hotel that day when they like went off?
Ben actually didn't seem that. He was just like, he would have like anyone who was around he would just talk to. And he talked to, and like I actually really didn't want to like do any lies because I know it's like you can't undo that. And now it's like, cool, I lied on the internet, you know. So I don't know. I'm not proud of that moment, but you know, we did. She was like, let's make something out, you know, like let's. It's like for the content. So it's like I don't know. I kind of lost my morality in that moment.
Ask Ruby how bad the RV smelled.
Probably better than my house, to be perfectly honest. I actually didn't really notice the bad smell in there. I was just being a bitch when I said that earlier.
Okay, wait, let's react to this. What allegedly Grace is talking
Whether
about.
Thorpaholic Anonymous meetings.
Good luck.
She came from a microwave? Like, what is this camera? What happened?
And then there was, but what happened today? I haven't watched anything. I saw
Well,
that.
today they wanted to do a struggle session about it, and like, I was like, they just showed up my house. I woke up and I was like, all right, Grace, I need to go get some coffee. And she was like, I'll get it. And like, so they brought me like the coffee, and I was like, okay. And like, I was just trying to communicate honestly. And I told Ben,
oh, what a bitch! What a bitch! You're gonna throw that in my face? I paid for your coffee and your sausage and your egg McMuffin, and you're gonna throw that in my face? Like okay, what? I offered to get you coffee from the place. You're such a
what?
bitch. That's so nasty.
I wasn't
I
throwing
paid
that
for
in
your
her
food
face.
and your coffee, and you're gonna
I
throw
was
that in my face?
describing how the day started.
Wait, pause.
Yeah,
This is exactly what I keep pointing out about how they ignore the actual
Hold on.
substance of any argument. They ignore the actual substance of any argument, and they look for the lowest hanging fruit that's
It's
tangentially
acting. They're
related
just
to attack.
performing. It's like
Strawman.
drama, you know,
Strawman.
drama farming. They're doing a good job. They're like totally. Well, I guess we're doing better, so whatever.
Yeah. Wait, let's keep playing because this person says it's in 2 minutes.
What I said, can we come over? No problem. I literally
Well,
said,
Grace,
no
Grace.
problem if not.
Grace, I actually think it's okay to breach this now. I think you have something that you can use against me, which is that I was always saying like the Ruby thing is pretty good. And you're like, she sucks. So like this idea, like honestly, you were like,
we talked
so
about that
fucking
openly.
gross in there. I mean, let's
Yeah, that's true.
be
Your
honest.
house
like,
is not any better though.
No, like this person is not cool at all. So you're right. Like
I was right
got
about Ava.
exactly wrong.
I was right about Ruby.
Wait, so Ruby, you're
What did I
confirming what Ben
do?
said there?
How did I betray them? I just communicated honestly, and he didn't like it. And it was on camera. Where's the betrayal?
Yeah.
They're the ones who just made up a weird lie about me, like it's out of their asses.
You're not betraying them. You're not even doing
And
that
I'm
right
not
now.
even mad about it. Call me a whore, bitch. Keep sucking your fucking panties on Whoremaster. That's not weird.
Yeah. Yo, speaking of that,
But wait.
Wait. Greatest ally, just a little bit back posted a comment that I thought was an interesting point. He said it might be legal, meaning incest. It might be legal in the state of Rhode Island, but they have been traveling.
True.
But
I will not say
Maine.
I didn't see anything confirming any incest. Just the emotional absolute, like they act like a romantic couple, and
Yeah,
like,
but yeah, but
like
Ruby,
when,
you don't
and it
need-
reminds me of like me and my ex. Like
Ruby, you don't need to
bizarre.
Ruby, you don't need to literally see them have sex with your own eyes when both of them have acknowledged and admitted to it on stream and on tweets they've posted. Ava, I DM'd you that tweet of Grace responding to the allegations with a dick
Are you sure they
emoji.
weren't trolling? Like, it's just.
Bro, who the fuck?
Yeah, we can't
listen,
take them that
if you're having
seriously.
sex with
I
your
don't
dad, you don't
know.
make jokes about
I
having
just didn't
sex with your
see
dad.
anything.
That's
I
not
did
that's not what
spend like a
people
lot
do.
of time 24/7 with them. I did not see a whisper of incest sexually.
Yeah.
I mean, we watched them on screen.
Wait, guys. We have to stay focused. You have to let me run this shit, okay? Hold on. First of all, I just want to say, I want you to say, Ruby, basically that you haven't seen an ounce of like actual evidence of that, but you did say that they act like they're boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in the way, yeah, like I mean, they sleep in the same bed. They fight like a couple. Like, and it's bizarre. But he's like a child in the way he fights. It's so strange. I can't tell what's serious or what's a performance anymore. It's like, I don't know. It's totally weird.
He's not going to pull his dick out and stick it in her right in front of her.
Okay, we get that. We get that.
I just want to
I
reiterate.
mean, I was with him like quite a bit, like over the summer.
But you watch them sleep in the same bed together, like.
May I ask a question,
Well, he
please?
slept in the bed with me sometimes, then sometimes with him.
Back and forth from mommy to daddy.
So I have a super quick question. When Ben says that like he praised you and all this stuff, and Grace was the one who was like shitting on you. Did you get
Yeah.
that feeling when you were hanging out with him? Because I mostly saw Ben shitting on you and Grace like seemed
Yeah,
to
no, it's
really
a total
enjoy your company.
projection. I don't know, it doesn't land, so.
No,
I
it
didn't see
totally
that.
doesn't. It's so obvious he's trying to put those words. Like he's almost like suggesting, he's subliminally suggesting to her.
Yeah.
Like,
She even
oh
says,
hey,
I can hear my dad's voice. Like, girl, I don't know how else to communicate. If I have to communicate it in a painful way, like, you're embarrassing yourself, girl. It does not look good. You could have this amazing, like, overcoming, like, freedom arc and, like, totally blast off and be, like, a fucking celebrity. But you choose to latch onto the RV in this totally psycho, toxic, codependent relationship with your father who hits you. Bizarro. And you're broadcasting all of it because he thinks it's, like, unhealthy not to stream things. It's everything
I think if there's
backwards
anything,
land.
I think if there's anything we need to telegraph to Grace, if we're actually trying to help her, it's this is not normal.
No.
Nobody lives this way and
No.
has a healthy life.
No. And I feel like I was honest the whole time, so I don't know why they're acting like I betrayed. What did I do? Except leave the porch where they showed up because I was like, didn't want to be in that, whatever they were trying to do. It was like,
You were
not
getting your
fun
own
and
space. You're
boring and
100%
weird.
allowed. Yeah, it's amazing that they don't think you're allowed to take your own space.
I know, like, oh, betrayal. They were just waiting for an excuse because they want, like, the boost, I guess, and they don't see that it's actually much more valuable to have, like, I don't know, a trustful like a colleague that you trust. It really
dude,
could
that's
have
a
helped
huge
them.
thing. I think that
really, like, I know that I really could have helped their reputation. They blew it, man. They fucking blew it. They fucking blew it.
I was
And
even
now they're
starting to like
continuing
Grace.
to blow it. So just keep on blowing. Keep on.
God damn it. I die every time you do that, by the way.
Sorry, I need to rein in my femdom.
But
it
hold
comes
on.
out. Ben brings it out because he has this child thing, and it makes me want to protect him a little. It's weird. I think Grace tries to protect him. Like he's a child.
And no, and I see that you're like sometimes you are too fair to him.
I just want to say
for the ex-girlfriend, they love you, but if you leave them, you always sucked and they really hated you the whole time.
All I did was like go to get cigarettes and like say like you guys should leave. Don't worry, I'm not calling the cops or burning the bridge. I just am not into this right now. Whoa,
taking space, setting a boundary. If you try and ever set a boundary, I think this is the first time actually that you tried to set a boundary, and that's why you lasted so long.
Well, I have before. They showed up at my house when I like wasn't here, and I didn't like rush to them, let them in, and like I just sometimes didn't look at Discord. They had their phones turned off for most of like the summer because it broke because of Ben's manic spending problem that is obvious. Also, like it's almost like a social experiment, you know.
Let's see. Okay.
And I just want to say again, for anyone that's just tuning in and is feeling like it's kind of hard to keep track of what's going on here, this stream in particular is a little bit scattered and kind of all over the place because we're just reacting to stuff that just happened today. But if you want to catch up on the most recent, what led to this, the stream that Ava did yesterday, it's a 4-hour stream, is very focused, and Ava did an excellent job of logging the entire event and organizing it and presenting it in a way that's easy to follow. So this stream is kind of scattered, but if you want to catch up, the stream she posted last night is definitely worth watching the whole thing.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I thought you guys had like an accurate perception. I was like, finally, because I've been feeling so like misunderstood by the audience broadly. Like, so that's why this isn't like that tough of a day for me, because I'm actually okay. The 2 people I wanted off my porch are gone, and I'm getting more affirmation than ever from the internet. Boo hoo!
It's true.
Ava, I don't want to interrupt.
Subs,
Yeah, people are. If you,
more viewers, cry about it, bitch.
Ava, I don't want to interrupt. Ava, I don't want to interrupt the flow or the organization that you've got going here, whatever you have planned. But at some point, I've got a few questions I'd like to ask Ruby when there's a good chance for that.
Get cracked with a $100 dono. Thank you.
Wow. Get
Lights
cracked.
up for the Ruby Bridge burning. Ava Coin rising. By the way, you should wait for Venus to transit Libra before doing an art auction for your paintings. Instead, Ava be drawing. Thank you. Get cracked.
Dude, that's a nice dono.
Wow, get cracked. Throw in the
Ruby,
money.
we'll split that, Ruby, for you.
Oh my god, thank
Support-
you.
supporting-
Because
I haven't seen your art
ran
yet.
out of money for cigarettes. I'm on my last pack. I live
Can
on
you
the
quickly
edge.
show us your art? Because I haven't seen any. Just
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's This is my favorite painting that I've done.
Wow.
And
You're
I'm trying to
just naturally really talented.
that could look like it. That looks like it could be a picture. That's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But I don't want to get too distracted. Go check out my Instagram, guys. Ava be drawing. But
I'll have to unblock you.
The internet's so tumultuous. Okay, let's play this.
Where are we, girl? What happened?
About OPC Don. I think we both kind of agreed about OPC Don.
No. Same thing.
Vindication.
Yeah, but it's exactly the backwards of what they think it is. You are actually correct in your assessment of people, and I am like not a good. Like I don't.
I disagree. Therefore, I am bad. That's so childlike. I disagree. Therefore, I'm a bad like person. It's like, are you 5? Can't you just disagree? Like, what? Are you serious? Okay.
This one's evil, and you're like, but Dad, I trust you, and you always are right.
Well,
no, not entirely.
It takes a bitch to know a bitch, doesn't it?
No, because law.
But here's the thing, Ruby.
Lalo,
Wait, hang on a second. Here's the thing, Ruby. You invite us up to your apartment. We say something you don't like. You throw it in our face.
Not get
You
invited.
invited us up. Message received. I won't go to your apartment anymore.
No.
No, wait, hang on. Hang on.
Well, I
I get you
her as a
coffee
like,
and
place to be safe.
Yeah, you're offering her a place to be safe. Exactly.
So obvious. One.
It's just so you can tell it's like so manufactured.
Dude, I don't say anything about it. I'm not that kind of person. I just said, like, if you're going Dunkin', I'll just grab it for you. I'm right by there. And you throw that in my face too?
You never threw it in her face.
I just was describing how the day went down.
Yeah, you were never like, fucking bitch.
They're just like making shit up. It's so weak. It's so weak. It's not landing for anyone. How do they even say that with a straight face? Like,
she's not even saying it with a straight face. She's like smiling.
And I bought you coffee.
I can't take it.
I didn't even mention it. You're such a bitch. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Ruby is a bit like.
Well, I mentioned that she nicely bought me coffee and breakfast. Like, wow, I'm evil. That wasn't an issue.
Oh, plus you've given her like $700.
That's actually real. I thought this guy was trolling in chat when he was like, Ruby owes them $700. Hold on.
Well, they've like paid me for like dating streams and stuff. Like, yeah.
They always do that. They use the money against you. They did the same thing with me, bro.
Well, what can they do?
thing.
I mean, they can make these retarded videos and they look dumb. Like, everyone can watch what happened.
Ruby, you got to start your own dating show. I'll still host.
Let's do it, princess. I'm down.
Do,
Ava,
yeah,
let's do it.
do a dating show with me, please. I will do a dating show with you. Awesome.
Dude, I'm so fucking down. We gotta get a group like chat started.
I'll come on.
It's war, bitch.
Yeah.
You want to play dirty? Like, okay, all right.
Hold on. I want to just have
I
them
guess
talk
it's
about
like
the story.
okay, good for the algorithm. I hope she's like literally okay, but
Such a bitch. Like, what the fuck? Go ahead.
Oh, plus you've given her like $700.
Yeah, I've given her tons of money. I
Like
always cash app her.
$700.
Yeah, I always cash app her after I meet. I gave her $60 because we hung out at her place and smoked her cigarettes. I bought her pizza. I bought beers. Like, I have fucking.
Thank you.
Because everything is transactional with them. They're all this is
that's
what
so
narcissists
sad. You like
Yeah.
they must not be able to experience like happiness or like peace or joy. It's just like they get a kick out of this. It's really sad. That's why like I wasn't crying because my eggs are dried up. I've accepted that, obviously, bitch. And yeah, it's like touchy when someone in your own house pushes you on it for an hour in a totally bizarre way. It's just all
Dude, and it's like, and he always uses. We have Jacinda in chat, by the way. Thanks, Jacinda, for showing up.
I still haven't watched that interview. I was like watching it with Grace. I was gonna be there to sweep for you because they like know I was like an Ava apologist.
Yeah, Ava, but no, it's so they. This is what narcissists do, guys. Is they keep track. Ben is keeping tally of every time he ever sent you money and whatever, and they act like it's no big deal. It's a favor, right? Or it's not even a favor.
I'll pay them back once my actual lawsuit settles. My actual lawsuit, not their fake ones. I'll pay you back, bro. I know you're struggling.
Yeah, it's like really telling, like it doesn't make any sense.
Like cry online about less than 1K. Like, wow.
But no, they do this, and you don't owe them anything, right? They offer to pay you.
It's called splitting the earnings.
Yes, exactly. And Grace even told me about it. Was either you or Grace, like, I've known about this thing that you guys have been doing, splitting the earnings. She says it's not like just gifting you money. There's no way they spent $700 on pizza.
I mean, it's petty and weird, and they're like regressing like children.
Yeah.
Given her a lot of money and stuff, and I didn't mention it, but like it was kind of a joke, like the bribery, but like I absolutely did, and I didn't mention it every time. Like we did a dating stream, we'd split the donuts. Last time we did it because I didn't get around to it, but like every time we did the stream, I would add the donuts.
Really
I always gave her a little bit more than half. I gave her a little bit more because I was like, I'm not gonna.
What a generous! I gave her more than half.
Like, okay,
that was your decision.
How far into
I don't know.
How far into today's stream is this? How far behind the live? How far from the beginning are we right now?
We're about an hour behind. This is just what I'm thinking is I'm gonna go a little bit longer here. I just wanted to react to the part where Grace is directly talking to Ruby, but I'll go over the rest of this in a more organized manner in another stream soon.
Okay, just to give context to anyone that's trying to follow along or that just joined in or whatever. At the start of the stream that we're reacting to right now, the first 5 minutes of it, Grace still kind of had a backbone and still was standing up for herself to her dad, and her dad immediately started breaking her down. And now here we are, an hour and a half later, and just like the community predicted, Ben has brainwashed Grace back into seeing Ruby as an enemy, like they always spit on people.
And like nothing really happened. I didn't even confront him over. I just laughed it off because it was so obvious he was trying to hurt me by being like, you're not gonna, you'd be bad, mom. It's like he was in some weird bitchy mode, and I was like, I don't know what to do with that, but like, pop off, King. And then he was done eventually, and it was a weird content, I guess, kind of entertaining, but talk about social skills. Wow.
Yeah, no, it always goes back to the social skills.
Because he can have them, and he actually does. Like, and he would be very social, like everywhere we went, and he was like really nice to people. But like, I don't know, he would like kind of use people as a captive audience. Anyone who would listen, he would do this for free for the attention, But not that he could ever do it by himself. He needs Grace to do literally.
Yes.
He can't even like open a phone, dude.
Yes, we can both agree to that. We've both seen it in real life. Ben does not do anything on
Nothing.
the road. Almost
Nothing.
like disabled. He acts like he's a disabled person.
And he says he will like shrivel up and die unless she basically like spoon feeds him and like dresses him and collects his piss, and it's so manipulative. And then he talks about how like people who use suicide to manipulate are so fucked up. What are you doing to your daughter? You're saying she's gonna die if she doesn't do this.
Yeah.
Like, or you're gonna die if she doesn't do this.
He says he's gonna die if she doesn't do that.
He was like, I just don't care to try anything anymore. Like, and he just barks orders at her all day.
And even if he doesn't come out and say the exact words, that's the implication that he's making. Same thing when he says, "Oh, so what? I should just go to jail then?"
Yeah,
it's always
jail or
like
I'm gonna die. That's what he's.
Either you submit to me,
he's
or the other
desperate
option
for
is the
those not
worst
to
case
happen.
scenario in the world, and you lose me.
Yep.
Let's keep playing this because St. Elmo's Fire says it just keeps getting worse.
Like 55.
You should
60.
be though. You should.
I should be, but I wanted to be like generous. So, this is so why you bought me a Red Bull once in a while. Okay, like I didn't bring it up, but now that you bring it up, like you're such.
She
a
didn't bring it up.
She paid for Walmart stuff. I paid her back for all of that. She got from Walmart, which I did.
Yeah, she's making shit up.
But I paid her back plus some extra for that. So we're not in debt to her at all. She didn't say like forget about it. I paid her
that
back.
they're honing in on this one point and not like, any
Just
of
because
the
I said that they started by her like bringing me iced coffee and them showing up at my house. That's just describing what happened. I said nothing about me. Like they're just making shit up, and it's for the content at this point. They just must be good actors. I must respect the craft. How could this be real? How could this be real? It's too crazy.
No, hang on. Because a lot of people say that, and it does seem like that because it is so crazy. But
Well,
here's
they bounce
wait. This is a big point I'm trying to make here. A lot of people bring up that argument that you're making, and I don't want them sitting there.
Did you spend a lot of time with them? Oh,
let me
cool.
finish what I'm saying here. I haven't even said my point. A lot of people say the things that you just said. And I don't want them to be able to sit there and just nod their heads and be like, yeah, this
No, it's not all fake, but they exaggerate and create bits and we like make jokes like I was a part of it. But I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, try to remember that this is like she's interviewing Ruby right now. She's not interviewing us.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah.
Can I finish my point, please?
Yeah, but we're not gonna come at Ruby though.
I'm only asking her to stop interrupting me and to let me finish saying what I'm trying to say here.
Okay, go ahead.
Please don't derail this because this is a big point that I'm trying to go from the beginning. A lot of people make the argument that Ruby just made. They say this seems way too crazy to be real and that it must be acting. And I don't want anyone to be able to sit there and just nod their head and be like, yeah, it's all staged just because somebody
That's not what I said.
Can I finish my point, please?
Well, you're like you're making an abstraction of my point that's not reflective of what.
Okay, hold on.
So I guess you can like fan fiction, but it's not real. It's not reflective or responsive to my point. I never said it's all staged, but I was a part of like bits and exaggerating things for the camera. I like was with them for like weeks. Like I didn't know what to tell you, but yeah,
I'm sorry. I had to
but
kick
obviously
XP
it's
because
real.
he's
Real, but there's things that are exaggerated for content. It's a little confusing, yeah. But that's my
it's like
perspective.
this is not the time
spending a lot of time.
argue. Yeah, this is not the time to argue about like that. Like I think we get what you're like. I get the point that you're making is that like there are certain times when they're talking shit about you, and just in this situation specifically. So let's keep.
Recognize like the abuse. Sorry,
Your mic is muffled, Melanie.
Oh.
Thank you, Smokey Guru. Appreciate
it. Really has been. Not to mention that I had like that horrible date that I had to like walk out on.
It was that bad?
Oh, dude, yeah, it was that bad. And also the waiter didn't bring water for like the first 10 minutes, so I just knew there was nothing there. I didn't want to waste our time. I said, I don't see a connection. I'm so sorry. And then I just kind of like walked and like kind of like jumped off a little platform to like get away from the restaurant.
Dude, I need to go to the balls to be.
I'm never dating again. That was my 5th Tinder date. I'm done. I'm retired. Ben was right. Give me the kooky glasses. I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm just
I don't know how this. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Is this a better mic? Because
Yeah,
the
yeah, you're
problem
much
is
better.
okay. So I get XP's point that of course, like, there's very real abuse. There's very real, like, they're actually attacking Ruby right now. Like, that, none of that is performative.
Yeah.
Ruby's just saying that, like, they lay it on extra thick.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They
There's
do
like
go
a
that extra
performative
mile.
element.
They bring me on their stream for knowing exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But just like, I think I want XP to realize, like, when you're interviewing somebody, you just don't want to risk talking over them and misrepresenting their point. You want to make sure you're helping them get their point across.
Well, XP, I think what you were getting at, my connection is like sparking out. And it's like, we're just like, I don't want to pick apart like everything. Anytime Ruby says something that like disagrees with you, like, yeah, we're not going to agree with Ruby on everything, but we don't need to like argue with her about like the semantics and little minutia right now.
Yeah.
Syntactical minutia.
Yeah, Ruby, stop saying the R
She
slur.
said, "Oh, they're on my ass." Like, they showed up this morning. I called her on the phone. I said, "Hey, it's no problem at all. I'm just wondering if we could come by and talk and stream. No problem if not. Like, I totally get it." She was like, "No, that's fine." And I was like, "Okay." And to like be a nice person, she
I don't know why she's honing in on this point. It's so weird. You were literally just describing. I'm like, I don't even want to listen to her like honing in on this point.
Rini says
You
the
being on
craziest.
Ava's stream.
Oh, that is
That's
true.
Loserville. Going from Thorp stream to Ava's stream, and I guarantee Ava's
Loserville? I have more views than you, Ben.
and then you're
Yeah,
gonna end
Ava
up,
never misses.
True, you've been popping off. It's undeniable.
You're gonna be talking to Jeremy late at night, and you're gonna be saying like, "Oh no, I think I might just find myself in a position to."
That's so funny the way that he was talking yesterday too, when he was like, "Losers, die." And then you're like, we have 195 viewers. Like, what are you talking about?
I know, what?
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden it's now that's not relevant what the audience wants.
Who dare I say it? Go to that place again. And what's really going to make it hard to avoid that is the fact that you had it all. You had it all. You made millions of dollars.
This is called delusions of grandeur. Listen, I would normally resist doing a psychological analysis because of just being polite and like not being an asshole. That doesn't mean I'm lying when I interact with people, but it's just kind of rude to do. But yeah, it's very obvious.
Dude, he said
Delusions of
you
grandeur.
could have made, you had it all, Ruby. You could have made millions of dollars. That is, yeah, that's crazy.
Real thing. But you're a loser. Losers gotta lose.
Losers gotta lose.
Yeah, for sure.
You actually have like real life friends, and on like you're one of the least.
And they
losers.
all bounced. They were like, fuck this. They deleted their Discords. They were like, this is too fucking weird.
Like, I don't want to get shallow with this, but Ben was sitting on your couch with his beer belly out.
I know.
And like, I'm sorry, but that was like, I was like, dude, that is actually gross.
Yeah.
Like, have some self-respect. If he wants to talk about losers, like, Ben, dude, you're dependent on your daughter.
Oh yeah, like
you're dependent
you're
on
losing it
your
every
daughter.
way.
He's the definition of a deadbeat dad. Like, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, it doesn't
Facts.
land.
Facts.
He says, "I for one am extremely shocked that Ruby turned on Grace. I never could have seen this happening."
And I turned on her. I told her to come back anytime.
See, I actually
Me and
said it
Rini.
sincerely.
No, she said like, "Oh, I don't." I think she said earlier like, "Oh yeah, Ben thought Ruby was great." Sure, Ben.
Oh really?
You really did think that. It was more like private conversations, but he was like, "You know, Grace, I really think Ruby is like from God. Like she's a sign. We've had signs. We did walk into an Asian woman who looked just like her, and we thought it was her randomly when we were at Yale." But
I mean, I'm not. I'm glad we.
How
interacted.
convenient. It's always in
I don't
private.
regret it, but
I like you,
he
Haven.
was like, he absolutely was like, you know,
Yeah, always in private, even though you stream literally all the
Never
time.
there to hear Ben's platitudes.
like, you know, she's got her problems, but like she could really be like a friend to
Well, that's
you.
the funny part about like the accusation. I mean, I'm like incredibly, like stupidly, to a fault, optimistic
and generous. That's what's gotten me into all this trouble.
Yikes.
That's why it's better that I never have any money again.
He's a leech.
Never have. You know what I mean? It's so funny. It's like the opposite of an abusive person.
I'm doing better than him, and I was hooked on fentanyl a year ago.
He's so righteous. He's got the moral high ground, guys. We have nothing to say, right? He's assigned himself the moral high ground based on private communications that he's had with his daughter. What do we have left? There's nothing, right? Like, we can't just point out that nobody else has ever heard him actually say this about Ruby. We've only seen you shit on her in her own living room.
I had like a weird God delusion for my own psychosis. I was like, maybe it is like meant to like be. And like yesterday, it was so hopeful. I was like, it just took such a dark turn. Like,
but even you can like admit that you're flawed during like these delusions, right? Like, Ben, I swear to God, he doesn't see his own flaws. Every time I try to present him with one of his possible flaws, I just ask him if he thinks he's being possessive or jealous at all. And that, like, instead of being like, you know, maybe there's some things I could have done differently, or any of like the humble things that a grown man will say. No, he just completely sidesteps and start attacking my identity. It's sad how predictable that is.
Also, our whole friendship is just now cast into like some bizarre light, you know, like just because I disagreed and didn't want to hang out this morning, like
like I have separation anxiety.
I literally don't follow.
I have separation anxiety, and I can take it very personally when someone asks me to, like, it feels like everything is collapsed. Like, if that's like, what's going on with them, they need to talk about that and
they
admit,
were like grilling me, and I was like, what the fuck?
They're just blaming you. They're just blaming you over and over again. It's all bullshit.
And I don't know. I opt out.
Yeah, no, this is like it always. I feel like usually it feels like it kind of creeps up from out of nowhere, and then they just like, this is what I was saying with like my experience too, is I was like shocked at like the hostility and anger that they came at me.
They really do bond over that. It's the only time they seem happy, and it's incredibly, genuinely sad. It's
Grimace
really
says,
deranged.
"Stay strong, Ruby. Don't get depressed." I don't think she'll get depressed, but yeah, stay strong.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm benefiting from this in a great way, but I am genuinely sad for Grace. I'm genuinely sad that they flipped on me. I knew that, you know, there was the burning bridge, whatever, but I didn't think they would just fabricate things. Like, you could say anything about me. Why do you need to lie? You know, it's like.
Let's keep listening. Let's see what else they say.
Sorry, you just maybe thought of something so amazing. Like, he's going on you about your eggs, which aren't depleted. Like, if we're talking biologically, he's just being a fucking misogynist, right?
Yeah, I can't take it seriously.
But like, he's had his chance. He's the one who's done nothing with his life. And he's now trying to take away Grace's opportunities. And like, I'm sad for Grace too. I genuinely think that she could run a company. And she could be like a billionaire. She has that much drive.
Me, like, streaming and by herself, she would pop off.
And that's not a platitude.
Sad. It's
like,
so
the reason I'm saying that is
destructive. Oh my God.
And that's not a platitude. The reason I'm saying that is because I think she's smart. I think she's cunning, and I think she's driven. And not enough people.
And she's actually really kind. It's just something flips, you know.
Your face.
And it could have been all lies, I guess. I mean, that's kind of a bizarre, intense way to live your life, just lying constantly. But I don't know. I think people are complicated. She has some serious trauma, and she is repeating it and stuck on a loop. She's like comes out of it, and she was really clear yesterday.
That's the cycle of abuse. It's called the cycle of abuse for a reason.
And it's very typical of domestic abuse victims. So it's like, come on, girl. I need to call it out for what it is.
It's a relapse even. It's a relapse. Like, not in a drug sense, but it is a relapse.
I know.
And Ben, I know you're going to watch.
Like, they're just, even though it's bad, like, for both of them, because Ben could also do a channel. He is, like,
yeah, they're going to watch this afterwards.
And, like, fun. Like,
oh, they're watching right now.
I do like Ben. Like, he could totally do his own thing, even though he's, like, a little crazy.
Oh yeah,
I have to say
Ben?
this.
I'm sorry.
Aww.
I just we got along. I don't
Well,
know
a
if
lot
it
of
was all,
abusers
like,
are
lies
charismatic.
and
A
acting,
lot of
but
narcissists are charismatic, so it
yeah,
actually makes
exactly. He
sense.
does have charisma, and like he's charming, and
But he
I
doesn't
know we
have
just got
Riz. He
along.
does not have Riz. Let's be clear. And Ben, like honestly,
He rizzed in his own way by being like more normal than I expected.
Until
That's like it made me. I was like a little disarmed. I was like, okay, maybe these people are like more. Things are exaggerated, and they're like a little misunderstood, and it's just like, they're just in an intense situation that's being broadcast, and
I even thought about warning you, and was like, you know what, Ruby's smart enough. She's going to figure out what's going on if there's
I was
something
warned
going on.
by hundreds of people. Probably, I should make like a compilation of all the warnings I got. People said they would stop talking to me if I interacted with them. Every single like big streamer that I know said stay away from them. It's going to be a disaster. But the thing is, I got nothing to lose, baby. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, and like I just have something I need to say to Ben since I know he'll be watching. A, this is self-destructive behavior. You should stop watching. But B, Ruby might be out of eggs according to your logic, but at least she's not making it so that way Grace is going to be out of eggs before she can do anything with her life.
Damn.
So she's not a leech.
Yeah. Grace is going to be in the same position if she stays with Ben. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But I mean, Ruby, I have to say, like, I get what you mean of like, yeah, he is like, narcissist can be very charismatic. Like, he can be funny in his absurdity and stuff, but like, at the end of the day, he is an abuser and when his true colors come out, not a likable person.
Well, I knew these features of his personality going in. I went in so hostile with him. I went in yelling at him, saying that he was a narcissist, sociopath. He wanted to start a weird sex cult, and he was going to try to exploit my god psychosis and daddy issues to manipulate me to be like. I knew that going in, but I knew that you couldn't be too hard on Ben. I knew that would instantly alienate Grace. I figured that out. I think whether you told me or just the vibe.
Yeah, I did tell you that, yeah.
So I thought I could be friends with Grace, and I related to a lot of like her background. We both were like out of school for long periods of time in a really difficult kind of like, teen youth times. I don't know.
He's funny.
People are confusing as fuck.
Hold on, let's keep watching this because someone says it gets better.
Oh, Ava, I'm sorry. Just because she says she's confused, I do want to shed some insight. This is the brain chemistry of it. So like, Grace has learned to get dopamine from Ben's behavior, right? Everything he says is reward, stuff like that. And we know that people are reward driven. So when Grace was opening up to you, that was like the opposite of reward. That felt like punishment to her. And so afterwards, her brain is like, how do I avoid that punishment?
Yeah.
And Ben took advantage of that. And like, all I'm saying is not rocket science. When you actually think about like, when you try to see things from Grace's perspective, she only knows how to function through Ben, right? And it does feel like you're taking that away from her.
It's just she does everything.
Yeah, she gets meaning through taking care of him.
Yeah.
And she's had to take care of her siblings. I'm pretty sure she's had to take care of her siblings before, right? She's always had to take this role of the mother figure. She doesn't know anything else. She doesn't know that this isn't normal.
I don't want to like totally diminish her agency because she is really smart. But
Right, no, she has
I've
the
been
agency.
in like toxic relationships where it's bad. You try to leave and you go back. I don't know why they have that
100%.
dynamic, but they do.
But what I'm trying to explain is how she still has that agency, but her judgment is so clouded right now from everything that's going on in the emotional baggage from her past.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Sorry.
Let's keep it.
I will give you so much time to play it.
Here we go. But you're totally right, Melanie. You were.
Yeah.
I never expect people to snake. I'm too trusting. My wife's boyfriend told me so during the wedding.
Okay.
Ultimately streamer, we got the crack whore, and we got the ex-fentanyl addict. Yo, guys, this squad is insane. Can't wait to see what you guys do together.
No, the gay attacker.
Yeah, the guy who
violently attacks gays for having a conversation with Thorps.
And the Troon at Safeway.
Interacting with that Furby is its
Power Squad, the Avengers. Avengers assemble.
Are we the Power Squad? Is that what this is?
No, they say we're
That's
the
too funny.
Avengers. The Thorp.
We're the Femvengers. We're the feminist
Yeah.
Avengers.
Here we go.
Family. It's like
Keep coming back. Well, she gets into the Discord and you have her on, and you're like, yeah, it's normal. And
The Furby.
then still gets again.
a lot of my family members.
Whatever they said. Spin it and argue that green.
All big stream. Okay, she's lost. She doesn't have any more content. She's watching our stream. Ava, no content for you.
We watched it for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, we literally watched
Literally.
for 2
They
seconds.
watch your shit. They respond to everything you do.
Yeah.
Like, what's the worst you can do?
Make noise 24 hours a day.
She's giddy because they get to be cool together.
You want another hostile neighbor? I have no idea why.
So deranged.
I don't know. I just want to make her see. But yeah, no, I don't really.
You see
want
what?
She said she wants to make her see you.
Yeah, she's very into like vengeance.
Oh,
'cause she
seethe.
learned that
I get
it's,
it.
like a respectable act, like response from Ben, even though it's like totally psycho.
She's very into
Well, right
vengeance.
now-
I totally say that.
Okay, so another
But look
side
at how
of this
she
is like
lights up when they like are cruel together. It's like, yeah, like Daddy loves me right now. It's so fucked up. It's deranged.
that reminds me of another thing where like right now she is in a place where she can gain favor with Ben, right? And kind of that makes her feel protected. It
Yes.
feels like they're on the same side, and so long as she's agreeing with him, he's not going to lash out. He's not going to blame her.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And this is like the issue. And I think that this is also why they like having like another person around. I've always said this, they thrive on like this beefing and talking shit about people. It's when they bond.
It
dude.
is.
It's the only time they're on the same side.
Yeah, it sounds pretty weak though. I don't know.
It is weak. It's sad.
It
could just
is.
ask
It's just
for
like,
more.
okay, I get it. Like you're totally under his control.
Why would you want to
Well,
live
even
in
the fact that she can't like
Nothing to use
maintain. Sorry, I'll let it play.
Yeah, I just want to let it play a little, see if she says anything else.
Well, you know, the worst part of all this is now I don't have anyone to hand off the dating streams to. I mean, I don't think Process can really carry it by himself. Whatever.
Don't worry, we got it.
No, don't worry, girl.
Yeah,
You can
we-
do them 90% of the time anyway. You don't show up for shit.
Right.
You can't do anything. Why am I more productive than you when I'm so crazy?
Totally. I'm an idiot. I mean, I guess you just
He's
don't like you don't really know
validating
if
her
something-
right now. He's giving her affirmation because
Mm-hmm.
he's saying, "Oh, I'm an idiot. You saw this. You're the one that like wants to shit on Ruby, and you're the one that didn't like Ruby."
He's so humble when he's in control.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's like, and I mean, he's like using this like facade to like give her back. See you next Tuesday to somebody who actually cared about her. Truth Seeker, I've been playing like since like there's not anything to rewind to really.
something could be repaired. But when you did say like the chance for saying like I was really wrong to do that, I'm really sorry, mate, is pretty low.
About this whole thing, 0%. 0%. I genuinely put it at 0%.
Oh, they want you to apologize, Ruby.
That's cute.
They're saying, what are the odds
This
that
has
she
got to
comes
be for
in
like
with-
a bit. Like, come on.
It's fucking wild, dude. Everything's about
I mean, it's like in a way, I like know it's not. They actually are that psycho, but like it's like funny because it's so like from a textbook of like enacting a scene of like narcissistic bipolar personality.
Yeah. Because then she gets a huge dopamine
Yeah,
rush.
it's like
Here's an interesting question: Is
Grace,
Ben medicated?
Google it, girl.
Have you seen Ben taking his medication? Has he mentioned if he's on meds?
He stopped taking meds and he's totally manic and on a bizarro sleep schedule. Like he'll like wake up at 3 a.m. and then be like up until like 7 and then they like nap and he just barks orders at her all day. That's what he does. But like she would say, you know, I like it. So I'm like trying to respect her agency that like okay, you're an adult. Like, I guess you could choose to be in, like, maybe you get some super meaning out of helping him and you find him to be, like, disabled or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's beyond explanation.
Like, what are you going to do? Tie her down?
Let's play this. I'm gonna play this a little bit longer. Just see if there's anything else.
I think if there was to be an apology, it would be like, you know, you guys have to understand that you crossed my boundaries, but I am sorry for what I did. And I just think it would just be like a fake apology.
A straight. I know what you
How would that be fake? That wouldn't be fake. It would be like, hey, I'm expressing my side and what I think what you did is wrong, and then here's where I was wrong.
Yeah.
And that would be a perfectly normal.
Like, it shows that she can't win with them.
Yeah. Or like a caveat apology.
It would be like,
yeah,
yeah, like let's let bygones be bygones. I don't want to have beef, but I do doubt that will happen because I think we pushed a button that she didn't want pushed, which she claimed she was fine. She claims that joking about her marital or relationship
We should
stuff
watch
is fine,
that interaction.
People say, like,
the interaction in question is uploaded on Mark Fusion's channel of, like, me and Ben, like, arguing, and he's just, like, trying to throw darts at me, and I'm, like, laughing it off and being like, okay, buddy, like, it's kind of funny, but it's just so funny if you watch that and know what they're referring to as, like, the moment I crossed the line.
And I'm pretty sure you said, like, okay, let's stop talking about this now. Let's stop talking about this now.
Yep. I was like, why can't we just, like, drop it? Like, I dropped him being a bitch because I'm like, I just take it. I have, like, a lot of very mentally ill relatives who've been abusive, and I've had to hold, like, kind of complex relationships with people before, where on one hand, I really care about them and can see all these great qualities. On the other hand, they also are capable of abuse and do abuse. It's, you know, people are bizarre.
Like,
oh,
true. You know, you should have better social skills. Be more sensitive to people, which means pander to their insecurities. If you're
oh my god, I don't even
insecure, you're
fan fiction.
Yes. And
you could have a relationship with
can't have a relationship with me if you don't let me worm it, like, literally pick apart and critique every aspect of your life for hours is the other way of putting that.
Oh, thank you, Get Crack.
My answer is no, thank you. If you're insecure and you want other people to affirm you for your insecurities, and that just seems to be just about everybody.
Okay.
It just isn't me.
Grace, that's her talking about herself, not the same.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I just don't really think if you
Okay,
constantly,
I'm gonna have to watch through this. I don't want to just play boring parts without.
Well, actually, it's funny. Somebody on Ben's stream brought up that, like, what Ruby says about herself doesn't give you the right to start using that against her. Just because Ruby comedically expresses some anxieties doesn't. But I think she had a.
And it wasn't just a remark. It was an hour of him poking. Me laughing it off, like, being like, "What the fuck?" Like, okay, like, it was bizarre enough that Mark Fusion clipped it. Like, so.
And can I just say, like, that night, I realized Ben's never been fun at parties, like, ever. Ruby, you're a fucking party animal, and that was so fucking clear that night.
He does lack some, like, basic social skills. It's a lot of projection, and it just looks like someone read a psychology, like the DSM, and is just, like, acting out all the symptoms. Like, that's what it's like, okay?
Dude, that is what it's like if you programmed an AI. And it's like, that's like,
oh my god, can someone please, like, do that and see if it comes out the same?
And I just want to make sure, like, the focus is on, like, Grace. Oh, go ahead. The focus should be on Grace, like, being in danger right now. Like, she is in danger.
Yeah.
She may not be a perfect person. Like, I don't expect her. Like, I assume if we started to fight, she'd bring up my transness, and, you know, like, because of that, I don't want to. That's why I don't want to cross-pollinate my audience with hers. I don't want to work with her directly.
Oh no,
I'm
they're
just
terrible.
there.
And also, I
what
tried.
Plush said?
There was like the night that she got the black eye. She was the first night she was supposed to stay with me, and she's had a total, complete mental breakdown, crying, and like she can be like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, because she knew if she stayed with me, she would be punished. But she was gonna be punished, and she just kept saying, I ruined it. I already ruined it. I like she was stuttering like a child. It was fucking disturbing. That's what I was crying about, Grace, you dumb cunt. Not that you called me old, you little bitch.
Yeah, and
But I
another
don't want
important thing to
be so with her
remember.
because
Sorry.
but I was like an inch away from pulling her out of the fucking car because I didn't know what was gonna happen because it was an escalated
It's scary.
situation. It was fucking scary.
Wait, what
An
situation
important
was
thing
this exactly?
What's that?
What situation is this exactly?
This was like there was a night we like went to IKEA and then we came back and we decided we were like at a park and we had this whole like session with like a whiteboard and I was wearing like a purple shirt and Grace was wearing a hat and glasses to hide the thing. Fuck, where was I taking that? I totally forgot.
You asked what happened that made you want to pull Grace after, or you were asked what happened.
Yeah, because it was that night, and I was like, okay, if he knows that I know, like, I can't let him know that I kind of see that she was hiding on my porch with a black eye. I can only assume. And they said they had this conflict, so I was going to go help them with their conflict. Of course, it's streams. And we decided that Grace was going to come stay the night at my house. And at the last minute, Ben started saying, well, what am I going to eat? Well, I guess I'll just, I don't know. I guess, I don't know. He started, like, acting like a helpless child. It was bizarre.
That's
and
so
then, like,
ridiculous.
And it, like, and then Grace was, like, getting cold feet, and they wouldn't separate.
Because he's the
Right.
one that is always like, we need separation. Like he was going on that arc
That
with
was
you.
the
where
conclusion
he was the one saying that.
wanted.
Yeah.
And then he totally backed out on it, and like then said it was Grace doing it, but I saw what happened. Also, one of my friends, I don't want to like be totally like weird, but one of my closest friends had a very specific, bizarre nightmare about Ben. And I don't know, it's just like freaking out.
I feel like
and
that's
like today's like
conjecture.
raining. Everything stays like so dramatic, and it's like, wow, okay.
Yeah, the drama. So I just wanted to point out, like, part of like what's going on in Grace's brain right now is she's still got like those youthful emotions. She's 21 years old. Her prefrontal cortex is literally still developing.
Yep.
And when Ben left IKEA, he knew that she'd have a separation anxiety response. Like abusers, every single time they'll pretend like they didn't know what to expect when, like, she's your daughter. How do you not expect that? You complain about her overreacting all the time, but you don't anticipate
living
it.
with her. Confusing.
Yeah. Well, it's really not when you understand that it's like there's a lot of emotional drainage going on from both sides at this point because she's also very much drained. So she's draining him, trying to get stuff like trying to get reciprocity out of them. And that creates like fights that we don't see. And all of this is like, I sometimes I wonder if she's streaming this all as like a cry for help, but I assume like Ben wants it too for some reason.
I mean, it's their bread and butter, and I think it's a really messed up algorithm to like link financial gain with your personal drama. So that became a thing where it's like, okay, the cops are here, film. The cops are like, it's like. Totally.
Hey, Dalmatian, just before you say something, I just want to get this in real quick. And like, never mind, I forgot my point. Go ahead.
Well, my point is this: is Ben didn't do those bad things that people say he did. He is a good man in so many ways, and he's not a violent person, right, Ruby? Did you find him to be a violent person?
No, but I can't explain why they got in a fight and Grace was hiding on my porch with a black eye.
Well, I mean,
do you think it was verbally abusive?
She might have slipped. That might have been you might have missed.
Then why did she
you
deny it that there was anything there?
And let me ask you something,
I
Dalmatian.
said, "Oh, did you bump yourself or something?" I was trying to give her.
No, Dalmatian, you're inherently wrong on him not being violent because he was verbally abusive when he told Grace to kill herself. Plain and simple. There's no way around it. That's violent.
Well,
if you need physically violent, then we have videos of him kicking her.
So that was
we
never
have
really
videos of that.
explained, you know, like I don't know.
Yeah, every time I confronted with them, they beat around the bush every single time. Oh, and that, that too. It's like my heart's racing as soon as I saw that because, like, you almost can't believe it. You almost can't believe someone would do that on camera.
Yep.
Ben didn't do these things. These are false.
Dude, you're denying what's right in front of your eyes. You're like, what the fuck are you doing with your life?
He wouldn't do this. He wouldn't do this.
Dude, you're denying what's right in front of you. What are you doing? This is something you need to talk to a therapist about then.
Oh shit. I don't know why it's not. Is it? Hold on.
It's playing on my end. As soon as you press play there, it played. It's a little laggy is all.
Okay.
Because you're so afraid of Johnny doing something to you.
Like, how is that him not kicking her? What the fuck? I have two eyes. Are you telling me I don't?
He loves kicking.
So Ruby, I mean, what was the problem? You had a bad date yesterday, and now you got mad today, or something?
No, Dalmatian. That's stupid. That's bad faith as fuck.
You had a bad date, and now you're.
What? No, they were.
Why are we
at my
talking
house
to
and they were,
Dalmatian
like,
right now?
popping off and like being weird, and I just said I wasn't in the mood to do it, and they went totally nuclear and like started lying about me. Which is unfortunate.
Because you had alone time
with them, but I guess what people said was true. It's really sad.
This all started because Grace wanted alone time with her. It really is that simple and that horrific. Because
that simple.
Because his daughter wanted alone time with her friend.
I mean, Ruby, I just don't believe this. You've been around.
Okay, then go away. Why are you here?
You've been around them for so long.
Just to be clear, you think I'm lying? You think I'm making this up?
Well, I mean, you've been around them, right?
Yeah, and
this
I've
is
been
your first
perfectly
time.
honest about I did not see any signs of like physical or sexual abuse. Obviously, he's super hard on her, and
by that she means literal signs.
Black eye on my porch, ducking, hiding from him. I don't know, man. Tell me why else that happens. I do not want to
like
believe
I
it
said,
either.
Ruby, there
Dude,
are
I've
many.
been friends with these people for the last the whole summer. I really do not want that to be true, dude. And I did not want it to ever get to this level, but they brought it there, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're not having no. I was like maybe some control opposition, but it's just retarded.
How can you see like? I don't know.
I have two. Like he must assume we don't have two eyes,
Yeah.
or even one. You actually only need one for that, but
like I don't know, man. It's wild.
Yeah, Dalmatian is just.
But,
like,
and I
I
still
think he's
want
trying
to
to
do the
find.
best in them, and I still say nice things about Ben and Grace that I really enjoyed spending time with them. And I thought we had a really good vibe collaborating. We had a lot of fun, and we made some money. And I don't know, I thought it was fine. They decided to like push me because Grace got too close. It's obvious.
We like.
Yeah, Ruby, yesterday was really, really interesting because it was the first time in the longest time that I've actually heard Grace say, this is what I want for me. Not this is what I want for Ben. This is, I'll run for president because Ben wants me to. If she said, I want to get my GED, I want the family stuff to stop. And you said, you were very gentle with her and you were very careful with her, but you were like asking her, what are the steps to take to get what you want, and that's not good for Ben.
Nope. Because she doesn't want to be a pawn in his divorce. So it's like she knows what's going on, so I don't know why she like turns her brain off and goes into this weird mode. But it does seem like they're super happy when they gang up on someone, so it's like I guess I'll let it be their bonding time. They can truly like pop off. They look bad. And I'm getting mad subs, so keep going. I don't know.
Share screen. I know that the people really. I was gonna end this a little bit ago, but I know that a lot of people are here and they don't want me to. So I don't know how you guys feel, but I'll play this a little bit more.
I feel like you're a queen, okay? So keep.
I'm gonna keep playing it as long as you guys are on the same page and we can keep reacting to this.
I do just want to say, Gnome, after like you are a very smart person. I can tell just from like the way you talked about things. I'm so glad to be able to be in the same chat with you. I know I can get fangirly sometimes, but there's just like I feel like there's something about the way you analyze stuff that like I can really like respect.
I love you too, Melanie. When you came on the stream, and I was expecting, Ben to have a weaker target that he was just going to bully down, and you started listing abusive behaviors to him in a calm way. I was like, hell yeah!
That was like funny, but also like good.
Thank you. Well, I feel like I'm meeting so many awesome people because of Ruby right now.
Oh, I'm glad you like got involved in this bizarre thing.
I sense danger. And I had to.
Curiosity kills the cat, man. Be careful
But not
what
the
rabbit hole you
fox.
go down. Sometimes the rabbit will
But not
latch
the
onto you
fox.
and do this weird psycho shit.
But see, I'm no cat, so like I'm like in nature, I would be actually like diving down those rabbit holes.
All right, ready, guys? Here we go.
The internet, not have discussions with a bunch of losers with their loser philosophy.
I mean, I get that.
All of you are going to be thrown off of this platform, and you're going to have to find somewhere else to do what you're doing, right? And I hate to say that really because it's like the football players taken over the computer room, and the computer nerds have been there, and they were the kings of that room, and now you got to get the fuck out of here.
It's funny how Ben sees himself as separate from all of us supposed losers. He's the one person, the one streamer that is the jock.
Yeah, really, Ben? We're supposed to all live. We were all supposed to like want to achieve what you've achieved here. Seriously?
Ruby, I have a question. Does Ben actually do anything aside from watch streams, and complain about
No,
things?
they just kind of wake up, look up their name on streams, see who's talking about them, kind of stir the pot, and then immediately just start streaming everything, and just getting into whatever shenanigans.
God, it must suck to have no hobbies whatsoever, aside from this.
I mean, I'm sure it seems like they are just kind of in a state of crisis, living in this RV, like kind of on the run. It feels like I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they don't have anything going on. How often did they talk about the FBI thing, Ruby?
Yeah, and that was always a stretch. I do feel I was like absolutely harassed and doxxed, and like I can send you the videos. I showed them to Princess exactly what happened. And people found my IRL Facebook and like sent messages there and like to my mom, and that was always why I used like an alias, was so people don't fuck with my mom, and that crossed the line for me, and that made me like, fuck this. There's got to be some legal action, and people absolutely do fuck with them, but like they also like it and like incite it, and it's not like how I normally interact with the world.
H8 says, I'd rather be a loser than anything Ben claims. Owning my own house and being able to wipe my own ass are just two things he can't relate to me on. We aren't the same. He is correct. Yep, Ben. I pay my own rent. I'm in my own apartment right now. It's like, if you can't, at the very least, pull that card, like, you have nothing. Like, you are the loser.
When Ben said his greatest fault was his generosity earlier, I cracked up. I'm like, yeah, you're so generous. You used Ruby's hospitality, you used Grace's money, you used Grace's labor.
Mm-hmm.
Good job being generous, man.
Yeah. Oh, but they got her Dunkin' Donuts. Guys.
So weird.
I didn't get a chance
weird
to say,
thing to harp on.
I didn't get a chance to say this before, but like the reason they're always hopping around is because Ben's always destroying the relationships that Grace is forming with people. She can't form relationships with people, period. That's part of the abusive behavior list.
I really think that she will learn from this one. Like,
I
think
hope so.
This is gonna plant the seed.
Yeah.
Try the robotics lab or some other place where you're allowed to fester, but it's not going to be here on YouTube. Get it together. Ruby had a chance. She failed. Let it be a cautionary tale.
Right back at you, Betty.
Well, Grace, you being a woman, you should empathize with the prego talk. I mean,
so it wasn't even the issue. It was that
I
he was being
thought that was a
too
bit.
rude.
That whole thing was like a bit for stream too.
I know. Like, oh my god, he's a moron.
I think my dad was right. Like,
I actually don't think it's women talk. I just think it's human talk. If you're over anyone out there, and there are a lot of you, if you're over 29 and you're single, consider that maybe it's just not in the cards.
Josie says in all caps in the chat, they're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here. Nobody said we were gonna get rid of you. Oh, are you identifying as one of the losers of the internet? I hope not. Josie.
We're all losers.
Most other people.
No. I'm not. No. I'm not saying like that you can't get married in your 30s. That's not what I said. I said if you're 29,
no one cares.
Scratch at that point.
The video's out there. People can watch it. It's on Mark Fusion.
I would say years old. So
That's exactly what happened.
one truck
We need
shows you that like.
Is that why Ben rushed to impregnate that 3 out of 10 at 30?
Ruby, Truth Seeker said that Ben was looking for your brother's information to collect information.
What?
That's
for his job.
psycho,
Apparently, he said narcotics 101 to gather info to use later. So be careful on that one.
I mean, they're gonna like flame out, and then I'll move on with my life and actually have a channel of substance, and they'll keep being a drama farm and lolcows.
This is how you know, though, that they don't have shit on you and they know they look fucking dumb.
know.
They're having to dig. They're having to do an investigation. Everything's already out there. Like, what weirdo freaks, dude? I'm eating, guys. I'm not talking that much. But, that is crazy.
Yeah.
That's crossing a line.
Yeah, like it's so obvious. No one watches them and thinks that's normal. I told them, I was like, do you guys realize like only 0.01% of people think you act normal? Like Psycho's like Dalmatian dog who's total lolcow.
Yeah.
And just to drive home Noam's point, sort of, like when you do that line of work, you have to know how to manipulate information from people to extract them. Like we're not talking like, Russian brainwashing or anything like that, but knowing what makes people tick and knowing what will get them to say something in an emotional state. It's how to manipulate people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they tried and they failed, and we can all move on with our lives after. It's like, good job, guys.
And it's just funny to me too because most people have babies. Like, just even though this point is so irrelevant, but like most people like have kids in the early 30s, like 29.
Yeah, it's not crazy for me to like have a kid in my mid-20s. I said I have a 10% chance, and like, so yeah, I'm like have been trying to start dating and like, like registering to go back to school and like going to job interviews and like actually trying to be a person, something that Ben's not familiar with doing.
Is that just
and
because
Ruby,
you're on
you
method?
don't need the validation, but the way that you've behaved in this situation in helping Grace and really trying to, get through to her in a gentle way, you'd be a fucking awesome mother when you're ready. Like, honestly. And the fact that he says, once you're over 29, you're past the point of being able to have kids. Like, everybody knows that's nonsense.
I actually never wanted kids until I was in my like early 30s, and I was like, actually, I do think like I would want that. So yeah, I'll try dating, but I'm highly aware that like it's late in the game. Obviously, I did a little fuck up by being a drug addict. Duh.
You have a lot of people in the chat volunteering
Don't go on my date.
to be your baby
obviously
daddies.
jealous. Like like what else is this coming from? It's either just for the content or he's literally a jealous little bitch.
And I just want to say, because I know Hugh might have something to say. Like, I hope you don't actually believe the 10% thing. I hope that's just like where you're at right now. Because
I would have to find someone, or yeah, it could be higher than that, but I don't want to. I'm not banking on it by any means.
Oh, okay. Like you're not gonna
So
like dedicate your life to the idea of
trying to like find like something to poke at. You can watch, if you watch the video, it's so obvious what he's doing.
So you're not dedicating your life to being a mother necessarily. And to kind of again buttress on Noam's point, like I told you in DMs, like I really think you'd be a good social worker. Like, honestly, you have the patience, you have the strength, and like you're really good with people. You're
Early 30s is the average to have a child. Yeah, for undesirable women. Perfect. If you're undesirable,
you're a dad, right?
So,
You have kids, right? Wait. Let's make sure this guy has kids before he can comment.
Whoa. What?
Dude,
You have
you
kids,
don't need
right?
to have the cam on.
Yeah,
you can
you're
totally
one of
just
them.
turn off the cam and do voice only.
So I'm going to take that as a no.
Q, who are you?
Yeah,
what did you want to come up here for?
Somebody gave me the link, and I just wanted to say hi.
Okay.
I just want to say bye.
Yeah, can we kick him? He seems
Yeah, well, you sound like a faggot.
Well,
only for you, baby. Only for you.
He sounds like a faggot. Is that wrong? Does he
No.
not sound like a faggot?
All right.
Is that?
Jesus Christ.
Ooh,
You
can we have a
go back
soundboard?
another
Like,
time.
can we get a
Not right now.
soundboard? Like, wow, what a zinger.
I know. Like what? Like
I want to shave off his hair and make a blanket out of it.
Yeah,
Dude,
he was not doing enough visual to be that sassy.
He could shave his whole body like he's a sheep or something. Make some wool out of it.
And you were in for something good when the first thing he said was burp.
feeling would be mutual.
Tyrone says, Ben do try to stop himself. You've got to give him credit.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just think it's a funny chat.
$5 billion.
Yeah.
Apparently welcomes people to work for them who want nothing more than to create an extraordinarily dangerous situation.
I don't know.
That's a lot of different platforms for DM.
True.
You'd be trying to jump over here, over here, over here.
So he DM'd me on Instagram back in March, and he said
they're besties, so she can.
There's no winning because he can't tell you I'm not a victim.
This is so
He
boring.
controls the entire whole thing.
Okay, here we go. She
It's
goes
like-
to react
it's
to my
like-
stream again around this time. Where is she laughing?
One screenshot from Grace from the Discord.
I hate that fake laugh that she does.
It's
too.
because
The
Giddy's
Grace
that daddy's
laugh.
really happy with her. She's actually giddy, I think, from dad.
Yeah, it's that dopamine hit you guys were talking
somebody's
about.
asking Ruby if we owe her any money.
Oh, this is about
Find example though. It's really hard.
Search for Twitter's out there.
We'll do that later. We'll do that later.
Just one screenshot on the video, the one screenshot from Grace from the Discord in the memes channel, where some random stranger on Twitter asks Grace and says, "I don't really know you. I just discovered you, but how do you respond to the incident?"
Oh my god.
Wait, I want to see the reaction.
Okay.
Like,
Ruby question. Did this because I saw. Hold on, XP. I saw.
W me. How do you respond to the allegations? Nigga.
I saw somebody said that you owe them. They're saying that you owe them $700 now or something. And I don't know if that.
What? No.
I don't know if that was for
They've always
real.
paid
No,
me
we didn't say that.
back. I loaned them money, responded them a couple times, and they gave me like a cut of streams. And sometimes they paid me on streams that didn't even do that well. You know, like they were always like I went on a limb when I first met them and lent them like my last like $300 at the time, and they paid me right when they got paid. So
Okay. And so then they don't owe you any. No. Or wait, no, you don't owe them any money, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
So Sham wants to say, just tell Ruby we're proud of her for standing up to Ben and setting boundaries. Ben is so happy to plug that Ruby has been made other. How do you?
Dad, you got bitches talking about you 24/7 now. How do you feel?
What I think is really funny, what I think would be an interesting response to all this would be to say, like, I just think
It's
like,
like
it sounds
any
like
attention, even if it's negative,
Yeah.
it's still attention.
You
it's
have-
still the narcissistic supply.
Can you imagine saying that to your dad? Daddy, you got bitches all over your dick, Daddy.
His dick that doesn't work is very small.
Oh my god, Mike. For the $99.99, thank you, Mike.
You know what's funny, Ruby, is like you're like,
Mike.
oh, you're gonna get sent dick pics if you're in Grace's server. Like, no, I was sent pictures of Ben's dick somehow,
Yep, me
and yes,
too.
it is very small. Yes, it is very small.
Yeah, it is. It's really small and it's ugly. It's ugly too. But
I
that
don't
is,
like the body shame, but they brought it to this level. I don't
yeah.
know. It's not. It was disappointing. I'll
It's
say
just
that.
it's funny how she's still just like they do this thing where they avoid like any like when people are actually giving him criticism, she's like, "Oh, Dad, girls are all over you." Like you're just like ignoring your
Because he's acting like a bitch.
Beside the actual content of what they're saying.
Yeah, he's acting like a little bitch.
It is. It's a very little bitch. It's a very beta.
Yeah,
like,
very
pussy
beta, very
bitch
little bit. Just like, just
thing.
move on. Why do you care so much? Like that I asked you to leave. Like, move on. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Ruby, did you ever feel like Grace was kind of pushing you into being Ben's girlfriend in any type of way? Because it felt like a lot of the time when she was like, sit on dad's lap, do this or whatever, it felt a little weird, but it might have just been like a weird dynamic, but it felt something.
I mean, we would like joke around and stuff, but like, I don't know if I'd say that it felt like she was. No, I don't know. It's hard to say what's I think they have warped perceptions of like boundaries, so I don't know. There were a couple things that I just said no to, like especially when I had a boyfriend. Like once Grace was like, "Oh, you want Ben to like throw you in the pool," and I was just like, I don't know if I want to do anything like super contact, like with my boyfriend watching. Like it seems potentially disrespectful. But that was like the only thing that was maybe sus. But aside from that, not really.
Grace was doing her own tests with Ruby. Don't underestimate her, says Hedgehogin. I mean, they there is a lot of talk about like Ben talks. He would talk about this a lot more during my era with them, like of Grace being the Ghislaine to his Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Those words specifically. And I think that's kind of why like she's kind of entrained into this behavior.
Such a weird aspiration, like the way that he talks about he's the pimp and Grace is his bottom bitch, or that he's Jeffrey Epstein. Like, who aspires to that? What the fuck?
I mean, I was thinking as like these are like I like dark humor and like kind of outrageous jokes, but then it's like there is an element of like you're kind of being like serious too, like
and free Thorp.
Like, it's like funny, but it's also like on a level you are like literally trying to do that. You just don't realize that I'm actually smarter than you, dude.
I think people do underestimate your intelligence.
Like we're trolling, but like the truth of the matter is, she's like, "Oh, I really love Grace. Ben is the problem." Okay, you didn't like Ruby.
I mean,
He's saying Grace. He's like, well, you didn't even like Ruby, did you, Grace? And he's like, you better say the right thing, and I'll let you say.
Liked her, and I disliked some parts of her.
Okay, so he's capping because look at this.
They're gonna
She
take
can't
this
even
video
agree.
down, and she's gonna say like some excuse. I don't think they're gonna leave it up. It seems like it's not really landing.
Yeah, watch her response to this, Ruby. Like you're right,
Ruby.
I mean, I liked her,
And
and I disliked some parts of her.
I mean, but you generally were like, I don't want to. I mean, I can't tell you how many times you said like
Ben is trying so hard to like get her to diss on you.
I don't want to see her. She's a loser.
Yes, almost every time.
And I was like,
say,
well, you shouldn't, because like you don't have you haven't. It's good to have a friend, but like you were just always like
He's totally trying to spin it that he's this fucking. This is such a fucking manipulative.
I don't know why she like. Well, I guess I know why she goes with it, but it makes her look dumb.
No,
It's
yeah,
like so
it makes her-
obvious.
Yeah, no, and it's so obvious that it's the other way around. But they're trying to like put on this facade. It's the same thing that Grace does when she's like, "Oh my god, I look like an abuse victim." Haha, it's just
Yeah,
makeup." And it's like it's so transparent.
I actually went like, girl, you're not fooling anyone.
Yeah, no, and it's the same with Ben. Like he thinks that he's like fooling people, like making up for it, spinning the narrative to be like, and it's like, dude, it's so transparent what you're doing right now that you're trying to like cover for yourself, and like because of the black eye allegation.
And not just that, it's like now that everything's like over and everything, he can say, I was pushing you to have a friend, Grace.
Yeah.
And but I was really encouraging this friendship, but Ruby fucked it up. And that's going to be his story and his narrative to spin from now on. When everybody knows the real narrative is Ben threw a hissy fit because you were getting too close to her and actually, asking her what she wants for her life.
Fang says, honestly, I feel like she's being forced to say this stuff. There's an underlying pressure there for sure. There's definitely a pressure there of he's suggesting, he's like, you felt this, didn't you, Grace? Wink, wink. Like, it's so obvious, dude. You're trying to, like, oh my god. Like you're doing a horrible job of this.
Yeah, it's not
I
convincing.
don't need to go that low.
Yeah, he's like, see, I'm not the one that's trying to impede on your relationships. I'm not the one that's jealous. It was you that felt this way.
Oh, and she sucks. And I was like, I mean, it's just so ironic.
But like, he's not even getting Grace to say that. He's just saying that she said that. She's not even agreeing with him.
It's like, oh my God, me and Grace get along great. It's just babbling, and I get it. And I
mean,
did the same with OPC Don.
You could
I
say
said
that's
to
my
you-
fault,
I said to
though.
you like, oh no, it'll be good, good content. And you're like, this guy sucks.
Yes, I know I did tell you that.
So much. And I was like, yeah, I get it, honey. Like, it does suck. But like, you were like angry at me.
And it's like, okay, Ben, also, if Ben is saying that, on the other hand of that, if he's gonna go along with this narrative and be like, oh yeah, like I'm like Grace is always the one that doesn't like people, and I'm telling her, no, you should go along with it, then isn't that just as abusive in another way? You're like forcing your daughter to hang out with these people on stream?
It's wild. I don't know what the fuck.
Career with these like creepy guys?
Oh yeah, I had a question for Ruby. Do you know if John ever got back to Grace from yesterday? Because I know that Grace had texted him.
Yeah. God, things really switched. But yeah, she had texted him being like, let's drop everything and like try to unite as a family. It seemed like the right move. I was so hopeful, and then like her dad just started zooming in on me, and then we all saw what happened. Like, I don't know. I'm only gonna take so much. Like,
Yeah. So you don't know if he texted back or not?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Truth Seeker says, I think you guys give Grace too much credit. Grace truly has a dark, evil side.
I don't think people are evil. Like, I think people are damaged.
I lean more towards agreeing with Truth. Because I think
did call them
damage...
demonic freaks. That was kind of evil.
Well, here's the thing: is that it's like people that are damaged, like hurt people. Like usually, I'm sure that there's a way higher population of people in prison, like that have been abused themselves, than go on to carry on that cycle. And it's really sad that it ends up being the victims. Rizzo says, "Brain reprogrammed. Grace never liked Ruby." Ava, can you rate John out of 10? 10. 10, baby. John's the GOAT.
For being like, I think we can get, I think in both cases I was right in a sense, like it was both good content. But as people, these people, I mean, I just don't really understand it. Like, do these people really not think that we were going to rise above all of the, like, you really think Ava's got what it takes to succeed? She can't even stay off a crack pipe for a couple of weeks. Or be predating on.
Walk to the toilet with his own dick. Piss in a bottle while she holds it. That's so sick.
He said
so
I don't believe you. There's no way.
Let's talk about functioning. Like, come on.
Wait, she holds the bottle while he pees in it.
Yes.
That cannot be true.
They've done it like, I've watched a video where it was like off cam, but they were like talking about it and joking. And you could hear it like filling up, and then she was holding it and walked and dumped it in the toilet.
Why can't you just pull over for a second? You're that comfortable being that
Well, they
close
have a
to...
toilet. Like,
yeah, what to do? Why are you gonna hold a bottle right there? That's too close for comfort. In my humble,
That's insanity. That is absolute insanity.
Yeah, he can't hold the bottle for himself.
Yeah, but he's gonna jump at us like when we're actually moving up, both of us. Like, okay.
Yeah, no, he's totally coping.
I said, hey, let's go channel to channel. Like, why don't you start up your own shit, man?
Yeah,
I'm happy to.
Criminal dick, right? Like, or like junkie dick, right? She like if she's on the road of life, it's like one junkie dick and she's in the ditch, or one crack pipe, she's in the ditch. Like, you really think that anyone other than us is going to say, like, you have potential and you should take that potential and do something with it?
Yeah, a lot of people.
I actually know a lot of people.
Yeah,
and I don't want to have sex with you. And I don't really care.
My life on stream, they can't find anyone.
Job at my restaurant.
3 people who like love me so much that they couldn't stand how the chat was talking about me and had to stop being around it.
It's so wild. He disses on anybody for having a job too. Like he always brings that up. He disses on his own son for being like a successful plumber. And
I let
like
a
it's
lot of
like, oh,
shit
you work at
slide,
a
man. I let a
restaurant?
lot of crazy shit just like because they're like, okay, people say crazy shit. I'm not gonna try to argue with it. Like it's too crazy to even try.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sometimes it's like this is just gonna be a losing battle.
Yeah, like why I gotta pick my battles.
People will say something too insane. Yeah, it's like the same thing. Like when I'm like I'm not gonna debate a guy who is like, oh, women shouldn't be able to vote and we should live in
like
an authoritarian dictatorship. I'm like, I don't even know how I'm even supposed to, like, I'm not even gonna engage in that argument. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, one thing I'm gonna miss on their streams is a patented Ruby laugh, which is basically I'm not getting into this shit.
A street whore with bugs crawling out of her pussy with like venereal diseases and saying like, you know what, I'm gonna take a chance and give you a job at my restaurant. And she's like, I'm here for Hollywood, nigga. You know what I mean? It's like,
what?
Are you out of your mind?
He just creates like these like scenarios in his
fiction.
head that aren't true.
It's a made up story. It's fan fiction, and I feel very special, and I'm loving the attention too.
He loves the bugs crawling out of the pussy line. He, like, loves that
Maybe
line.
he's had some like weird dick issue. I don't know.
Well, hang on a second though. I was saying that Ruby wasn't honest about the way she felt about us, which is what my suspicion was. But couldn't I apply the same criticism to myself? Like, what you're saying is right. Like, I didn't. Well, it's not never, but like, I didn't want to see.
But
I feel like you were hella
though.
honest.
It just wasn't like brutal about it, and it like eventually the tensions boiled over. I've always from day one said he was abusive, and I was out like, but you know, I was letting a lot of things slide, and it built up.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like you were pushing that, and I was kind
And
of.
I know why, because like she just babbles, and it's like, oh my god, gal pals, right? And it's nauseating. You're not into that, but I think you feel like, well, maybe I'm supposed to like this stuff.
Well, but
Or we
what
just-
do you mean you're not into that?
Yeah, you're only into dad. What? Okay,
That's
so
literally
weird.
what Ben does all day.
I know. He's
It's
a
what Ben does.
projection.
Yeah.
The projection is real.
He babbles, and she's not allowed to like, she can barely get a word in edgewise.
Dude, her eyes were like vacant when it's like some mode switched off. It was like she was like clear yesterday, and today it was like vacancy. I looked her dead in the eye because I was like, "How can you believe this? Like, what?" I was so thrown. Like, it was disturbing.
She had hours and hours of brainwashing last night, and it's like a cult phenomenon almost, where he talks to her and tells her what she thinks, and she doesn't
He
have
wanted
the
to do it to
opportunity.
me.
Yeah.
And going off of what I was talking about last night, where like he plays on her not being able to imagine anything else, and he says, either you fix this between us, or I just leave, right? Like I'm going to go to jail.
Yeah.
All the things he tried to say last night, including probably telling her to kill herself and stuff like that, because you have to break them down and also kind of make them want to apologize to you and suck up to you to not let things fall apart. She's just afraid of her family dynamic becoming even more split apart.
OPC Don, what's going on?
Yes.
Oh dear God.
I actually just wanted to. I just wanted to call in and apologize to Ruby. I did not think she had it in her.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, I always I thought the best thing I could be was like just a friend to Grace. I knew that they were set on this thing, and like I could tolerate it for a while, even though I knew it was an odd dynamic, and like, you know, we did get along. I thought, like, unless it was all acting, I guess, yeah, sure, that's possible, but I can only
And that's
take so
actually
much, and what I saw, it concerned me to a level, and I didn't reach out to them at all. They always would just show up here. They're like, "Hey, are you up?" Like, and then they're already outside, and it's like the boundaries are non-existent.
Yeah, and that's actually like when you started to once you got on.
Oh my God. typical OPC. Yes, he does also need to admit that I was right and he was
That's
wrong.
right, OPC. Bask in your wrongness. You were wrong.
Well, I also even told him, like, we don't have to burn the bridge. Like, I guess you're having like a weird freak out, like, but I don't know. I told Grace in a minute, like, she can, you know, I don't really care. It's like obviously a trauma response. I don't really take it that serious.
Yeah, it's a total trauma response.
Yeah.
Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus.
Okay, good. You saw that. I'm sure OPC will be back in a minute. This like always happens, but let's see what.
It's always affirming each other, and it's fucking. It's like I'm sure it's still ringing in your ears all like.
He's the one who needs to be affirmed constantly.
Yeah.
25 minutes crazy.
But couldn't we make a case like I'm saying she wasn't on?
That was seriously manic behavior. That was manic.
That was some clip right there. I want to see that as a GIF over and over again.
I'm gonna remix that. I'm turning that into a trap song.
Yeah.
It's like, Ben, you want to talk about that? Like, what about like that's literally him, except instead of glug, it's
rejection.
He's sucking. All Ben does is suck on fucking cigarettes and allegedly other things, but we'll never know. OPC is back.
I am back. So Ruby, I just wanted to apologize because we got off to a pretty bad start because I was about ready to get off the train. Yeah. The second you got on was when I was ready to be off. And so they were going through the same process to me that they're doing to you now. So we never really like heard each other's side very. I mean, I watched some of what you guys were doing, but I was like done then, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. And I know I never heard your side. I'm sure, obviously, I know they like spin things and, you know, I was aware of that element, but, you know.
So how would you feel about
hearing anything, you know?
Yeah, well, how would you feel about having like a ThorpCon panel? Everybody that was at ThorpCon on one panel.
Yeah, maybe we could do, what's today? Friday? Saturday?
Today is Saturday.
Oh, I do Celebrity Sunday tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a thingy.
Do you want to do it on your stream?
Or any stream, I actually don't really care. I'm demonetized, so actually not mine, actually.
We still would have to talk to all the other guys. You know, I know.
But I don't want to I don't want to be like a hater of them now. Like,
yeah.
No,
it
it
is
makes
what it
sense.
is,
Like
and
you,
I wish the best for them, and I'm sorry that it ended in such a bizarro, kind of surreal way. But yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, so I can. A lot of people have asked me this question, and what the purpose of that was is there's a ton of stuff I could drop on Grace, and so the thought was I will give Grace garbage to drop. If she drops all that, then it's fair game for me to drop all of her stuff. I was going to drop.
Are these receipts though? Because everybody's just talking shit, right? Like it's so easy to talk shit, and we need receipts.
Yeah, well, she dropped all these DMs.
Nobody needs receipts. Nobody needs the whatever you're gonna drop because everybody kind of knows it. Like we know Ben's abusive, we know the issues and stuff, and we just hope that Ben.
Yeah.
See patterns where they exist, but I'm sorry, I just have to point out, like, they're just going to keep acting like none of it's real. Like, we know exactly, like, it's not until we have receipts, because I kept asking Ben, what about the video where you kicked Grace? And he would not respond, period. They cannot respond to it. And the more that pops up, the harder it gets for them.
Man, I wish this was all acting, and I would, they need a Grammy. It would be an amazing performance.
Do you have receipts, OPC?
But also, like, that's just not something you act out on YouTube.
Yeah, I was going to drop the DMs. I was going to go on process and drop a lot of stuff. And it was going to try to be
I think you should
something
just
pretty
drop
controversial.
and not contact them or, because it's like, it'll just
Yeah, that's what I ultimately decided.
They are vengeful, so it's like, they're going to want to retaliate worse than whatever you do to them. So it's just like, ends up being this back and forth. Like,
that's what we ultimately decided.
If anything, it takes the heat off Ruby.
True.
Well,
But I
that's
just don't want
why I thought
anything
we
back
could have
for
this.
them. I really don't. I still feel a little protective, even though they've been complete dickwads to me.
Yeah, and I think that
that's why
leaving the door open for Grace is important. To say, I know that you're going through some shit, you're saying some shit about me right now, but when you do get back into your own mind and start thinking for yourself, you can come to me, and I think that's admirable because it will happen at some point. She'll have an argument with Ben, and she will want to come to you, and it's kind of up to you how you respond. And if you say, I'm staying far away from this shit for my own mental well-being, I would not blame you. But if you are at that
No, I
point just
still, because
like,
I
yeah,
see
the
so
bridge
much
isn't burned.
potential in her. It's such a tragedy to see her like squandering her potential and her youth on this bullshit. Like, it literally, it's like if I can actually make myself useful and that actually is enjoyable for me. Like, for maybe enjoyable is not the right word, but it just like it's, I don't know. I would like to be helpful in that situation.
OPC, I have a question.
Yeah.
Like, are you doing this just because you're mad at Grace? Because that's not what we need right now. We need, like,
No, I
attacking
just
Ben
thought
is, like, way better.
no, great. I mean,
And what
Ruby.
Ruby's, like, sorry, I just thought of my other point, just so I don't forget. Ruby is, like, has a genuine concern because if, like, there is a degree to which if Ben falls apart, that could affect Grace. He could take it out on her, or it could just make things harder for her. And if we are trying to help Grace, that could walk things backwards. I have been trying to be at least somewhat conscious about like how much damage am I really doing to Ben? What's that going to mean for Grace?
Yeah.
So you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in doing damage to Ben. I just thought Ruby has just stepped into this. Ava and I have been through it. I just thought it might be nice to have a talk with everybody. She could ask her questions.
Wait,
well, that's kind of what I mean.
Out.
That was my concern. Like, you see, like if these are things that would incriminate Ben, that's good. But we're trying to get Grace out of this. Incriminating her isn't going to get her out of this. It's just going to drive her deeper into this dynamic.
Yeah, that's
and
why
my
I
cat's on my keyboard.
People push.
I just want her to get her GED.
Is that sarcastic? Great moderating crack.
Huh?
Somebody just said great moderating crack. I don't understand.
No, my cat was on my keyboard.
No. She's talking about to get crack for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's just a meme. That's just a
Get
meme.
Crack did a mega donation today. I think everybody is donating.
awesome.
It's so sweet.
No, he is doing a good job though. He's like, putting everybody's links and stuff. And hello, San Jose. But
like I'll even take some responsibility to show like I'm not just coming down to you. Sorry, OPC, but like I'm not just trying to judge you, right? Like I did this the last time I was on, and that's why I'm not going back there. Where like I let Ben fucking trap me into responding to him. When I went on there, I was just going to tell Grace, you need to be a CEO. Stop letting them hold you back, right? Like this is not normal, and I completely forgot to do that right into the end, and I do regret that.
But there's also the fact that there probably, like a lot of people are saying there is no getting Grace out of this. And there's a big portion of that that's truth. Like Ruby did the closest, I think, to anyone to having Grace stand up to her father and actually,
100.
think about what she wants. But that lasted maybe an hour before she went back to Ben and got the brainwashing. And the God's honest truth is it may take something really extreme to happen, whether Ben goes to jail or they have like a mega blow up or something for something to actually happen. And it may happen and it might never happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ben's more likely to walk away from her because like he was saying, like he'll just go to jail or something. As soon as he figures out like somewhere he wants to go while they're fighting or something like that, I think he's just going to leave. And that's where Grace is going to be like, well, who's my closest friend?
Okay, but wait, let's let OPC respond here. So, OPC, you say...
Yeah.
Oh, you have feedback. Hold on. Feedback. Oh my god. Yes, he had every single time. I want him to be like, this is what if you have something on Ben, please share. It's a moral necessity that you do that. Like if you don't do that, if you actually have some, okay, here we go.
At this point, sorry, but he just sounds like he's mad at Grace, and I don't expect him to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. OPC. So you have something on Grace, or you have something on Ben. What's the deal? Like, you're gonna put it out?
There are things that I'm never going to talk about, but there's a lot of things that I can talk about that I was going to talk about. But at the end of the day, all right. So some of the things I was going to drop is when Grace asked me for money, but the guy from Wild Cow already dropped those messages. So it's like, really, am I really coming out with anything new? At the end of the day, what good does it do to drop all this stuff? you know, it's just to embarrass her to get even. And like, I don't care about getting even. But I did think if Ruby wants someone to talk to who's been through a similar experience, then like, you know, I'd be down for that.
Okay, so yeah, continue. Sorry if I cut you off. Or is that it?
Oh, what was the question again?
So do you have anything on Ben? Because that's what we want in these parts of the YouTube streets. That's what we want, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yes and no. Like, I've agreed to keep some things private, which I'm going to honor.
Wow, you're a cock tease.
May I ask you one thing? Because this is like, I think that this is generally true, and we can predict this, but to hear it would be meaningful. Is it worse than what we generally see?
It's hard to explain without actually telling you what I saw.
you just tell us.
The reaction I got from Grace scared me a little bit, and so
dude, don't let
I'm
them
just never
scare
going to
you.
go there.
The whole point
Obviously, Don, that's crazy. Like, you understand that's crazy, right? If you're going to have things that you want to talk about, you should talk about them. If you don't want to
There's
talk
enough
about
to
them,
talk
you
about.
shouldn't say, I have all these bombshells, but I'm not going to drop them because of
No,
Grace's reaction.
I didn't reveal they had a bombshell. Grace revealed half of the texts. I wouldn't have revealed that to anybody. I just wanted to know, is this somewhere I can go in the process interview? The process wanted a good interview.
But OPC. Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, you're scared because she twisted it to be like, oh, you're like threatening me to like release this.
No, I'm not scared of legal action.
Wait. My point
Okay.
is that that's total bullshit, because if you just were to say it now or say it on process and be like, I expect nothing in return from Grace, right? Like, they don't actually have anything on you. Like, the fact that you're
I'm not scared.
is wild.
I'm not scared about what they're going to do to me. I'm scared of how Grace will react. What might
You're
happen to
scared
Grace.
that it will hurt Grace to the extent that she hurts herself.
Possibly.
You think she's gonna hurt herself?
I'm just not going to roll the dice.
I think we do have to be careful that she does show self-destructive tendencies.
Yeah, this was supposed to be just, I'd like to offer support to Ruby. I'm not trying to, throw a bunch of shade on anybody else.
Hey, you threw it out there, man. You didn't have to throw it out there. That's
I
all
did not
I'm
throw it
saying.
out there. Grace revealed some stuff that I would have kept private. I can dump the rest of the text, but I'm
you
just
came on
not
this stream,
going to.
though. You brought it up on this stream, right?
No, people asked in the chat when I was gonna drop the text of things, and I just said probably some of the texts I can drop. There are things that would be embarrassing that would be okay for me to share, and there are other things that I'm just gonna take to my grave.
It's a little weird, OPC, because you're still talking to Grace. You still obviously care about Grace, but you're also, you've taken, the PayPeg group, and you're telling them not to donate to her, which obviously affects her whole future.
I didn't take the PayPig group. Some PayPigs came to me that were upset, and so I went to Ben and Grace and said, they're upset that you guys are lying and doing things that, they don't think they want to support anymore. And they took that to mean that I was leading a rebellion. And no, people are free agents. They can do whatever they want. I haven't, Get Cracked was one of the people that I supposedly took away, and he's publicly admitted multiple times that he made his own decision to walk away from the Thorps.
Okay. Well,
There's a lot of
I
rumors.
disagree with the concern troll. I feel like it's kind of like a concern troll to be like, oh, she's gonna hurt herself if you release whatever you have. Like, I feel like whatever you have probably is not that substantial to what else she's gone through. Like, at this point, like, if she was gonna hurt herself from this stuff, she would have done it by now. I think
I may have misunderstood. Yeah, I may have misunderstood her reaction, but it scared me enough. had never seen her react like that, and I just thought, you know, it. I was never going to try to put anything else that was going to hurt her, but now that I like see how she did react to what she thought, I don't even know if she knows what I saw, but I just thought she reacted strongly enough that I thought this is not this. I'm not going here.
Was that piss bottle? Did you see her hold a piss bottle for Ben? Because I've heard that happens.
Can we put a fork in this so I can ask Ruby a
Yeah.
question? Since we're
Yeah, I actually need to go, but XP wants to come up. He said after I was done, he'd like to come up and talk about some things to Ruby.
XP. God, I don't know XP. I don't know. I think we.
I think he understands what we expect from him this time. That we just want to keep talking about.
Okay. I just I don't want people to be like coming at Ruby and like I want to stay on top.
It's fine.
And you have to let me run the panel, okay? All right.
Welcome back, XP. Missed you.
Hi. So Ruby, my question for you is, with like a lot of this stuff has been emotional and stuff like that, and creative types tend to want to make art when they're emotional. I was wondering, like, I'm pretty mad, and I made up a drum beat and some punk type lyrics, also kind of like rap like lyrics for a song about this, and I was wondering if you wanted to collab as like an emotional outlet.
That's
Because
like
I
when
can't
me
think
and
of.
Ava did our rap battles. It was like that. That's how we worked through it, really. It was
And it's you played
That's how we
guitar
worked
or
through
bass,
it.
right?
Through the art too. Yeah, that's through the drawings too.
You play guitar or bass, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played in years though. Post COVID, I just started fixating on like YouTube, and then I fixated on drugs, and then now I'm back to YouTube.
Congratulations on your sobriety, by the way. You looked hot as fuck last night.
Thank you.
I'm just saying it might be fun to try again now that you're free of it. And my problem is, it's like you. Well, I don't have a problem with this, but you play guitar or bass, right?
Well, that's yeah. Ever since I was little, that's like I was raised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can play them. It's just
Well, you
the
guys can
reason is
talk
I
about.
lost my callus,
hear me out,
so
hear me
I
out.
can't.
You
play
guys can
that
talk about
well.
this. You guys can talk about this off stream, okay? We're not.
Ava, I just have one last thing. I didn't get to. I'm bringing it full circle. I have the drums. I have the vocals. I can't think of like a melody to go with it, and I feel
I
like you
can
might
try
actually.
some. Sometimes I
That
get
would be
melodies.
amazing. Thank you.
Also, we can talk. I'll do Celebrity Sundays tomorrow at 5.
Awesome.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take up any air, but like I just got inspired, and everybody else is clapping with her now.
Okay, XP. What are you have some questions?
Oh yeah. Oh, hey.
Welcome back.
Is my volume all right?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, cool. Yeah, sorry for sparing before. Ruby, do you, before I ask you anything, do you remember, like, we used to chat on your stream before you met the Thorp?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember XP?
I
Do you remember who I
recognized
am?
that the username looked familiar, but I couldn't tell if it was just familiar because it's so simple. Like sometimes it's like hard to tell, but it did look familiar, and I was like, sometimes I couldn't tell a couple people if they were like from Thorp or like from before, because there was like some crossover, not a ton.
Yeah.
A lot of my like general people who watch like the gender interviews were like, "What the fuck is going on in your chat right now?" Because of all the Thorp people showing up.
Yeah. We used to chat on the stream. We started. I didn't really like ever like talk to you until you started talking about meeting up with the Thorps, and we talked a bunch back then. Before we ever met up with them, like I was one of the many people who was trying to warn you about them and warn you exactly how this is going to go down. And so I don't know. I probably don't stand out in the crowd, even if you didn't remember, because a lot of us were saying the same thing to you back then.
Yeah, it was like a chorus of just like, even like kind of like edgy people were like, "Don't do this," or like people literally said, I'm not gonna follow you down that path if you decide to like meet up with them." But all this just drove my curiosity more, where I'm like, what's going on? Why is it so controversial? Like, how can two people be so controversial?
Yeah.
But I found out, so I got it. Okay, I got it.
But yeah, so just like any beef we had, and like before when I was cutting you off, the point I was trying to make when I left before wasn't addressed to you. I was addressing my point, and I think that's what you misunderstood. I was addressing my point to the audience. I was talking to the audience members because there is a small percentage of people who haven't done the research yet and don't realize that, like, yes, they obviously play it up for the camera, but what they're playing up is their real lives, you know?
Yeah. No, a lot of people, I at first did not believe it was real until I saw like some court documents and like watched extensively. And that was like whenever they first went on Destiny. And then I forgot about it for a while. And then Grace was like, popped up my Twitter. I was curious again. I found it just be interesting. And we started talking. And yeah. Next thing I know.
Yeah, it takes a while
We
to figure it
are.
out when people are new. It takes a while for people to figure out like what's actually going on. But like the thing that I kept not getting to was like my proof for the people in the audience that were like, nah, you're wrong, it's all fake, whatever. Like there wouldn't be all these court cases, and they wouldn't be like Ben wouldn't be arrested, and he wouldn't talk about fucking his daughter on camera if this wasn't just like, yeah, obviously he plays it up and makes it more theatrical, but it's not like a fake script. Like this is just his real life he's playing for the camera.
Yeah.
So like whether you're gaming streaming or whether you're political streaming, you play everything up on your stream. But like that doesn't mean that like the video game isn't being played. That doesn't mean that like you're not really fucking your daughter if you like send those, Ava, I wish you'd bring up that screenshot of Grace's Twitter. I keep sending you.
Oh yeah, I have that.
It's just so simple and to the point, and like makes the
Yeah,
point so perfectly. Like you wouldn't act like this if you were, like who makes jokes like that, like as like your whole brand. Like who thinks that's okay to like make yourself famous for this? Yeah, zoom that in. It's hard to see.
Yeah. Oh my god.
As someone who only has passing knowledge of this, how do you respond to the incest allegations? Great, dick emoji, sunglasses, smile.
I mean, we all know that's a joke. I mean, it might be the incest allegations
trolling,
may or may
but
not be true, but we all know that that's not an admission. That's a joke.
I wouldn't take that as an admission, no.
No, yeah, it's not an admission, but what it is it's just proof that like she's not taking it seriously, and that she kind of plays into it a little bit instead of being like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's not something where you should play into it. Like you can play into those things where people come at you, but
if you're willing to make that joke, it's one thing to make a joke once or twice, but if you're willing to make that your brand and try to use that to get famous, like you're a demented person, and you're the kind of demented person who probably is having sex with your dad, especially if you sleep in bed with him and cuddle on stream with him, and talk about sucking off beer bottles in front of your mom.
Wait, you're muffled.
Yeah, a little muffled.
May I quickly have my turn, please?
You wouldn't be doing all these things. You weren't like comfortable with that. You're only comfortable with that. That's your right.
Okay, go ahead, Melanie.
I just think in general, like if you're trying to get in Grace's pants, or if like you've got any ulterior motives, don't be a part of this. Like just like that's the best way to help her. That's the best chance you have of her coming around, finding independence, and you actually hooking up with her without Ben leering over her freaking shoulder. And so, like, I'm telling you right now, like, we don't need people here who are just mad at her because she didn't, like, return your text message or something. Dalmatian.
It's Dalmatian, seriously.
Wait, I wanna play this again when Ben does this Spurg tweaker moment.
I'm gonna say like, you have potential and you should take that potential and do something with it. And I don't want to have sex with you, and I don't even really care to make a cut of it. I just want you to succeed. You really think like there's going to be other people who say that? Dude, that's so crazy. It's like finding a street whore. Are you out of your mind?
Well, hang on a second, though. I was saying that Ruby wasn't honest about the way she felt about us, which is what my suspicion was. But couldn't I apply the same criticism to myself? Like, what you're saying is right. Like, it's not never, but like, I didn't want to see Ruby. I felt like you were pushing that, and I was kind of.
And I know why, because like, she just babbles. And it's like,
right there.
And it's nauseating. You're not into that, but I think you feel like, well, maybe I'm supposed to like this stuff.
Well, but
we're just always affirming each other. And it's like, I'm sure it's the ringing in your ears, all the like,
she's trying to push back. She's going back and forth.
Yeah.
You can see it on her face.
25 minutes crazy.
But couldn't
Play
you
that
make
back
a case, like, I'm
at
saying
half
she wasn't honest
speed.
about how she.
Play that back at half speed.
it's like I'm sure it's still ringing in your ears, all while like.
Somebody needs to clip that moment right there.
It's
And
called
just make that a
happiness,
meme with
man.
Ben.
It's called
We're just watching
happiness.
live.
It's called happiness. That's
Yeah,
right.
sorry. And sorry you don't experience that. You could join us on the light side. I would really like that, but you insist on holding hands with Satan. Keep going.
Oh shoot, this one. All right, here we go.
I mean, it's crazy.
But couldn't you make the case like I'm saying she wasn't honest about how she felt, but maybe I wasn't also honest about how I felt. Like
It's called
I
being
wasn't
polite. You don't have to say everything to people. Like, I mean, on some level, like, yes, I was thinking Ben's bipolar, but I'm not gonna like diagnose him to his face. But yeah, I would hold to that thought. Like, he could like think in his mind that I'm like fat and ugly. He doesn't have to say it all the time. You don't have to say all negative things you think about people all the time. Like,
Yeah.
It's
seems like a weird
social
standard.
skills.
Yeah, it's called social skills and happiness. Boo-hoo.
It's normal.
The time that I saw you hold back the most was when Grace was talking to you about the divorce issues, and you were saying basically, why doesn't Ben get a job? Because he's gonna have to pay. And Grace is like, Ben will never get a job. And you saw your face in that moment where you were just like, I want to say something. And then you were like, no, I'm going to let Grace just talk.
Yeah, well, she was
held back
making
so hard.
progress, and you can't, But yeah, I when she said she didn't know if he wanted custody, I was like, what the fuck are you guys fighting for? You don't even know if
That
he
was a
wants.
big moment.
What?
Yeah.
And he's his own lawyer. She was scared about this. She knows it's stupid. That's why I said if you wanted to deal, not because I was gonna call the cops because they're my poor fucking retards. Sorry, Melanie.
And I think one of the best traits you have is that you're very gentle and you don't escalate these situations. I escalate these situations. I don't want to trauma dump, but real quick, I had a foster mother who gaslit the shit out of me, and I became that's when I really became like the debate queen growing up, because I learned not to put up with her crap.
That's when you became based Furby.
Yeah,
based Furby.
But and I know exactly what not to say to these people, and it triggers out of them.
It is good to have experience with it. Like, those are the best people to go up against Ben.
I know exactly what Ben doesn't want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to be honest.
I liked her.
I don't think you like. I don't.
Wasn't also honest about how I felt. Like I wasn't.
I don't think you have to be
her.
honest.
I liked her.
I don't think you like. I don't think it's like you get to know people, you give them the benefit of the doubt, and then you see what's up. I don't think you had any major problems with Rudy that you were hiding.
No, I had a suspicion that she wasn't being honest about the way she felt, and that she was secretly much more hostile than she was letting on, and that she was.
Yeah, any normal, sane person would. Like, that's probably how she feels with every single person that comes around them. She has the same anxiety.
Yep.
It's too crazy. I can't believe this is reality.
Covering it up by just
I don't
acting
think
fake nice.
I just don't really see that as like the major issue here. Like,
what hurt? What is the major issue? What do you mean?
Look, Grace, I think that Ruby thinks that I'm a very charming guy, genuinely, and she just can't handle right? She's not used to being around a real man. It probably excites her. At the same time, makes her feel whatever. Like,
I still after all this shit have maintained that he has good qualities. I enjoyed my time with them most of the time, but I did have to compartmentalize a bit, and now it's all like crashing together, and it sucks, but it's sometimes the catalyst is good, and I hope she tries again like she did yesterday.
Yeah, it just sucks that you couldn't handle Ben's masculinity and the fact that he was a real man, Ruby. I'm so sorry for you.
I out-alphaed him effortlessly. Come on.
Oh my God! Yo, when we were Ruby, when we were reacting to you in the 12 hours in the living room stream, I don't know if you've watched that analysis yet from yesterday. You should really go back and watch that. It's probably some of the best Thorp content that's ever been made by anyone. any channel. Ava is the king of the
Oh, the
Thorp.
stream from last night. I watched that. Yeah, that was really good.
When
I was like, finally, I feel a little seen because everyone's been dragging the fuck
yeah.
out of me for like
I was
3
pointing out, like,
months.
you were totally out alphaing Ben, like the way you were body positioning yourself in between the two of them. Every time he would say something, you kept your back to him and you would respond to him over your shoulder, looking Grace in the eye. She was so fucking into you. Like she was, and then after that, the next day when you got the alone time with her, like seriously, that was the first time anyone has ever broken through. And you
Wait, you're muffled. You're muffled.
Yeah, muffled again.
Sorry. I've been very critical of Grace, but like, she obviously still bears responsibility for the things she's done to her siblings and her mom. But like, she wouldn't have turned into the monster that she is unless Ben abused her and turned her into that.
100%.
I was so proud of you because I was very critical of you for the past few months when you were, in my perspective, enabling their insanity by participating in it and being around it and not calling it out. Once I saw you though the last 2 days, like actually intervening and like having an effect and making a difference, that's when my opinion of you changed. I was like, all right, I'm willing to cut Ruby some slack here. And I want to say, like, I know you banned me from your comments a few months ago for like, but like I was shitting on you
I'll
because
unban
you were doing
you.
bad at the time. And now you're doing good, so I want to encourage you, just so you know what I'm
Okay,
Thank you,
okay.
appreciate it.
XP got what he wanted. I do want to point out that like
Listen, that had to get
Grace
settled.
is kind of like
Wait, hold on.
yeah, okay.
Hold on. No, I was saying hold on to XP. Go ahead, Melanie.
Yeah, I might be losing my audio soon, so I'm going to go. But I just wanted to say like that her kind of like quickly changing mind state based on what Ben's kind of like telling her or not able to tell her at the time. That's the kind of indication of someone who's easily manipulatable because she doesn't have like a solid, consistent state of mind or frame of reference that she can operate from.
Yeah,
I'm not talking shit. I promise I'm not judging her.
No, you're
I'm saying
not.
like she's the type of person who needs the most help in this situation.
She freezes when she has to make a choice because she has to calculate all these different ways that it could be used against her. Like she freezes. I've seen her literally like break down crying, not knowing what to do because no matter what, it's wrong.
Yes. Dude, that's such a good point that I feel like a lot of people haven't articulated. Yeah. Is she has none of her own value system. It's all just whatever Ben says. It's like everything goes through that she has to like bounce off every thought she has through, would Ben approve of this? Is this the right answer for Ben?
But it's like if she knows better. That's why it's so like frustrating. I'm like,
yes.
I don't think she's stupid. Like she's smart, just all this potential.
It doesn't
she could
rely
like
on her
yell
being
back at
stupid.
him, and she would fight back. And it's like, why are you being so weak and like moldable right now? Why?
Well, that's the thing is like you can be super smart. You can be super smart, but so long as you're kind of you have this predisposition to people being able to change the way you see the world very quickly. That's like that's how you like you can still be smart and have that, but then you're still vulnerable to people to suggestion and stuff like that. That's exactly what people who are manipulative look for in others.
Yeah.
Melanie, there was something you said earlier that I disagreed with, which was, that Grace is super, super, super driven. And there is a truth to that, but there's also a falsity to that. The truth is she's driven to do whatever Ben wants her to do. So if Ben wants her to be a streamer, she will work really, really hard at being a streamer. But being driven for something that she wants for herself is something she's never done. She has never done anything
I can
for
accept
herself.
she doesn't know that. I can accept she hasn't known anything for herself, and that's one of the things I do say in her chat a lot is like, how is like she gonna decide what to do without Ben if she's never done that before?
Yeah, I think you guys both have fair points there. Let me keep playing this.
I don't really think she doesn't like me. She just couldn't deal with it.
Yeah. Well,
she bullshits that she can handle banter, and she's unable to.
I'm not saying that she doesn't like you more than she doesn't like me. I actually think she dislikes me more than she dislikes you. I genuinely think that.
What? Do you want to clear the air there real quick?
Never.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy.
Today was the only conflict I think we've ever had. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're just saying stuff. I mean, she flat out lied and said that I told her once that I sleep with men for money. that never happened. So I don't know what she's on right now, but I still like her.
That's a wild take to think that you liked Ben more than her. Like, she's just grooming his ego. She's stroking his ego right there. She knows that's not true.
And again, just remember, like, this is so that way she can protect herself from further abuse.
Yeah,
This is like her way.
I do like I enjoyed my time with them, and I relate to them, and they have a lot of good qualities too. It's just like, what the fuck is all this shit? What the fuck? And then all the other abuse shit. It's just I can't compartmentalize it anymore, and it's just I don't know.
I mean, they're entertaining
I want to
people. That's
respond
why
to,
we watch them.
Can I please respond to what Truth Seeker said? Because I'm not trying to defend if Grace physically attacks somebody. That's awful. That's, but we don't actually know how abusive she is or isn't until she's out of an abusive situation, because we can't tell the difference between reactive abuse and the abuser. Reactive abuse is something you tend to see in victims, but it doesn't make them abusive.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. I am curious to see that.
So she's becoming Ben because Ben is her only point of reference. We don't know if that's actually what she's like without Ben.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be all butterflies and rainbows when she gets away from him, just because of how much
hell no, it's
damage
an
she's already
uphill
done. Yeah, which I think we all agree on. But yeah, I get what you're saying when it goes to like that level of extreme. It's definitely probably Ben pulling the strings there.
And Ruby, that's why I also think, sorry to glaze on Ruby again, but I think you're really good for her because you understand relapse at this point. You understand she's sometimes going to like say like, I'm done with him forever. I'm done with it. But deep down inside, like she's still kind of scared and she's probably going to go back. And you're probably one of the best people to forgive her for that as well. Unlike people like Dalmatian, who literally get mad because he doesn't get texted right away. Like, I'm sorry, but that is some serious toxic masculinity.
Yeah, he's bizarre. I don't even know how to explain Dalmatian. Did you watch the Naptown video about him?
Mm-mm.
No,
it's
I don't watch a lot of
it's just
stuff.
like an edit of like his visit that's like in a horror movie style, and it's just like really funny. It was, I watched it front to back, like this 3-hour edit. Like it was so fucking funny.
I think
You do
Dalmatian
reaction
is one of the
stream.
funniest people to watch on stream. I've never heard somebody whine so much, but he's so funny about it. It just cracks me up.
Okay, let's keep watching this though.
I think she's just coping for it by saying like, I want to help Grace. Blah blah. I think
I think here's the thing: a lot of people think about you,
and a lot of people just want to
a
blame
lot
it
of
on
people
you.
think
Hold on,
that you're
born.
I genuinely think that. I think she's just coping for it by saying like, I want to help Grace. Blah blah. I think
here's the thing: a lot of people think about you,
and a lot of people just want to blame
a
it
lot
on
of people
you.
think that you're boring, way more boring than me, but easier to deal with.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because you are way more boring than me.
Yeah.
And easier to deal with.
Yeah.
That makes them say like, I love Grease. Okay, but that's just because you're manageable. You're
wow.
That's some projection, man. That is some serious projection. Holy cow! Want to talk about her being manageable?
So good for him, and he's still doing that.
Yeah, why is he using her then? He's the one actually using her. That is serious projection.
Well, Ben's insane, so
He genuinely believes that, though. He genuinely believes that. He has so much disdain for Grace deep down.
And also, he
jealous.
can't recognize when someone's trying to help Grace because he's the attacker. He can only see that as an attack. Anybody who helps Grace is only an attack to him, and that's why, like, oh, well, they're just trying to take advantage of her.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason Ben hates women is because he wants to be a woman. He seems quite jealous of Grace.
No. It is, honestly, it's textbook misogyny. Like, we don't need to go there. It's textbook misogyny.
No, there's some other things.
I know what XP
100%.
means, though. I get what XP means. Like, when it comes to, like, he always wants to put Grace as he's like, oh, I'm going to send Grace to the FBI because they'll have pity for her because she's a young, pretty girl. And he always holds, and I'm sure that in a way, like, he's like, I wish I could have that card to play.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Because you haven't figured out where you're manipulable. And you're somewhat boring. I mean, have you ever seen a stream?
Ben knows all about this.
Totally boring.
I've had
He's an
some great
expert.
ones.
A few.
Some, I will say some. making fun of Fresh and Fit on the yacht.
Mostly
boat.
it's boring. You want
That
to see
was
some good content. Watch me when I rip into
That
the
is right. The only
judge.
good content Grace ever made was when she was shitting on Fresh and Fit. Like the only like actual intelligent points she's made that were funnily made. Like she's got like one good video.
I'm so,
I mean,
a million
like,
hours
I
of
feel like
streaming.
that's
attacking her.
that's just your opinion, bro. Like, like people are allowed to enjoy Grace and the way she does content and stuff like that.
That's just
I
your opinion,
personally,
bro.
when I said she was driven, like I think she has like one of those A-type personalities, is what I mean to say, and Ben is hindering that.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about her. She's kind of like a lion in a way, and I don't mean to fur like turn her into a fur or anything. She's not part of the fur community, but like that's what she makes me think of. She makes me think of the people who are like lions.
Yeah. No, she's
Yeah,
like a
it's Kino content.
lioness, like a goddess.
That's true.
A hidden gem. But I mean, you just don't really have it yet.
Not true.
You're like,
He's why so mean? Why is he going? I thought they were loving, like shitting on me, and we're gonna be like good for the night and be besties. Why is he already lashing out at her?
He has to regain his control. He has to have her agree that he is the man.
He's shitting on her in front of an audience.
And she's taking it. Look her dead eyes.
That's what she looked like when I talked to her. It was like vacant. It was really disturbing.
It might even be sinking right here. Like, dude, how do you know so much about this? Why are you calling me manipulative when you're the one who's always telling me what to do?
I think it's also a thing of like the fact that she's not agreeing with him as much as he wants her to when it comes to dissing on you, Ruby. Like when she's like, well, I think that we were both kind of fake. Like, so now he's gonna be like, okay, well, you're not gonna dish it the same way I am. Well, then let's.
The only way that it's fake is like when I meet people and have friends, I don't like dive in and start like, being like, hey, you guys need to separate. Like that's weird. I thought I could just like be a friend, and like, but I there's nothing I could do to separate them,
Here we go with this.
Oh, by the way, sorry. Like I had some audio issues. Like it is so not like there's nothing wrong with getting in between an abusive relationship. Let's just be super clear about that. Like anybody who's just trying to help, not trying to get in anyone's pants, actually concerned about the people there, like you want to be sure about it for one thing. But we have the video evidence. Like there's nothing wrong with Ruby getting in between them any longer and trying to separate Grace.
100% true.
Yeah.
Not just nothing wrong with it. It's actually
Loserville, but compared
the only positive thing that's happened to these two people forget Ben, but this is the only good thing that's happened to Grace's life since Ben started destroying it.
My internet. You're a total winner, but you're like a half winner, half loser. So a loser's like, I like you. I only had 7 beers last night.
It's true. That's a lot.
7 beers.
Yeah, but
what the fuck?
What do you think? Like, how do you
Plus like 14 seconds.
If you have enough tolerance that 7 beers doesn't make you drunk, then you're drinking too much.
Yeah, 7 beers. I'm a 5'4" female. I'm not a giant 6'8" monster.
Like bro has a beer belly, but he's not pushing past 250.
What the hell? You're an alcoholic. 7? Can you imagine drinking?
They always supplied
7
alcohol for me, and so I had
Oh,
fun.
His daughter.
Sorry, Ruby.
He was,
I misheard.
shooting my
I thought he was.
like, I think it's so great that you're Kelly sober. Talk about lying. Who's lying?
By the way, I thought he was talking about himself. So when I said that, I didn't realize he was talking about you. I'm sorry, Ruby.
Yeah,
I didn't completely follow either.
You handled yourself so well. Like you snapped back on everything. If he got slammed by a drunk bitch, that's because that's how wrong he is.
Like,
no wonder he doesn't take Grace out to the club so she can.
I don't know. It's just a weird night, I guess. So it was just like a long day. I don't know.
It's like they're always the ones that are wanting to drink on stream. I'll give you that.
They always supply it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like they get it. They brought the beer. I don't know. Yeah, I had to tease them out. We had pizza and beer.
All right, I'm gonna keep playing here.
Did they not bring it for you to drink?
Liquid.
They were celebrating it. Wait, I'm gonna leave to go to the bathroom. Up here.
Yeah, they were the tall cans. I don't know if she's an
That's
alcoholic.
like gallons of beer. Why do you need that?
I
don't know.
I just
What's
think
an
she drinks a
alcoholic?
lot when she drinks, but I don't think she's dependent on alcohol. I just think when she drinks a lot. I don't know if
I
that's
mean, I don't
different.
really understand it. Why drink 7 beers?
Okay, the thing about alcoholism that they don't get is it's like it's. I don't even want to get into that actually, but you don't have.
It's a long-term thing. It's
Yeah. Just so people know that are uneducated about it, you don't have to be physically dependent on it in the moment to be an alcoholic. But I mean,
yeah, it's always a chronic thing is like the medical term for it. There's no such thing as acute alcoholism. You can be so drunk that you need to go to the hospital, but obviously Ruby was nowhere near that.
I also remember when Ava, when you went to rehab and you were, making really good steps for yourself, they were on stream with you saying, "Don't go to rehab.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Like, we need you. You're Grace's only female friend. Stay on stream with us. Don't do it. Don't go to rehab. It's a mistake." So
Actually,
what the fuck do they want?
Actually, I don't want to do misinformation. I did look it up because I was just thinking, I just never seen acute alcoholism talked about in relation to it. I did look it up. It can happen after trauma. So I'm sorry that I don't want to misinform people. But it's not like Ruby's not doing this after trauma. She was trying to have a good time with them. That's called social drinking, Ben. Have you never heard of social drinking before?
Ben doesn't know what social anything is.
Yeah. I do want to address this comment. Ava, you should forgive Grace and be friends with her again. Overcome Ben's hatred with love. If the Ben and Grace, if they truly separated and she started gaining some clarity, I would absolutely be open to that.
I think I just want to say, by the way, you can't set a boundary that's like she's going to separate forever. She's always going to talk to him and stuff like that. She wants to see the family get back together, and I think that's a respectable thing to want for anybody. In hopes that it'll get better, of course, not that things will just get more abusive. But and assuming that, I think you can say, if you see her trying, right? If every time she needs help, she goes to someone like Ruby instead of defaulting back to Ben. At least, if we see her doing that more and more, I think that we have to start giving her credit at least a bit sooner because she is showing all the signs of a victim status.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can have whatever boundary you want for yourself, Ava. If your boundary is when she separates from Grace, then I'll talk to her. That's absolutely fine because the truth is, you owe her nothing.
And I don't know what you've been through, so I should clarify. I'm not. It's less telling you what to do, but more telling the people who might still be a little bit I don't know about Grace. Just be a little bit lenient. If you see her trying, it's the same with people who are trying to get free of drugs. It's about how hard they tried, not if they stay completely clean.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Are you really thirsty? I don't understand it, but some people claim. How about a couple of beers? You're entering middle-aged womanhood. 7 beers in 2 hours.
Ben seeds and excessive liquid consumption.
Just the urination alone is brutal.
He's such a I just have to say he's such a hypocrite. Because I'm gonna keep playing it right after this, but he will at the same time go and he'll call somebody an alcoholic, but then also comes at me and will be like, "What? So you're a victim of fermented beverages?"
Yeah, you can't win.
It's
just a game.
You can never win.
No,
next time I
it's
see
a
Grace,
setup.
next time
Like,
Grace
it's weird. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
goes live alone, her subconscious, boring. It's already there, Joe.
How many beers can you drink in an hour?
I just don't drink that much.
She didn't drink that in an hour.
Yeah, I guess so. But there's calories in all those
Notice it's literally Ben talking all the shit.
beers too.
He's he's a
You
gossip.
wonder
who
why
gives.
you're over.
He's always driving. That's what he's doing. He's always driving the conversation. This is where Grace does lose part of her free will, even though she should have it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, 7 beers?
Ryler says, she's a woman and she drinks like that at her age. That's called being an alcoholic. It's not some young college kid.
Mm.
That's true. I forget that she's 34.
And it wasn't hey, let's party tonight. It's just Tuesday. You know what I mean?
They got a 12-pack.
Yeah. No,
we get another 12-pack.
Do you think, both for content?
Why would you say it's a sincere question as opposed to what all the other questions you've asked, which are insincere questions? Isn't that the implication?
Yeah, it is. But okay.
So do you want to be that person who's
No.
basically identifying as someone who has never asked a question sincerely and has to clarify that this one is sincere?
My God. No, I have a question. Both for content and in terms of my personality.
And what's an insincere question, anyways? Oh
my God, Ben! Shut up.
You don't really do that, do you? I don't know. Maybe I should think about that now. Okay, but anyways, we just instead of saying, and also instead of
oh my God,
you're right that I didn't really vibe with. I didn't really like. What I'm saying is my criticism of her is that she wasn't honest about how she felt.
Oh, you're gonna do this beat up yourself?
No, I'm not. I'm not beating myself, but I'm just saying, like, do you think that that's like, should I just said, like, you know what? I don't really like. You're very nice, but like, I don't really get along with you, and I don't really like. I just don't really feel like we're like kindred spirits. Like, I don't really feel like I'm friends with you, and I don't really see us ever being friends because I just don't think we're very similar.
You mean you should have had like a friend breakup?
Well, then I just should have been.
I feel like you guys are pretty similar, like in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I thought we got along great, but she's saying it's the performance. I don't know what to believe with these people, but I enjoyed my time with them genuinely. So I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, real quick, guys. I gotta jet out. I just want to say goodbye, Ruby. I'm glad we finally got a chance to talk again. Like I said, it bummed me out when you banned me from your chat during the.
I'll
the
unban
period
it.
when you were
I've
fighting,
gotten
but-
like it just sworn. I've been bombarded with hate from the moment I met up with these
I get
people.
it. I get it. I get
I've
it.
been dragged every day by
I know.
dozens of people.
I was getting crap because I
But
was
I
proposing
know
a
you
theory that
probably
you
were
were
just in the mix, so
undercover.
I don't even know if you said something like super bad. It was just probably, and I modded a couple random people, so I don't know, or not a couple
Yeah,
random,
true.
but I
True.
modded a couple non-random people, like a couple random people. So
Yeah, no,
I'll look at it. I'll fix that later. But yes.
no worries. Like I said, I'm just glad we were able to finally reconnect. It's good to see you doing good again. I'm glad you're on this positive arc. I was disappointed and hurt to see you suffering during your time with the Thorp because you were making such great content before that. I hope you get back to focusing more on just what you were doing without them because like it was good shit before. And your music too, by the way. Everyone, go check out Ruby's fucking music. Listen, I'm an even older, crustier punk than you are, Ruby, and like your music is fucking real as fuck. It's guttural.
Thank you. I
It's
appreciate
guttural.
that.
It's visceral. If you like punk, Ruby made some killer fucking. She added to the culture. I give you props for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, I'm gonna jet y'all. Hope you guys have a good rest of the stream. Avi, you've been killing it tonight. Last night too. Everyone's watching today. Didn't watch yesterday. That 4 hours. This was like spur of the moment. What she's been doing here, but that planned out stream you did last night was so good. Everyone go watch that. Bump the album. Later, guys.
Later.
Bye.
Okay, let's get back to finishing this up here.
Honest, like,
It just happened. It happened naturally.
yeah.
Your relationship with me was in tension with your relationship with her, and it came to a head relatively quickly.
Yep, he just described exactly. Wait, let's play that again. He's incriminating himself.
And I don't really see us ever being friends because I just don't think we're very similar.
You mean you should have had like a friend breakup?
Well, then I just should have been honest. Like,
it just happened. It happened naturally.
She was just getting mad at you for not being honest.
For one thing. With your
Yeah,
relationship with her,
it's whatever.
and it came to a head relatively quickly. We were making money and she was making money. We were making money. We were making content. I don't think there was a lot of non-content time.
no.
And if she had said to you like, "Hey, let's go off stream and spend a weekend together," you would have said flatly, "No."
Yeah, no.
Yeah, kind of like
So-
when they would just show up at my house even when I told them I wasn't there. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they initiated it every single time we ever had to contact.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time.
I
Obviously, a lot
missed
of
you
force and
saying.
pressure, but like I liked it. I don't feel like a victim of the Thorps. Aside from like that final moment, it was obviously very unpleasant, but I genuinely enjoyed a lot of my time with them. I found some aspects disturbing, and towards the end, there were some very disturbing things that I could not pretend I couldn't see. So I'm sorry that it all came out this way. I don't like this situation at all,
When did you think was the beginning of the end, Ruby? Was it the IKEA day or was it before that?
I didn't think it was the beginning of the end until like I walked off the porch.
You're such an optimist. It's not even funny. I don't even know how you're that optimistic.
Because I just didn't take it serious when they say crazy stuff. Like, I'm used to being surrounded by crazy people saying crazy stuff, and I just don't take it that literal. Like, I'm just like, okay, you can have this like totally weirdo view that no one agrees with, and I'm not really gonna debate it because it's pointless.
Welcome in, Mike.
Oh, hey. How you doing?
Anything you wanted to add?
Welcome,
What's
Mike.
up? Hey. How's everybody doing?
Good.
All right.
Okay, we're probably
Listen.
about to wrap this up in a couple minutes here, but
Okay.
if there's anything you wanted to say, welcome, or if you just wanted to go.
Other than I think I said enough. I think you're doing an amazing job, Ava. So I think I already said enough. I just what can I say? It speaks for itself.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Amazing.
we'll have you. I'll keep you on the panel here.
Yeah.
Every
Because
creator.
I find it really revealing that Ben is like saying that it was his relationship with Grace that was the tension that got, he says it himself, that got in the way with her having a successful, and even if she wants to say that it wasn't a friendship, like, you can cope with that.
She would call me. She was like, "Hey, I know this is awkward, but somehow you are like my only friend right now." She told, "Come on, bitch, we were friends, and
Like,
I'm down
you
to
can't
still
really
be
be
friends."
having the highest of
Like,
standards.
girl, you could drop this in a second, and I'm already over it. Like,
But this really just shows how quickly, like, for most of us, we have stable friendships, right? Like, that last a while. And so someone can't just tell us, like, you don't have a friendship anymore.
Yeah.
And Ben can do this to her overnight because he robbed her of that.
And
That stability.
Yeah, and that's what my point is that even if it wasn't a friendship though, like, they can't even have just a streamer collab relationship because of Ben and Grace's relationship, and he admits that it's their relationship that even impedes on just a streamer relationship with another.
Can I say something?
in real life.
If I may.
Yeah.
So why is it that I haven't seen any video like where someone is calling out Ben and like, listen, you fucking pedophile. Sorry, I don't mean to. I don't know why.
I don't actually think he's attracted to children. He's a lot of things, but I didn't see that vibe. Although he did, I know he said very crazy things. I don't know. I just want to.
I'm just saying that why is it that no one? I've never seen any videos where someone is pointing out the actual situation that's going on right now, and it's like kind of everyone is kind of deflating, and kind of like like bending over a little bit, and I seen people kind of being directive with him, but it's like kind of like being too lenient. I mean, I'm sorry. Like me, if I ever see him or if I ever get the opportunity, I'd be straight up with him.
In what way? Like, what do you mean that people aren't coming after Ben? Like,
I mean, it's like
I feel like people go after Ben.
Yeah, what have I been doing this entire time? Why am I
People
here?
go after Ben, but he will yell over them, and then he will pick something about them. Whether it's the fact that they've done drugs before, the fact that they have a furry avatar, the fact that they once said something very innocuous about their child or something, and then he'll pick on that, and then he'll say that over and over again, and the other person won't get a word in edgeways and will be able to even make their point. And when they do start to make their point, he'll kick them from stream.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I mean,
it's hard, man.
It seems like more. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ruby.
To say it's when you meet people, it's kind of like bizarre to like instantly like go at them for like really personal shit, Like everything's different on the internet, but people, I do kind of feel like people go at Ben a lot. Maybe just haven't seen it. The interview. I feel like he is very heavily critiqued online.
Yeah. I mean, I have to admit, it's not like I follow every episode, but it seems more like people are making, stories about these people, and like no one is like being like, listen, like, I mean, if I were ever to be in a situation where I see this guy, I mean, I call him out straight up. I don't give a fuck. And it's not, I'm not like a disrespectful person. I don't think that I'm better than anyone. I'm just saying that I just don't appreciate, like, it's just like more importantly, like.
We have Ben in chat. We have Ben in chat right now.
Oh, really? Oh, Oh shit.
He says he'd like to
Okay.
confront you, Mike. Send the link. He wants the link.
Okay.
Ben,
Alright.
if you send a super chat, you can get
I
the link.
had no fucking clue that this was gonna happen.
Do we, Ruby? How do you feel?
Alright.
What? Yeah,
He
that's
doesn't
fine.
have money for a super
honestly, I
chat. Are
miss
you
him
kidding,
I
Ava?
miss him a little already, so I'm fine.
I usually don't let losers up on my stream, but you know, Ben.
He's never gonna have money for a super chat, Ava. It's never gonna happen. He's like, Grace, Grace,
Ruby,
get the
Ruby,
credit card
hold on.
and the piss bottle.
Ruby, do you want him up?
Yeah, you can come up if you sure. I don't mind.
Okay.
Wow.
But I'm not gonna have it be a Mike Ben thing. It's gonna be
Okay, so for all right. I'm gonna be as respectful as possible.
yeah.
But, you know,
I'm gonna have it be.
Also, I'm not doing a struggle session. I'm literally just not.
Yeah, we're not doing any struggle sessions. Ben, if you know, you can get straight to the point. Come up here, get straight to the point.
You do have a mute button, Ava. I'm just reminding you, you have a mute button at your power.
Ruby, I just want to give you a chance before he comes on and starts like dominating the conversation. If there's anything that you want to say first, directly to him.
I feel like the situation, it's all played out in film. It speaks for itself. I don't know.
I agree with Ruby on that.
No, I'm here for Mike.
Okay, well, this stream isn't really about
what's up?
No, Mike's talking shit. Come on, Mike. You got that energy. You got that low energy. Let's bring it.
Do you not? Are you like kind of dodging everything?
Mike, bro, wait. Wake up, Mike. Mike, wake up. Stay with us. You said that if you ever had a chance to confront me, and that nobody else does, but like you wouldn't. So, okay, so let's go. That's what I want to do. Like if you don't want me to have me, that's fine. Mike, are you with us? Mike.
No, I mean.
Yeah, no,
with
yeah,
all
it's
due
good. I'm
respect-
glad to hear you.
Let him talk.
What's like living in a tin can, Mike? Do you enjoy it? Is it cramped?
Go ahead, Mike.
What was that, Ben? What you said?
Says, do you enjoy living in a tin can? Don't you live in a literal RV?
So let me ask you a question. What makes you certain that I live in a tin can?
Your audio.
Your mic sucks, Mike.
What was that?
Mike's mic.
Your mic sucks.
Hey,
yeah.
hey.
Oh, wait, my mic is not good?
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Mike. I'm asking you what's it
perfect,
like in the tin can?
All
Are there
right, so what makes you so sure that I live in a tin can? That's my question.
This is the confrontation.
Oh, okay. So
Okay, yeah, let's do the confrontation, bro. Oh, we lost him.
Ben.
Ben, can I ask you a question?
He certainly he talked some shit, but he backed it up. You got to give that.
Ben, can I ask you a question? Do you really have a piss bottle that Grace holds while you piss? Is that honestly true?
No.
That's
No?
absolutely true. You said it on cam. I've heard it. She totally
Grace
empties out your
holds
piss
a
bottle.
jar that I urinate into? No.
Yes.
You have a toilet in the RV, Ben. Use the toilet.
On stream. I don't. It's you lied and said I sleep with men, so I'm describing reality that's on stream. You lie. I don't appreciate it.
What's that? You
But
don't sleep with
I
men?
wish you the best, Ben. I kind of miss you guys already, even though you're complete assholes to me.
I don't like you've done your stuff. You can keep spiraling. I don't care. So I guess I thought it would be fun talking to Mike. It was a total L. Can we acknowledge that?
So you just completely deny you even pee in a bottle?
I have a urinal. I love it.
No, but
I'm
you said on stream that you pee in a bottle.
I'm a urinal pillar. Yeah, like toilets are for F slurs. Absolutely.
Then why was there a segment on stream where Grace is holding your pee in a bottle?
Oh yeah, she'll sometimes like my back is hurting right now, so if I use the urinal, she'll go dump it in the toilet. Yeah.
Oh, the urinal is a piss bottle. Okay, I understand. Or the piss canister.
It's called a urinal. I don't know. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it a whatever.
And
word
Ben,
fantasy
okay,
word.
so the urinal is the pee bottle, but you're trying to just, obfuscate with semantics. But whatever, syntactical minutia.
Okay.
But Ben, why are you lying about Ruby? Why are you trying to get Grace to talk shit about? You're trying to get Grace to talk shit about her so badly, and you can't even do it. You're having to place the words in her mouth. Why are you doing that? You have anything to say for yourself? Nope. What a fucking pathetic loser.
Yikes.
Can't even defend him. He has nothing to say. He comes at Mike for like having audio issues or whatever. And he, you know, Ben talks a big game about you and then can't defend any of it.
They have nothing on me. They know they just made up a lie, and good for them. I don't know. It's obvious.
I just want to add Mike back. I removed Mike from the stage. I have to be honest, because I wanted to get Ben to talk about the Ruby stuff. Mike did not actually rage quit during that. I'm sorry, Mike. I had to sacrifice you. Oh, now he actually just left. Sorry, Mike. Okay, let's finish reacting to this. I'm gonna end the stream in a couple minutes here, but
it came to a head relatively quickly. Well, we were making money and we were making she was making money, we were making money, we were making content. I don't think there was a lot of non-content time. No. And if she had said to you like, hey, let's go off stream and spend a weekend together, you would have said flatly no.
Yeah, no.
So every creator should understand with every other creator that like when they're collabing, the assumption would be it's for the collab. And if you want to test the other thing out, you would say like, hey, look, you know what I mean? It's relatively simple to do. You don't owe someone clarity.
Yeah.
When it's same-sex friends, you don't owe anyone. What are you supposed to say? Like, hey, by the way, this is just a collaboration. It's like you have to tell Darius like.
Okay, so you don't owe someone clarity, but then earlier he's like contradicting himself in this.
It doesn't make sense. I can't follow it. Like honestly,
it really doesn't make any sense.
Get his dick out of your ass. You do have to say that.
Get your friendship out of my head. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just like maybe I shouldn't but I just feel like okay, but I was mixing vulnerability about the problems with you with the content, and maybe she took that as me trying to be vulnerable as a person, like not just for content.
Epic.
But she was vulnerable not doing content with you though. Was she
it
not?
content when she showed up my porch?
Yeah.
Nice cope. Nice cope.
Yeah. She came to your porch. She didn't stream a lot of your guys'.
No, it's total cope, and I don't know. It doesn't even make sense to hurt me. So it's like, I guess this is the best case scenario for a burnt bridge. Like, I don't know.
And it would almost be worse for her if she was telling the truth, that she was just being vulnerable on stream for content to get donations. Because honestly, like, everybody was seeing her as a real person. We know that's not true.
We had some off-stream moments that seemed pretty, like, not like she was acting for content. But
yeah,
coping.
That's what they always do, is they act like, oh, it's for content, it's for content. Even when I was with them and, you know, he pulled my hair and shit, oh, it's content, whatever. You weren't recording. Like, it wasn't. It just wasn't.
I don't know.
This is like a problem with immature people. No, it's perfectly fine. It's reality TV.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people who've literally done reality TV shows end up getting lost in the sauce because it takes a lot of maturity.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because you are being you, and yet you're playing a certain part for the camera.
Yeah.
People who can figure that out can really succeed. People who can't figure that out end up doing what Ava, Ruby, most of these people do. Lalo, I actually have hope for, because he didn't kind of completely spiral. He caught himself.
Yeah.
And so like
he posted a bunch of shit about Grace. Like Lalo totally flipped on them and like freaked out. Like, and then they just went back. I'm not planning on doing like any playing back at them. Planning on going back to my normal content. Like, I don't know. I'm over it.
I think
wait, go ahead, Mike. I want to give Mike the opportunity to speak back.
No.
I removed him.
You kind of saved me from basically giving it to Ben really straightforward. So it's okay. Everything happens for a reason. So
what would you say?
At this point, I'd rather just accept the the situation.
Well, Mike, I think that's why it's like I stepped back too, because like not only have I already done that, and I'm pretty sure it sounds like you've done that to Ben too.
Yeah, no, I think that everybody's beating around the bush and not giving it straightforward. So
well, that's the thing is like he doesn't care, right? Like
No,
I think
he
it was
doesn't
stronger
care,
for.
But
I just wanted to make sure the people who haven't had a chance to speak to him directly, like Ava and Gnome, had more of a chance to like actually get to like chime in a bit.
By the way,
And Mike, you understand why he was trying to pick on you, right? He basically wanted to turn this into the Ben show, but he knew he couldn't say shit to Ruby. He knew he couldn't say shit to Ava. And then Melanie was really calm. So you basically said, I would go off on Ben. And he was like, ha, someone that I can, make go off on me and turn this into the Ben show. And that was basically why he tried to come up here and be like, oh, I'll deal with Mark because I'm a big muscular man.
So Ava, you did the right thing. So I'm
Okay.
not mad at you.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
No, because like maybe perhaps I would have done something spontaneous and make the situation a lot worse because I was gonna give that motherfucker straight up. But it's okay. Everything happens for a reason. So it's like I'm willing to accept it. And it's like, you know what? Maybe okay. I calmed down a whole lot like when you did that. Like it's like, wait, you know what? Okay.
Okay.
Hold
That's
on.
good then. That's good. Let's keep
Yeah.
Here's an interesting thing about Lalo. The same guy I say that about also just like really did succeed in a way that has
that's
nothing
true.
directly to do with that, but like
And he also did not like Ruby from the start. Okay.
I mean, it's kind of like if you say losers got to lose, it's like winners got to win too. And I heard his dad talk
What
to him.
is
And
she? What is she doing? She's like popping a pimple on her knee right now.
I mean, it's kind of like if you say losers got to lose, it's like winners got to win too. And I heard his dad talk to him, and it sounded
gross.
healthy. You know what I mean? Like, and I saw Ruby. I kind of know a little bit about Ruby's relationship with her mom, and it did not strike me as very healthy. And
They
so,
met for 5 minutes.
What?
Oh, they met for 5 minutes, and like she was very caring and loving, and kind of like the opposite of Ben.
Yeah. No,
So
you know he does that.
I can see why he didn't like that.
I don't like Lalo, but I heard he's doing really good with political content now. He's getting a lot of views on his videos.
Yeah, he had like 1 or 2 good ones. He's kind of a little bitch. He like called me disgusting on stream, so I'm not a fan anymore.
Lalo's a little psychopath. Like.
Yeah, he's a lost little boy, and it's so I can't say that mad, but I'm a little mad.
I can't even find. Whenever I search his name, I can't find.
I know. I have to
anything.
search like Lalo Grace Thorp or like conservative Lalo Mexican.
Conservative Lalo.
We're all gonna eat our words when the Lalo Cow podcast comes out and ends up getting like 300,000 views.
Oh, I mean, he's got an okay looking face and like can talk. I don't know.
Apparently he's doing good. So I'm not gonna hate on that.
Yeah,
but,
true. He is.
Yeah,
he had a couple good videos pop off. Like he was shitty on me, so we went view to view, and I still have 8 times as many views as him. But whatever.
All right, let's keep playing this.
Losers got to lose, right?
Yeah. Tyrone says, Ben, I'm sorry. You noticed this in the beginning. What are you sorry for, Tyrone?
He says no. He's saying he doesn't believe me. He noticed that I noticed this at the beginning.
No, he believes you. He was like, oh no, Ben was pushing this on Grace.
Oh, and I know. So like, I don't regret it because like we really didn't invest anything. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no,
we didn't. There was no like side investment.
No.
In like her as a person.
No.
I mean, I don't think.
Yeah, you didn't invest anything, Ben, but Grace definitely felt something.
It didn't dawn on us at any point like someone who was whatever smoking fentanyl a year ago is not like the most trustworthy person on the planet, stable or whatever, right?
Yeah, and she has said that about herself and other junkies and ex-junkies. Like, they're part
I mean,
of
she's telling me today that she's like sexting her ex. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, let's not.
Sex. I
super
sent
healthy
him
behavior
a
and stuff.
lonely, sad face, and then he told me to fuck off. That's not sexting.
Nice try, Ben.
Lies again.
And it's like, why is that? It's like, okay, at least she has an ex. They always try and do like this, like, oh, you're talking to your ex. Ugh. Like, it's like, why are you?
Yeah,
so
but human being, I got
bitter?
dumped. I got dumped.
Or
a
you
month
have a
ago.
restraining
Like,
order
I don't know what to
against.
say.
Yeah,
I'm still a little
like,
hung up. Like, I don't know. Human being.
And being fair, Ben has a lot of exes as well. All of them are catfishes, and all of them are men. But he has a lot of exes, so he probably has these ex issues.
He's jealous that you. Oh shit! Oops. He's jealous that you even have an ex to talk to. Like, that's the best you can do. Like, that's not the diss that you think it is. That's like a normal process. Like, it's like, okay, you have someone in your life, maybe you're still on, like, honestly, it's a flex. You're still on, like, good enough terms with them to even still be talking to them and not having a restraining order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal, but like, I've never been with a woman who's like,
I've never been with a woman. Sorry.
I think they understood when I said it's over, like that it was over.
Yeah.
I give them that much
Except for
credit.
me.
Grace.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm totally just kidding. It was funny. That's a funny joke.
You're so inspired by your eggplant.
By my
wink.
eggplant wink emoji.
Yeah, it's way
Are
better.
the allegations true?
It's way better than.
This is so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I feel really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know, Ben's best.
This makes me really uncomfortable as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, okay.
Lalo's so happy the Ruby thing is over. Yo, Tyrone, you're such a dude. You're super chatting to Ava
That's
too.
fucked up, man.
How dare you?
Look, I give Tyrone credit. You know what I mean? These black guys, they'll take a piece of that.
Oh, what is it? She has a bigger ass than me. Is that what it is?
No, she's a woman dump.
What am I? He said
Worth
I'm.
a few
He
bucks.
said Grace is mine. Okay, I'm yours. So what are you doing on Ava's chat?
Because Tyrone has to work it slow with you.
Bitter.
Right? What was the investment necessary? Did he dump in her pussy for actual action?
Tyrone sent a $2 super chat. Ben gets me.
Don't throw shade on.
Someone else for the speed dating show.
She can still do the speed dating show. I just think we'd have to arrange something.
What
Speed
is-
hating.
Ugh, Ben's
Speed hating. That's a good idea. You know, to be honest, okay, I'm just gonna say this and then that's
That's
it.
what more or less Ava's doing. It's like come up,
come
up, hate on the Thorps for 5 minutes.
Speed hating.
I won't ask you any like critical questions like, does that make any sense? And then you go off. Flip off. Next one.
Look, I'm just gonna say this and then
I got some
won't,
evidence
I
you
won't talk
wouldn't
about it again.
believe.
Okay, I never really saw what you were talking about with Ruby on the dating show. Like she's good, but like I don't see like amazing, like wow, this is great. I think she always kind of does the same shtick with every guy. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe
I know
I'm
that
wrong.
you have zero respect for her as like an IRL streamer who's running her own stream, which is
That's the best diss that she could come up with against Ruby.
Oh yeah, that the dating show is not good. Okay.
It's like the
So
one.
then why are they paying me $100 each time I do it? I don't know. It doesn't really make
Why
sense.
was that? Why was that big
they only
part of
threw
the
shit at the-
compliment
sorry.
sandwich?
I don't know. It's like
And they only-
it's so much misinfo. I can't even keep up with it. Like,
Sorry, the delay is killing me. There's only so much shit, or they only threw like, hundreds of pieces of shit at the wall before one of them can like remotely stick. Because they've just been like, they've been running on emotional fumes this entire time. Like, is Ben eating? He came into this chat and then left. Like, what was he thinking? And Matt, by the way, I think there was a misunderstanding. Like, Ben goes after me, like he went after you,
Thank you, Alexi.
because like I've gone after him before. So I thought like, oh, maybe you had talked to him before. I didn't mean to like assume that, but then no one pointed out.
Yeah,
like, it might have been
so-
something you said.
No, I mean, surprisingly, like I don't even know this guy. I never talked to Grace. I don't even know these people, but the funny thing is that he came, but I was gonna give it to him straight. But Ava, she basically.
I can tell you what will happen. I can tell you exactly because I've done it, and
Oh my god.
he doesn't address any of it. He literally talks about anything else he can, period. You can ask him straight questions. He will not answer them, period. Even when you call him out, like there's nothing you can say. And I'm not trying to be like
I agree.
defeatist about it, but like he's
No,
probably
I
like
agree.
he's got like ways out of all of this because dude, he's met all types of personalities at this point. He's met people before who see through this as well. And he's had to come up with these defense mechanisms.
But do you guys agree that there's going to be consequences, like eventually, like are we all on the same page?
I know Ruby does.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right?
so
Like-
Alexi says Ruby was bullied at the end. Okay, so I want to finish this, guys. Sorry to cut you off, but I want to go for just 10 more minutes. Pump this or finish reacting to this. So
Evidence
I
you
won't talk
wouldn't
about it again.
believe.
I never really saw what you were talking about with Ruby on the dating show. Like she's good, but like I don't see like amazing, like wow, this is great. I think she always kind of does the same shtick with every guy. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe
I know
I'm
that
wrong.
you have zero respect for her as like an IRL streamer who's running her own stream, which is
Oh, she
once
sucks.
again, like, and I think what was that stream?
The one with
Then
his
why are
brother.
you
The one with the brother,
collabing
he's
with
like-
her?
Yeah, why are they paying me to do that? It doesn't add up. It doesn't even make sense.
Nothing they say adds up.
I can't believe she has no concern for the chat, for the video, for the audio,
She'll
anything.
just be walking around and she'll just put her phone like down by her legs. That's still better than most chicks on speed dating I've ever seen who don't try. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I'm
Kinda
just
hot,
saying she
I'm
did a
not
great
gonna
job.
lie.
It was like a great job. I'm just saying I never saw like the spark that you saw. I could be totally wrong.
Well, compared to who?
I mean, who's been on speed dating? I mean, I'm just saying like she has a good thing. And yes,
Compared to like say
Frances-
Prancess? I mean,
No, I
he's
mean,
great
I
as a
like
manager, but like
Frances.
he has no, like. I mean, he's not a date, but
Frances
he
has
has
more
no
charm
sort of
than people
charm.
give
I think me and Francis have a
His
good
lack of charm
dynamic.
Yeah, I agree, but he's
Oh, yeah.
not one of the girls.
No,
per se.
we-
So I kind of
personally.
Everyone's gonna want to make a show with Princess. I can already see it. That's why I'm getting in early.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Our
Of course,
new
Ruby
speed
is
dating show.
Conscious
Game on,
about
bitch.
not having kids at 34. That's a woman's natural instinct and purpose, and when the time passes, they regret it badly. Ben knew this.
But she was constantly talking about it.
Honestly, I didn't think she was particularly self-conscious.
I've
about
never
not
met
having
anyone
kids.
who's
I
as
wasn't. He
openly
was
about her sex life.
jabbing at me for hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it makes you start to wonder, why do you care so much? What is wrong with
Mhm.
you?
Bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
So strange.
Her like sort of reproductive prospects.
Yeah.
Ever, by like 100 times.
Hey,
Yeah.
can I just quickly point out? Let's say like my grandma's dead, right? I'm over it. Nobody can make fun of me for that anymore. Like she's just dead. That's just the way it is, and I've come to terms with that very, very much. I have her piano. Her piano makes me musical, and that's my life. The thing is like if someone like eventually I'm going to snap back at somebody who keeps trying to make something out of my grandma being dead, because it is absolutely abnormal to hear that, like, oh no, I'm fine with the fact that my grandma passed. And he's like, well, aren't you sad that she can't make you cookies? It's like,
Exactly.
no.
It's just like so rude. It's just like, whoa, okay.
Like that is
Like, you're
not
being
normal behavior.
bizarre.
That is plainly not normal behavior.
No, it was incredibly rude, and like I handled it well and totally brushed it off because I just don't give a fuck that much what Ben thinks about my fertility.
Yeah, you're way more emotionally intelligent than Ben is. Like that's what I've realized is that Ben lacks his emotional intelligence.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't realize when
He
he's
does
crossing
not.
boundaries.
I
Yeah,
think
he
it was
doesn't
the
realize.
encephalitis. I think he does have brain damage from encephalitis as a child. That makes sense.
But he certainly does not know when he's crossing boundaries. He probably doesn't realize how he's hurting
or
Grace,
he
which
enjoys
makes it
it. He
even
doesn't believe in
scarier.
boundaries.
I think he
So-
realizes it.
So you know what,
Okay.
like guys, I think that this guy has no like brain problems. I think he just made the decision. I think personally, I could be
No, emotional.
wrong.
It's just to be clear, I'm not saying emotional intelligence as like he has a dysfunction. I'm saying like this is like a function of maturity that you get from growing up in healthy environments, from very pro-social environments, and whether or not like he's a victim, like he's way too old to not have like actually healed from this. He is letting himself go, and he's putting it all on Grace's shoulders.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
wild.
So you know, and then I would say this: he's a piece of shit. And if you could hear me, you're a piece of shit father. Sorry, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a
Absolutely.
That's
fuck.
just objectively true at this point.
You're a
He's a
piece of
deadbeat
shit
dad.
father, Ben. I
Let's
would love
keep-
to tell you that. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Ava.
No, you guys are you're good.
So
I would have loved to tell him that.
Don't you think that's kind of funny though? It's kind of like a backstabbing, like supportive comment. Like, of course Ben shouldn't have come at you for having dead eggs. That is a terrible thing to say. And of course you're self-conscious about it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a snake supportive comment
to supportive to whom?
to Ruby.
Oh.
I don't even.
It's of course it's natural that you're self-conscious, that you're failing at your natural instinct and purpose in life to have children and secure a man. He totally shouldn't have got after that. It's so sensitive.
But you know what's funny about that whole thing is like wouldn't it be?
Dude, who ever said that it was supportive or not supportive? Like,
I don't know if they're
putting up the
it's so
comment.
weird.
Like, wouldn't I be the person who's seen it? Like, I'm not coming from a position of like superiority. It's very hard to see me as someone who's saying,
Dude,
like,
you've been
I
acting like this.
speak
Oh my god.
Yeah.
from a place
He's been
of
acting this whole time like we should be like Ben.
Jesus
Mhm.
Christ.
success.
Oh man.
Well,
On
I mean,
any
you're not
level.
trying to
I don't know how
like
anyone
flex
could
on her.
I don't know how anyone could say like, oh, I find you so threatening.
You're not trying to flex on her. You're just like making fun of her eggs.
It was bizarre.
That's incredible.
I don't know. But I don't think you were trying to flex.
Wow, man.
What was I trying to do?
I think you were just saying honestly you noticed.
Good question,
Yeah, I
Ben.
think my English skills was
The
like,
first
what?
moment of self-awareness Ben has had tonight.
Position where I'm
We
like,
don't
"All
know,
right, let's be real.
man. We
What's
all
up
would
with
love
you?"
to know.
Yeah.
I have my theories, but you know.
Let me poke a little bit in a friendly way.
Yeah.
And if you can't take it,
In a friendly way.
so
I took
Cool.
it fine. And they
DXB says
decided
Grace
to
is
be
21.
here today.
in the entertainment weeks for me to go there, but like I'm kind of going like, are you like, can you take any like, do you like content or are you like content averse.
Yeah.
And they're always like,
Why is it
Oh yeah,
content?
that's me. Like so averse to content. Fuck off.
It's like why like there's so many ways to make content. There are millions of ways to like millions of ideas, but it has to be that like the only real content is Ben like snaking you. Like what? There's so many things you guys could do that are successful.
content averse, and that's why they're losers. That's why we encounter them when they haven't succeeded. I'm pretty sure
Let's
Taylor
bear in
Lautner
mind,
and,
like there is something called internet addiction, and one of the features about that is that like you don't know how to function outside of the internet. The world like seems like alien to you once you try to
You've been like
function in it.
internet poisoned.
Yeah, and that's kind of also like I'm not saying that this explains Ben's behavior, but it explains why like to him this is normal to stream this. To him, it like he doesn't think he's
Personally,
being
I think there's
self-destructive.
more than that, though. There's something.
Oh no, I
more
mean like
than
there's
that.
it's
Like,
I said,
this
this
is
doesn't
not
explain
normal.
all of his behavior. Like this is just one piece of the puzzle.
And you know what scares me? The fact that he cannot like accept the responsibility. Here he is trying to define it. Like that's fucked up. You know, like that is just totally fucked up.
Facts. Yeah.
Right?
I don't think she'd be
It's
offended.
not gonna be like, oh my god, I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna take my career and start threatening you. Of course, she's thought about that.
Well, this is what some people do. Is they're very look. This is what some people do. They're very self-deprecating about issues that they have. But what they're doing is, it's like a girl who says, "Oh my god, guys, I'm so fat,"
Right.
and she wants everybody to say, "No, you're not. You're not." And look, I do that sometimes to chat.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, I know when I'm doing it. Like, it's just a certain tactic you can use to sort of talk about your issues without being
Fan
everyone at all, because
fiction.
nobody can like.
Fan
Because if a fat girl was just to say like, "Guys, I'm so fat," and somebody's just like, "Yeah, you are," that would
But,
be like.
but even like we all watch Simon Cowell.
She's
It's like
just
Simon
trying
Cowell,
to
like,
get his
loathes- no,
approval.
he's revered. Because he'll just say to someone like, "You don't have it." And I tried to say that to Ruby about her like streams that she blathered on about that no one watches and no one will ever watch, because if you're going to do that content, you got to bring some clash.
Princess snaking me in Ava's chat. Princess says, "Ruby, you've got to start your own dating show. I'll still host." Princess.
Contest.
Oh, a Puffabia interview. Go
I'm
ahead,
bearing
do your
the
dating show
bitch.
with Ruby. Get your 50 viewers. Go ahead. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see the two of you come up with something.
Oh, Ruby, I can
we don't
make
have a
sure you
patent
get way more than 50 viewers.
Yeah,
By the
I'm not
way,
worried about it.
like,
Yeah.
like I have so many mutuals, it's not even funny. And
Also, it looks like I've been unbanned because now my live's been getting views again. So I don't know.
you know what people want in this space more than anything, because like the debate has gotten stale since like nobody's been doing anything different for years now.
Yeah.
They want to try something different.
Yeah.
There's so many people that used to be able to bring on panels when the space started, and because the space got so toxic, not because of Ben, thank God, as much, but you can no longer just bring people on panels anymore. You can no longer invite your mutuals like that, and it's no longer it's like scary of what's going to happen to them when you do that. And that's why I'm not going to cross pollinate with the Thorps. But now that Ruby's doing this, I feel like let's bring on as many of like the elites that I can.
Let's do it, baby.
Like I don't mean to flex. I don't mean to flex my mutuals. By the way, it feels weird when I do that. But like, I'm like he is so delusional if he doesn't think that Ruby and her charm is not going to bring on more and more viewers each time.
He's been delusional about everybody, and I think this is.
And why does he keep saying she's so great at it, and then like, oh, you're only going to get 50 viewers? Again, he's self-contradicting.
I'm so excited for this. No, the dating stream.
I'd love to. I'd love to sit there and watch it. Tyrone Church, $5. Ben, I think Ruby shot her shots with you, and you reject her. Grace, you minds, no date show. Sir.
There was I don't
send
know.
a little bit more than that to.
Ruby once said like that I was out of her league, so I don't think she ever watched.
You really? She kept saying that you were jealous that she had sex with a younger guy named Ben. I thought she was really kidding about that, but she was like, "No,
She was
that's
just-
why you're
no,
doing that."
She was
only
she
reason
was just
I could
fishing because
think
she knows
of,
I'm
I
not,
don't
like
know.
trying to hurt her. She was just fishing for some place to go to banter back.
Yeah, it's like.
But if you're gonna banter back, then you're saying like, no, I'm in. And then she just, just got sour, which is fine. I didn't have a big problem. I remember looking over at you being like, oh, this isn't, you know what I mean? She left. She came back. We left soon thereafter.
Yeah,
blah,
fine.
blah,
Everything's
blah.
fine. More pills, more drugs.
What?
Type of person. Like I hate this, but I did have a problem with that. But like, can we work it out? You don't
Yeah,
just
I
go like
take
blah blah blah. But I guess that's
medication.
this type of person. Like blah, 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 blah. Pills. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
He's accusing you of doing pills.
I mean, I take medication. I'm prescribed.
Unlike
medication.
Ben.
I'm on gabapentin. I think maybe Ben should look into it. Honestly, he was
Yes.
some pills.
He
That's
does. He
some
did that.
backstabbing
In particular,
bullshit.
perhaps lithium or
Damn, man.
Lamictal. Get
Hey,
some
Grace, if you're listening, Ben is never going to be stable enough to deal with all this custody stuff until he's on his meds. if you look deep down inside, you've probably seen him at his worst. He's
She
headed
must
there.
know. She must know. I believe. I still believe in her, man. I don't know.
Well, right now, when we see her talking to him, right, she's not thinking about this stuff. We have to be honest, right? She's in another world almost.
Yeah, exactly.
She's safe.
It's
She feels safe around Ben at the moment.
disassociated. She was faking.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
It's
I
very
swear to
interesting
God.
you said that. So you think that she's basically trying to like please her father as best as possible?
Yeah, well, she's safer that way when she's not threatening him
Yeah.
because otherwise he might lash out at her.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
That's-
Absolutely agree.
Oh shit, man.
Let's keep watching this. But yeah, the pills accusation is fucking he's just reaching for like he did the same thing with me. It's like, yeah, we're medicated like you absolutely should be. Like most people
Is
like,
that all
and
it
it's like,
was?
people can have their own like stances on, you know, on like antidepressants being overprescribed.
Yeah, that's like for sure.
It has been
Is that what it was? Like you're not even like
I'm on
like an addictive
gabapentin.
user?
Like I don't know. It's like not. It's.
Is that what
it's
he's
prescribed
actually
to a lot
like
of opiate
attacking you
addicts.
for?
I
Is
don't know.
like you don't even have a history with like pills as a drug, or like an addictive drug? Because
Me?
Ruby, like, no, I sorry, I meant
'cause I do.
Ava.
Oh yeah,
Just not now.
with pills, yeah, I've never. I mean, I don't really want to get into that, but
yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just like, because it's just like this
when
is
I
just
was around
another sign.
him, yeah, it's when I was
I
around
have
him,
to say that it seems like more of an attack.
yeah,
It
you know,
seems like
yeah.
more like
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
look at you, you're using too much pills. That's
So when I was around him, he specifically was coming at me for taking an antidepressant. Like that was what I was referring
Oh,
to.
yeah.
It's I've never abused my antidepressants. It's just like
I was just clarifying. He has nothing that he actually has on you there. He just like he thinks that that's abnormal. It seems. He thinks
It was
that's
actually
abnormal.
kind of scary on stream when Ava was taking her antidepressants. Ben put his hands over the antidepressants, and he said, "Ava, you shouldn't be taking these. You should just throw these away." And like, if it had been me and I had been on some type of medication, I would have been terrified that he was just going to toss them and be like, "No, you're not." But he didn't do that. Like for the
No,
record, he didn't do it. That was scary.
It was like I was like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Like, are you seriously like that was crossing a
That,
huge
like,
line
there's
to me.
no personal space boundaries at all. Like
Angel,
that,
could I
like,
say something real quick? I kind of feel privileged. The Ben motherfucker, sorry, that he came on to me. He was like, "Hey, I'm willing to challenge this guy."
I know,
But-
right?
but-
It makes you feel so special.
I mean, it's
Fine,
like,
more pills, more.
okay. I
Yeah.
guess my
Drugs.
my comments is important. But anyway,
Mhm.
go on.
As I'm
Move on.
recovering, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
you're just a weak person. So I don't know. I mean, I guess alcoholism is better than fentanyl addiction, but I mean, fentanyl gets you there quicker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a little more honest, let's say.
Ben, I have to say this.
H&K
You're a
says
piece of
Grace.
shit father. Sorry. I'm gonna
What
say
happened
it.
to your left knee? Where
You're
are
a
you covering
piece
up
of
your
shit
head?
father.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're a piece of shit father. I would have said that.
That was from the beatings.
Forgive me.
Actually,
All right, move
the
on.
only physical abuse I've received from another person on my leg is the cigarette burn that Ruby caused. But that was an accident. Okay,
That's
it's just
true.
funny to
I
say.
did accidentally burn her.
Accidentally.
And my hand too. So we have twin burns. Twinsy.
I really think
Ruby
it's a
mark.
reasonable thing to say that every woman shouldn't have any blemish on her entire body, or she's an abuse victim.
Plus, I like
Okay,
having
Ruby,
cuts
I
and
wasn't
bruises
going
on
to do
myself.
this, and I'm sorry, Ava. I'm so sorry, but like,
Fuck, man.
I have to be cute for a second because I swear to God, like the way that you're like cunning, and like you're so good at just like kind of like cleverly like going in between people, but not actually like splitting them apart right away. The way that like you kind of cause chaos, but without causing it directly. Like all of these, like your sense for danger, but like you're also kind of always safe. Like coming from a fox, I know this is going to sound weird, and I never do this, but like I think you're also kind of a fox. I think you're somebody. You're not quite a wolf. You're not quite a cat, but you've got both of those essences to you. And I'm just saying, like,
hey,
with you leaving your mark on Grace, with you leaving your mark on Grace, that was it for me. That was like, okay, yeah, she's a fox.
I'll take it.
Ruby Fox confirmed.
It's kind of hot. I like the aesthetic. Ruby accuses Ben of hurting Grace while burning Grace. Yikes. All right, let's just watch a little bit more of what they're saying, and then we'll wrap it up. I want to see what the next cope is.
Anyone that's trying to follow along or that just joined in or whatever, at the
It's
start.
actually quite good. She's at 158.
Really?
She's
What's
beating
ours?
us 134.
You fucking loser.
We were at 220 earlier. She stole.
He said, "You loser."
It's called winner.
Like, dude, total cope. That's just he just revealed that when he calls people losers, that means he's coping.
Well, our viewers.
That's when you're a lolcow, is when your haters have more viewers.
No. Oh, it's a temporary blip. We had 250 this stream.
Did we really?
Yeah. So don't worry about it.
This stream post drama or the drama?
Post drama, like this stream, we had 250. Yeah.
Bitch.
That's right. That's a few that that was botted, but the real views were like, what? I think we can answer that with a resounding no, but
no one even tried to make the case.
no. And people even said that's
so
not what we
by
said was going
implication, all of the allegations of abuse can't be made. I think that's refreshing. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing as all this stuff.
I don't know.
No one
Like Ben
can argue.
Sorry, I have to just reaffirm this for people who haven't heard me say this yet. But nearly 20 of the 27 items on the list of signs that you have that you are an abuser or also a victim popped up in relation to your treatment of Grace. Like, that's not a coincidence. Like, you can't just dance around that. Like, technically he can, right? He's sitting behind his own camera. When I was on his stream, Grace kept muting me. They have all their ways of protecting themselves from this and not actually addressing it. But at the end of the day, anybody with two eyeballs and or anybody who can see what's going on and hear what's going on is probably the better way of saying that, can see for themselves that you're fulfilling these red flags. And it's too many red flags to say otherwise. It's not just one or two. It's not just, like typical, like family bullshit. No, this is a serious amount of red flags that you've collected.
Truth.
Yeah.
And that's refreshing because here on the internet, people will argue just about any idiocy. You can find people who will say, like, space is fake. You can get them to say it. But Ruby was abused. No one's going to say it.
No. Yeah, nobody has ever claimed that. Not even Ruby.
Yeah, wait, what?
It's a fallacy. He's like arguing with a total fallacy.
I know,
they'll have
they're
these
making up stuff. I never threatened to call the cops. I literally immediately said, can you guys just go? I'm not calling the cops or anything. Don't worry.
And it was just ambiguous
they
wording,
just
which
lied.
is
They just
yeah,
lied.
this is again
the texts are there,
manipulative.
like they just lied.
Like this is like they're so afraid of being called, having the cops calling them. I'm pretty sure they are criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they
instantly,
shoplift on
like,
screen
so
too.
weird about that. Like, I don't know, man.
Conversations about it without saying it, without making the case, with no pushback. Right?
Yeah.
But anyway, there's pushback. Ain't nobody going to step up. Because make mincemeat of them.
Yeah.
And even you could make mincemeat of them at this point.
Yeah, with that interaction, yes.
So how's
So
it different than any of the other crap?
It's just something about it was just
Your
like
mother didn't
so
like
simple.
how it worked out for her, so she went to the court and lied and has continued to lie. How's it any different?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's
And
just
how
because this one was
ultimately
so...
isn't it like just a piece of cake to go like, how does any of this make sense?
What?
I don't know.
Anyways, thank you guys for watching. We're gonna wrap it up now. Big things coming.
We'll stream,
Big things
guys.
coming.
The bridge is I don't even know if it's burned. I think it's. They always come back. They always come back.
I think she should spend some time.
What
on the
about
other
her
side of the bridge.
audience? How much of
come
her
back?
audience is coming back?
They are the ones who come to me all the time. What are you talking about?
Chat is disabled for this live stream. Interesting.
With the
It's
losers.
funny because like
I'm no
Because
hurry
their own
whatsoever
chat
to
hates them.
have any conversations. And I think the honest to God truth is like you're even less inclined than I am.
Honestly,
So,
I am relieved.
Sorry, sis.
I am relieved.
She's
you
really
even played that
because she fidgets with her Apple Watch uncontrollably.
wrong. You should have said like, Ben's a great guy and Grace kind of sucks. And I was good friends with
Yeah,
Ben.
that would have been interesting actually.
Because like you got it wrong. I was the one endorsing all of it. And Grace.
What?
I don't know what they're like referencing.
Then like okay, so if actions speak louder than words, then he behaved entirely differently around Ruby. Like,
Yeah,
that's just it.
I guess that if they could have be like these total performers, I think they're just like mad and saying stuff though. It's kind of obvious.
Grace was like, this fucking person sucks. It's true.
Well,
It's just
I'm
true. You can
always
say
right.
that's a convenient thing to say to hurt someone's feelings, but it's
No, I mean
just
that was true. It showed through on the stream too because you would be like, "Let's go visit Ruby," and I was like, "Okay, okay, I guess so." Grace is relieved because she expected it, which made it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Well, I had a
Okay,
suspicion.
so I wasn't going to get into this because I know you're rushing Ava, and I really am trying to be super brief. But like, I had a time where like I was on and off meds as a teenager in foster homes and stuff like that, and they would force me out, right? And I'd be unstable, and I'd have to find something to do with myself. And I'm going to tell you right now, anybody's house who I could go to rather than just wandering the streets randomly is who I'd go to because I was unstable.
Mm-hmm.
So all I'm going to say is just because Ben wanted to go to Ruby's place doesn't mean he was endorsing Ruby. And you just have to look at how he speaks to Ruby in her own freaking apartment, and you see the exact opposite behavior from what he's saying. And that's all it takes.
That, dude, that is like, that's very important to bring up. Yeah. No, that's a really good point.
I think Grace could be a good friend to someone who's like in her ballpark as a friend, but like I do think like massive
But nobody will ever be in her ballpark, according to Ben.
drug use is probably like a no-go.
Yeah,
Because
I
how can you relate to someone who's that much of a loser?
I
Sorry,
just-
to all those out there.
Yet they were up my dick every day. I don't know.
There's probably half of you who are recovering. Like you're losers.
I think actually one of my best friends is Lalo.
Yeah, let's see. Lalo's.
That's really sad.
Yikes.
That's really sad.
I know they kept telling me I was their only real friend, like all the time.
Like that's the best that they have is.
So now
Yeah.
they're gonna say Lala's their only real friend. I was the only one who was like able to navigate that situation to actually manage being friends with them, and they've burned it for no reason, like literally no reason. Like there was no major conflict. I blew off Ben being a dick, and like when they showed up today, I was like, okay, like, and then they went in some weird struggle session, and I said no, and now they're freaking out like bitches.
But we know what's going to happen, right? Like Lalo's going to want to get in Grace's pants. Ben's going to get super weird
he's
about
been
something.
right. Lalo, she's
They're
not
going to burn that
interested at
bridge.
all. She said
That
she's
speaks
not attracted to you.
volumes. It does speak volumes when the only friendship that you can maintain as a woman, as an attractive woman, is with a man, because with a dude who obviously wants to get in the paint. I mean, they've admitted to sexting. They had a thing. They kissed at the airport. The only person that like is somewhat your friend is somebody who has ulterior motives and
like
in your pants.
And I'm sorry if there are people in Grace Court who, like men, who aren't just trying to get in Grace's pants. I just haven't noticed you because there are so many men there who have no inhibitions about what they say about Grace. They're all trying to get in their pants as far as I'm concerned.
I left the Discord. I can't do it. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I hate that Discord too.
Clean.
Yeah, I just feel for her because she literally said, I think my best friend now is Lalo, right? But what does she mean her best friend? He's her only friend. And I feel really bad for her because she cannot keep...
Sam, our only friend, and it's like, what the fuck? Okay, nice switch up. You look dumb, girl.
Yeah. And to add to, there was a chat that somebody said Lalo was turned on them like 3 times. If anyone didn't see that displayed.
They're like dragging me, and I'm still not really gonna turn. I'm not gonna like. I mean, I'm gonna tell the truth, but I'm not like gonna try to go after them.
Mm-hmm.
He has
like a person
at
I
least
get
a healthy
along with,
relationship with his
genuinely.
dad. You know what I mean? And like,
Although he did say that I told him that I was like essayed by you, and he also told everybody he leaked all of our DMs. But that's in the past. She just proves the she's.
That's sad. My
And
friend
by
would
the
never
way,
do that. I've had like Giggler who was on the stream before was my friend since I was a child, and it's like the way that people treat Grace, and she just accepts it as normal. It's disgusting. It's bizarre.
And I always feel like I need to comment on like the complexities of SA here because these are popping up, of course. And one of those is, yes, Grace will tell people about it, but then retract it. And you know why she's doing that? Because at one moment she's feeling confident, she's feeling detached from Ben. And the next moment she's feeling dependent on, again, because that codependency cycle is there. And so this is what we have to realize. Just because she's denying it sometimes, normal people don't say I'm getting SA'd.
Yep.
It doesn't happen. Like sometimes victims with PTSD will say they've been SA'd afterwards and it's not true. But then if she's doing that out of PTSD, who SA'd her that she now thinks it's Ben if it's not Ben?
It might not be an SA situation. Like, it could just be emotional enmeshment and dependency. And I
Yeah.
think
I
that's
hope
what
so.
Ruby believes from.
Yeah.
I'm just saying though that when we see victims, and this like I am aware of a lot of case analysis of this, when we see victims that claim something and then retract it when they no longer feel safe, this is often a sign that they are going through it, but they can't like commit to actually doing it because they don't always feel safe enough.
Yeah. But guys, I have to end the stream. I'm so fucking hot. I need to leave this house. I don't have AC.
And I'm so sorry for clogging it up.
No, you're good. No, it's been good, but like now I'm getting to the point I have to pee so bad.
Yeah.
I can't just be gone. So, but it was
Thank
good.
you so
It
much
was
for
great.
having me.
Yeah, thank you everybody that came up. I always appreciate Noam and Melanie, and thank you Ruby for agreeing to do this. And you guys should see me live in a few days. Go subscribe to Ruby's channel. Go subscribe to Melanie Cosmic Fox. I don't think Noam has a channel, but
by the way, yeah. And
No,
on
but I'm
Twitter,
gonna be watching Ruby's stream tomorrow. She's got a Sunday stream, right? So I'll be
Everyone
there.
can call in. I've been like trying to do like a Sunday call-in show. So like.
Oh yeah, and if you want to
everyone's
talk to
welcome
me, I'll be
call.
on there tomorrow.
Yeah. So
tune in, guys.
Have a good night.
But everybody have a good night, okay?
Have a good night, and congratulations, Ava, on a baller stream as always.
Yes,
Peace.
and thank you, Ava. Good night.
Thanks, guys.